Hello everyone, good morning and welcome to BYJU'S 9th and 10th grade channel. I'm your teacher Aishwarya and I welcome you to the first ever session with us Boards with BYJU'S, where we are going to be doing the complete biology chapters in one go. So our class today is going to be filled with a lot of exciting things for you. We are covering a lot of important concepts, not just some, but all the important concepts. We are going to be doing PYQs today. I will be giving you tips and tricks and what are the possible concepts and what kind of questions can come from every given concept. So today, if you think about it, we are going to do it all, right? So if there is any nook and corner that I have missed, trust me, I would have not missed anything. Ankita ma'am and I will cover everything today so that you are completely prepared. Yes? So very quickly, students, please do let me know if my audio, my video and my screen and whatever I am writing on the screen is visible to all of you. If it is, students, please do give me a quick thumbs up to let me know that we are good to go. Good evening, Good morning, Mahi. I can see Ayushman, Sanjay, Himanshi, Divyanshu, Ayush, Ashvi, Uttam, Vash. So many of you are here. Vasanta. I can see that Janu, Rishika, Ritika, Sakshi. Good evening, all of you. Good evening. So as you see today is going to be a jam-packed, super exciting class. So make it a point that all of you share it with your friends. Now, one very important thing that we all need to know is what we can expect today. So I'm going to get started with it right away. So what can you expect today? First and foremost, we are going to be covering all the concepts, right? There is no concept that we are going to say ki chalega, ye padna nahi hai, this is not important, only this is important. No, we are going to cover nook and corner of it, right? So we will do all concepts. Now, after, let's say, all the important concepts, let's assume life process. Once we have covered nutrition, we will be doing important PYQs, right? So we will have questions taken from the previous year, from previous year board exams. We'll be taking questions from sample papers and practice papers. So those of you who are here who have not yet touched sample paper, practice paper, PYQ, it is okay, right? I am still here to help you out and we will do this, right? Then, of course, after all this, I will also be giving you some important tips and tricks, right? So when I say tips and tricks, these are things that you need to remember. So there are beautiful notes made where things are going to be very easy for all of you to access. So if you look at the pinned comments, right? If you have a look at the pinned comment right now, you have access to all the revision videos. And if you don't want to watch revision video, it's okay, right? But notes and practice quizzes are also available. So click that link and download it all. You can download it now or even towards the end of the session. Now, what do you need, right? You need to have your textbook. Mandatory that your NCERT textbook is ready with all of you. So, jaldi say, if NCERT textbook is not there, please go take it and come. Next up, have your stationery, right? So, have your pencil, have your post-its, have your pen, highlighter, eraser, whatever you need, anything that you are going to probably say, ki, ma'am, 1 minute, wait, let me go get this and come. Please go get it right now. Next up, have your water bottle. Today is going to be a long day, right? And everyone's like, ma'am, how long, how long? I'm going to get that in just a bit. And of course, be in a quiet place. See, today's class is most likely going to last for about, in my estimation, 6 hours. Reason being that our chapters are that big. And this is inclusive of your breaks. It is inclusive of the short time, the breaks that we give in between, your lunch break that we're going to give you. And of course, the most likely part where we're going to solve questions also, right? So this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to say roughly 6 hours. I know that the math probably is going to be that there is going to be much more. Yes? So now, of course, the order in which we are going to do today's session is going to be starting with life processes. So we will do life processes first because we know that that is the big bada chapter. Then we're not going to go in order, right? We're not going to go in order where we do control coordination, then how do, then, heredity. No. So the way we're going to do this is first life process. Then, of course, we are going to do how do organisms reproduce. Now, why am I doing these two? Because for the first 2-3 chapters, your Josh level is going to be very high, which is why we're going to finish the big scoring chapters at one go. Then, of course, we will do heredity because heredity is a crucial topic which is simple also but yet confusing, which is why heredity is going to be the third chapter. Then we will do our environment, which is going to be like a breather. After all the heavy things that you've done, we will do a breather where we'll do our environment. And in the end, we will do control and coordination. Yes? So in this particular case, this is how we are going to be planning our session for today. Yes? Now, what is the most? Many of you are asking me, ma'am, how much? When will lunch break be? When is short break? So take a screenshot, all of you. This is how it is going to look like today. Starting, I assume 5 more minutes that I would do the intro. From 11:10 and my aim. So this is also a time limit for me, right? By 1 p.m., we should be done with life processes. So this is going to be the toughest and the biggest chapter that we're going to do. So approximately it's going to take us about 2 hours, right? Because itna bada chapter, so many things to cover, both plants and animals and diagrams and activities and questions. So this is going to be a huge one, right? So we have up until 1 p.m. That's approximate time that I am keeping so that we finish off life process. Then I will give you a lunch break. Yes, so we'll give you a lunch break between 1 to 1:20 p.m. 20 minutes, good enough time, right, for all of us to take a break, get away from the screen, have your lunch. So it's going to be between 1 to 1:30. Okay, that is what I'm going to be approximating. Then, of course, we will do how do organisms reproduce, which will again go on till about 2:45 to 3 p.m. Again, 1.5 hours. Next, I will give you a short break for about 10 minutes. Then heredity or our environment के बीच में no break because we will do it continuously. 2 hours में, most likely in 2 hours we should wind up 2 chapters. Leaving us with between 5 to 5:10 एक chai break just for all of you to relax once again. And then of course towards the end we will get started with control and coordination. So up until 6:30 is our estimate. Last time around the session went on for 7 hours. So I would estimate that this time around between 6.5 hours we should finish, because you see we have 5 very big chapters. And understand that from biology, right? From biology students, you will aram se get 30 marks. So important thing for all of you to remember is that you should not. Ma'am, that is not 6 hours. I know, right? Just gave you a rough estimate. Okay, so how is the Josh right now? I have 3 more minutes to check the Josh level. PDFs will be available, Divyanshu. SST का भी मिल जाएगा. Don't worry, today I will get all of it. Gurlal, पिन लिंक में जाओ, एक वेबसाइट है, उसमें 10th ग्रेड क्लिक कर लो, उसमें से आपको सभी चैप्टर्स का पीडीएफ मिल जाएगा. Yes? Okay. Super duper high. Yes, awesome. That is what we want. If the Josh is high, make sure that you share this video with all of your friends. Hit the like button on this video and we are going to get started. Now remember that when I'm doing live process, and this is a sincere request to all of my students. See, when I'm doing live process, don't ask me questions from heredity. I will do heredity also. So try to ask the doubts with respect to the chapter that we are in, because you guys tend to get little deviated. Yes? So take a screenshot if all of you need to, have a look at it. And if you're going to ask me, ma'am, is this video going to be enough for me? More than enough. This video is going to be more than enough for all of you, and that is my guarantee to you. Yes? ठीक है. Okay, amazing. Is this a detailed explanation? This is a detailed NCRT level explanation, because normally we end up teaching you 1-2 extra things because it's good for you to know, but this will be very oriented towards NCRT, right? BYJU'S mock paper we will solve soon. Yes? Ankita ma'am. Okay, so now students, one more thing, Ankita ma'am has not joined us yet, but the chapters I will be taking are life processes, so I'm going to put AR. I'll be taking heredity today, and I'll be taking control and coordination. Ankita ma'am is going to take how do organisms reproduce, and then she will be taking our environment. So this is how Ankita ma'am and I have split the chapters today. Yes? Okay. Diagrams will also be covered, important questions will be covered, activities will be covered, everything will be covered. Will we score 30 out of 30? Absolutely, you will score 30 out of 30. Read NCRT side by side as I teach today. Yes? Okay. So students, let's get started with the first chapter, which is going to be life processes, right? So first and foremost, when we talk about the word life process, which means that we're going to be talking about certain processes, right? Chemical, or I would say chemical processes that are happening in living organisms, right? Now, if it's a living if these are chemical processes happening in living organisms, I can also say that biochemical reaction, because bio means living, chemical reactions happening within my body. So biochemical reaction, yes. So what are these life processes? So life processes are a set of biochemical reactions that are happening inside all of our body. Whether it's an amoeba, whether it's a yeast, whether it's a mushroom, whether it's that whether it's a mosquito flying, or even a cockroach there that you don't like, or whether it is us plants and animals, right? In all of us, we see that there are certain essential processes that happen, and we call these as life processes. So what are life processes? These are processes which are essential for survival, right? So always remember that. Why are we learning about this? Because if it is not there, we cannot survive, right? So that's why we say that they are essential for survival. Or these are processes that are necessary for the maintenance of living organisms, even when we are not doing anything in particular. That means even if I chumma stand like this, right? Chumma standing here and I'm just gonna, do statue. So it looks like my body isn't moving, but inside my body, so many, right? So many processes are constantly happening that are keeping me alive. So that is what we call as life processes. Now, what are the 4 broad processes that take place? Now, see, if I ask you, what is the most basic thing, right? Or I would say, what is the fuel? This is my most popular line when I teach this. What is the fuel that drives our body? Can you tell me? So just like how there is petrol, diesel that is needed to run your car, what is needed for us? What do we need? What is the fuel that drives our body? Can you tell me? Jaldi say. Fuel that drives our body. Awesome. It is the food, right? So we know that food that is there is what drives our body. So we need to take in the food from the outside, right? Not like our body is producing any food, but rather we need to take the food from the outside, or we need to go to a source, and then we need to take it in and then utilize it, right? So that what I will get. So if I eat my food, what will I get out of it? As all of you are telling me, if I eat my food, I will get energy, right? So if I eat my food, I am going to get energy. So in this particular case, we see that the mode by which we take in our food and we utilize it, we call this as nutrition, right? So we see that we call this as nutrition, where we take in the food and we utilize it. Now, how do we utilize it? We utilize it so that we can get energy, yes? So this right here is very, very important for us. Now, understand that this food directly, if you eat it, we will not be able to get the energy. But rather, this food needs to be broken down into simple soluble substances that our body can utilize. Now, understand that if we have to do this, so far we are clear that we need food, we have to get energy, right? So we are clear with this. Now we know that food directly will not give me energy. So food ko kuch reaction hona hai, and then only it's going to give me energy. Yes. So what is this reaction that is happening? Where if this is food, it is breaking down, becoming simple substances, and then utilizing it. Yes. Now, if I need to get energy, food alone is not enough, right? Because we know that in most cases, along with food, we also require oxygen. And how do we get this oxygen? Oxygen is a gas in my surrounding, right? Oxygen is a gas in my surrounding. But somehow our body is making the oxygen gas available to the cells of my body so that it can utilize it, right? So that it can utilize it, thereby producing energy. Now here I want all of you to open your textbook, second page of life processes, where under respiration they have mentioned one point of how it is different for single-celled organism versus multicellular organisms. Are you all with me? Yes? Are you all with me on how we see that between single-celled and multicellular organisms, there is a difference, right? Because in single-celled organisms, we know that there is a process of diffusion. But simple diffusion alone is not enough for multicellular organisms. Now we know why, right? Now we know why. This is an assertion reason question that is going to come. They can ask you assertion reason question for this particular topic. So what is diffusion? We know that diffusion is nothing but the movement of substances. From where to where? So we know that substances move from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration, right? Now in this particular case, for a single-celled organism like amoeba, what do we know? We know that the whole cell body is enough. It's just a single cell. So the whole cell body, or through the whole cell body, this diffusion can happen. But in multicellular processes or multicellular organisms like you and me, our body surface alone may say we can't do diffusion. We can't just go stand outside and be like, yes, oxygen, come into me. No, right? That is not going to happen. So we know that the surface or the body surface alone is not enough for, let's say diffusion to happen or making oxygen available enough. Which is why in this case we see that we have specialized structures that facilitate this process, which we will learn more and more later on. Okay? Now once all of this is made available, you have food, you have oxygen, they need to go and reach different parts, right? So if you look at it, if they need to reach different parts of the body, then if you see they need to be transported. So whether it's in plants or animals, we see that there are specific transporting systems that make sure that all the necessary things. Now what are necessary? It is your digested food items along with oxygen, right? So all the important things are transported to the cells and whatever is unwanted is then taken away, right? So whatever is unwanted is transported away and then it is given out of the body. And this process, right? This process of getting rid of the waste materials that we just discussed, right? Getting rid of the waste materials, we see that we call this as excretion. So have we got a good idea about how all the 4 life processes are interrelated to each other? Yes? Are we all clear? Students, very good. So metabolic bhumit is nothing but the nitrogenous waste that is there. Students who are going to spam, I request you, now is not the time. If you're here, please study. If not, you can leave the class. But I request you not to leave because now is the time for all of you to study, right? Okay. Yes. Lucky it will be done by 7 p.m. today in the evening. Awesome. So now we'll get started with nutrition. Yes? So let's have a look at nutrition, and Pratibha, your question I will answer here. Okay? So let's get started with what is nutrition. As discussed, nutrition is nothing but the process of mode of intake of food by an organism and its utilization. We don't need to pay too much attention to the definition as long as we know what is nutrition. Now, of course, in different living organisms, we see that there are different modes, right? So if you look at it broadly, there are organisms that can make their own food and there are organisms that cannot make their own food, right? Now, can you and I make our own food? No, we cannot make our own food. But rather, we are dependent on, say, plants, or we are dependent on animals for the intake of food. Well, what about plants? Do we see plants getting up, going and getting, food and eating? No, we don't see that. Rather, plants are just chilling in one corner and they're making their own food. Yes? So, in this particular basis, we see that there are 2 broad modes of nutrition where we have autotrophic. What does the word auto mean? Auto means self, right? That means I make my own food. Yes, I make my own food. While hetero means others. I am dependent on other organisms for food. So what is nutrition? Once again, nutrition is nothing but the way in which an organism, any living organism, will take in the food, right? Irrespective of how they do it, and they utilize it. And we just saw why food, what we utilize the food for producing energy, right? So in this particular case, nutrition, this is what is nutrition. What are the 2 modes of nutrition? We have autotrophic mode, which means they produce their own food. Hetero, they are dependent on other organisms for food. Now first up, let us have a look at autotrophic mode of nutrition. Students, pakka one question from this topic will come in your board exam. Because we know that plants mainly exhibit autotrophic mode of nutrition and the process by which they do it is called as photosynthesis, right? So what is photosynthesis? Photosynthesis is nothing but the process by which green plants, everybody pay attention to me, green plants prepare their own food. Now, in order to prepare their own food, what do? We see that they take in raw materials, right? So, if I need to make food at home, I need some raw materials, right? So, what are the raw materials that the plants require to make their own food? They require carbon dioxide and they require water. Now, along with this, there are some necessary conditions also. What are the two necessary conditions? So, let us have a look at it. What are the two necessary conditions? The two necessary conditions are the fact that it requires sunlight. Now, how have I arrived at this? Let's go back and have a look at the word photosynthesis, right? So, here the word photo means light. And when I say synthesis, it means to combine. So we see that the raw materials will combine in the presence of light. But I told you one more thing, that photosynthesis will be seen only in green plants. So what is the green here? Green here is with respect to a pigment that is called as chlorophyll. So we see that these are the necessary conditions. And of course, it makes its own food in the form of glucose and gives out oxygen as a byproduct. Now, this right here is the balanced equation for the same, right? Now, they can ask you a question where they will give you the raw materials and they'll ask you which are the final products. They can give you a word equation and they can ask you MCQ based question on this. Possible combination of which is the right representation of equation of photosynthesis, which is why this right here is very, very important, right? So students, please star mark this because this can come in your exam. So jaldi say, make it a point that you star mark it. Now, of course, we've understood that this is the basic overview of photosynthesis, yes? Now, of course, if you look at the process and where it happens, right? Where does photosynthesis happen? If I ask you a very basic question, where does photosynthesis happen? Now, of course, if you see, photosynthesis primarily happens in the leaves of the plant, right? And what do we say? We say that the leaves are the kitchen of the plant, right? So we call them as the kitchen. Now, everyone, in your textbook, right under photosynthesis, you will see a cross section of the leaf. You will be able to see an image where you have the cross section of the leaf. Jaldi se highlight the diagram and star mark it because us diagram se question zarur aayega. It has come last year and it has been asked over a period of time. So that particular diagram is important. Yes? Moving on. This here is the section of the leaf as you can see here. It is slightly different from what is there in your diagram, but it should be enough to give you an idea. Now, if you look at it, we see that we have the protective layer on both sides. So this is a cross section and we are having a view. So if I've taken a leaf and I've cut it like this, I'm having a look at it in this manner. So here we have the epidermis. What is the epidermis? It is the protective layer. And we have an upper epidermis as well as a lower epidermis. Now notice how you can recognize which is upper and lower. In your lower epidermis, you will find the stomata. Right? Stomata are present more in number in your lower epidermis than in your upper. Now, between your upper and lower epidermis, you see that there are the cells which make up the leaf. And we call these cells as the mesophyll cells. Now, extra information that there are two types of mesophyll cells. You have palisade mesophyll, which are these long elongated cells. Then these circular ones with a little bit of space in between are the spongy mesophyll. So there's a little extra information. Now, many of you told me, ma'am, why are you saying that chlorophyll is giving green color? So that is why it is responsible, right? So you asked me a very good question and I'm going to give you the answer to it right now, right? So if you look at it, we see that these are the mesophyll cells. And these mesophyll cells contain chlorophyll in them. Now this chlorophyll is a pigment. Now can you tell me which cell organelle is this present in? This is something we have learned in our lower grades. Chlorophyll is a pigment present in dash cell organelle. Very good, Geetika, Anju, yes, very good. Yes, spongy parenchyma cells, but Tripti, there are also mesophyll. Okay, yes, very good. So we know that it is present in the chloroplast. So chloroplast is a plastid or a cell organelle which is primarily found in our mesophyll cells or our spongy parenchyma cells, and of course we find it even in the gut cells. Now this chlorophyll right here is very important because see, it is not just a pigment, right? But rather chlorophyll has the ability to do something that we cannot. Chlorophyll has the ability to trap the energy from the sun. So if you look at it, in the leaves, the chlorophyll that is there has the ability to absorb and trap the energy from the sunlight. Now why does it do this? In order to carry out the photosynthesis process. And photosynthesis happens in 3 steps. Step number 1 is what I told you, absorption of light energy by chlorophyll. Yes? So absorption of light energy by chlorophyll is step number 1. Now your chlorophyll has absorbed this energy. Now what is it going to do with it? Right? It needs to use this energy for something. Now if you see, your raw materials are there, which is your carbon dioxide and water. Now your water is absorbed by the roots, right? So you know that your water is absorbed by the roots and then it is transported all the way to the upper parts and then it comes to the leaf, right? Your carbon dioxide also enters through the stomata, which we will again discuss in greater detail. So now your raw materials have reached the leaf, right? So once it has reached here, we see that this energy absorbed by the chlorophyll is used for splitting water molecules. So lots of energy is required to split the water molecule, which is why we see that this particular process is, or chlorophyll absorbs this light energy in order to carry this out. So water molecules will then get split into hydrogen ions as well as oxygen ions. And of course, oxygen will not stay in this manner, so it will get converted into molecular oxygen. This is not balanced, but this is to give you an idea. Now the remaining part of it, right? A lot of hydrogen ions are there. Then of course you have your carbon dioxide. So we see that this again, we see that step number 3 is reduction of carbon dioxide into carbohydrates. Or your CO2 will now get converted into C6H12O6. And it is not that one carbon dioxide will give you 1 molecule of glucose. Rather, 6 molecules of carbon dioxide was required along with 12 molecules of water in order to give you 1 molecule of glucose. Now students, in your exam for 2 marks last year itself, they have asked to list down the steps of photosynthesis, or they can ask you MCQ based questions where you have to identify which among the following is not a step in photosynthesis. So quickly to recall, we know that for photosynthesis to happen, we require carbon dioxide and water. Carbon dioxide comes from the outside, right? So it enters from the atmosphere into the leaves through the stomata by the process of diffusion. Water is absorbed by the roots, right? And transported all the way to the upper parts where finally it reaches the leaf. Then of course we see that in the mornings, right? Chlorophyll will absorb the light energy, use that energy to split the water molecule. And we see that somebody asked me what is photolysis. This particular process that I just explained, splitting of water molecule in the presence of light, is what we call as photolysis. Yes? What are the 3 steps? These are the 3 steps. What is the green pigment? Chloroplast is not the green pigment, Renu. Chlorophyll is the green pigment. Will they ask you to draw the diagram? Chances are very less, but they can ask you to write the equation. Yes? Okay. Are we clear? That is not hydrolysis. Hydrolysis is different because here what is happening? Water molecule is splitting. That's why it is photolysis. Yes? Okay. Ma'am, what is the difference between product and byproduct? Product is what is the intent of producing. So when I say that the product of photosynthesis is glucose, the intent for carbon dioxide and water to combine is so that we get the glucose. But as a result, what we don't realize that as a result of all the chemical reactions taking place, as a byproduct or an extra secondary product that we get is oxygen. Can we write it in this manner? So Muse, you can, but you'll have to write down chlorophyll as well as sunlight as well. Light-dark reaction has not been mentioned in the textbook, which is why I am not going into the details of light and dark reaction. But we have learnt about it. Yes? Mesophyll cells, cells that make up the leaf. Simple as that, right? How to differentiate between upper and lower epidermis? Lower epidermis will have more number of stomata. Upper epidermis will have very less or no stomata, right? Okay. Are we all clear? Yes. How are plants which are not green make their own food? If plants that are not green, we either see that they are not exhibiting autotrophic mode, like in the case of cuscuta, and let's say in the case of mistletoe and everything, we see that there are other modes that we will explain in greater detail, right? Awesome. Yes. Okay. Other questions I will explain about desert plants and all of that you are asking me. I'm anyway going to explain. So let's get started. So now, of course, students, we are clear. Jaldi say in the live chat, can you all send me a CC, right? Can you quickly send me CC to let me know that so far we are clear with the concepts? See, light and dark reaction as per NCERT is not there. But just to give you an understanding, light reactions are those, or light dependent reactions are those wherein the light energy is required. So your step of photolysis is a light dependent reaction. But conversion of carbon dioxide or reduction of carbon dioxide into carbohydrates is light independent. It is not required, or it doesn't matter if light is there or no. So it is a dark reaction or light independent. It doesn't matter if light is there or no. Yes? Do we have to remember diagram of stomata? Yes, you have to remember diagram of stomata. Yes? Awesome. Okay. Now let's move on, everybody, to stomata. Ye wala question 2 marks mein they will ask you to write, or else they will give you a diagram in MCQ and then they will ask you, okay, identify the image. They will give you labelings and then they'll ask you, okay, which is the correct labeled pair. So sure, short question, stomata wala topic, right? Now, many of you, ma'am, ye stoma kya hai, stomata kya hai? I will cover that also. So first and foremost, if I were to ask you what is stomata, can you tell me? What is stomata? In your own words, can you tell me? Stomata looks, how does stomata look? Oh yeah, in this it looks like a flower, but this is how real stomata looks like. Activity bhi main zarur discuss karungi, don't worry. Double fertilization is not there in this one. Tiny pores, okay, breathing hole. Fine, I'll take that question on how is water produced, don't worry. Site where exchange of gases takes place, very good. Air pores, exchange of gas, pore, theek hai, very good. Tiny pore, fine, all pores I accept. So basically they are pores, right? They are small openings, normally present more in number in the underside of the leaves, yes? So we see that this is the site of exchange of gases. Now, if you look at it structurally, the stomata here, we call this as the opening, right? So this is the small opening to it, and it is surrounded by these bean-shaped cells, right? So we see that they are surrounded by these bean-shaped cells, which we call as the guard cells, yes? So we see that the stomata is surrounded by these guard cells. Now the opening and closing of the stomata is regulated by the guard cells. Now, of course, in this particular case, we see that many of you are saying, ma'am, ye stoma kya hai or stomata kya hai? Normally, stoma is when I refer to an individual one. So if you look at the one right behind me, then I'll say it's a single one. I may call it as a stoma. Stomata is normally used in a plural manner, right? When I'm talking about many. So that is the only difference between the stoma and stomata. Nothing much in that. Yes? Then, of course, let's moving on to the later bits of it. If you see, this stomata that is there will be open, right? So we see that it will be open here when the guard cells swell up, right? So when the guard cells swell up, so I'm just going to write, when they swell up, we see that they will be turgid. Now what do I mean by this? Now if this stomata has to be open, then they need to have, this guard cell needs to have its bean-shaped structure. So think about it as a balloon, right? Imagine this to be like a balloon. Now, if a balloon is as a no air, nothing inside it, what will happen? Does it have a definite structure, right? Does this have a definite structure? No, now this balloon does not have any definite structure. But if I blow air into it, or let's say that I fill up with water, then what will happen? Then when I fill it up with water, it has got a proper shape and structure, right? So in this particular case, we see that it has a proper shape and structure. Now think about it in the same manner. Think about this particular this guard cell to be like that balloon. Now, if the stomata has to be open, why should the stomata needs to be open? Because you know that for photosynthesis, carbon dioxide is needed, and this carbon dioxide enters through the stomata. So when this for it to be open, the guard cells need to be in shape. And how will the guard cells be in shape? When they swell up. They will swell up when water enters into it, right? So when water flows into them, the stomatal pore will open. While on the other hand, when the water flows out of it, right? So when the water flows out of it, think about all that air coming out of the balloon. And then what will happen? No shape. It is flaccid, right? No shape. So in this particular case, when all the water goes out, the guard cell is no longer having a definite shape. Thereby it is flaccid. It will shrink, right? So similarly, the movement of water regulates the structure. Now, why is this important? Because we know that stomata is the site of entry of carbon dioxide, exit of oxygen, which is why we say that the stomata is the site of exchange of gases. Now, this is in the case of just exchange of gases. But we also know that something else escapes out of the stomata. What else escapes out of the stomata? Can you quickly tell me? What else escapes out of the stomata? Yes? So we know that stomata, small pores present, surrounded by guard cells. When water enters, guard cells have proper shape. When water leaves, guard cells lose shape, thereby closes the stomata. So mainly stomata, site of gaseous exchange. But what else happens here? Very good. We also see that through the stomata, there is excess loss of, so if there's excess water, right? So we know that excess water escapes, right? Escapes or leaves in the form of water vapor. And this process is what we call as transpiration, which also happens in the stomata. Now, why is this important for us? Because in normal plants, we know that there is a certain rate of transpiration that happens, right? Which is loss of water in the form of water vapor. But in the case of desert plants, we know that desert plants are found in high extreme conditions. So in the mornings, if you look at it, or in the daytime, the temperature is very, very high, right? So we see that the temperatures during the day are pretty high. Which is why if you see desert plants have certain modifications where the leaves are reduced to spines, and we see that the stem is what is the green fleshy part, right? So the stem is the green fleshy part of the particular plant. Now in desert plants, we see that if stomata is open during the day, more than, whatever water, poor people, first of all, poor plants are getting very little water in the desert. Now, if stomata is open during the day, all that water will evaporate and go. Then that plant will be feeble and eventually that plant is going to die. So, in order to survive in the desert, what will it do? It will close its stomata in the morning. Now, why is it closing its stomata? Are we clear? Why is it closing its stomata in the morning? It is closing the stomata in the morning in order to reduce the rate of transpiration, right? In order to make sure that less transpiration happens. Which is why what it will do is it will keep it. So now this is the case. If this desert plant is going to do this in the night, in the morning, then how will photosynthesis happen? Because you know that carbon dioxide needs to enter. Now carbon dioxide doesn't enter. What is the point of all this photolysis and everything happening? So how exactly is it going to go? This is there in syllabus. For those of you who are going to tell me it is not there, syllabus mein hai. Dekh lo ek baar. So in the case of desert plants, what it will do, it will take in the carbon dioxide at night, right? So it will take up the carbon dioxide and it will convert it into an intermediate product. So it will not be able to produce glucose at night, but it will convert it to something else, which is called as malic acid. And it will store it. Okay, it will store it. And then what will it do? In the morning, it will use the sunlight, break down the water molecules, and thereby continue the process of photosynthesis. So this is going to be a 2-mark question which they can ask you as to Why is it that the stomata is closed during the morning daytime and open at night time? So this could come as a 2-mark question. There is one small paragraph mentioned just under the steps of photosynthesis. So please make sure that all of you highlight this point. Microalgae do photosynthesis. Most algae, in some cases, even though they appear to be, say, reddish in color or different colors, they see that they also have the ability to do photosynthesis. Yes? Okay. So quickly to recall photosynthesis in desert plants. We see that in desert plants, as an adaptation to minimize transpiration or loss of water in the form of water vapor, they keep their stomata closed during daytime and they will open it at night time, where they will take in the carbon dioxide. They will take this carbon dioxide, store it into an intermediate form and keep it. Then in the morning what they will do, they will use this carbon dioxide again and in the presence of sunlight continue photosynthesis. Yes? Okay. Are we all clear? What is the site of photosynthesis? It is in the mesophyll cells in the leaf, right? What is that intermediate product? It is malic acid. Yes? So do plants produce food in the day or night? Food can only be produced during the day, but they take in the carbon dioxide during the night time. Yes? Awesome. So before I go to the activity part, I have a quick question for all of you, right? So jaldi se quick poll question for everyone. Now the question here is, in the given transfer section of the leaf, identify the layers where maximum photosynthesis takes place. So I am going to end this poll current. Let me just quickly refresh. I will give you all a poll where I need you to give me the answer. Very simple, easy question for all of you. Yes. So you'll have to bear with me on this one thing where I take some time to give polls, okay? Awesome. Now in the meanwhile, for those of you who have given me the answers, can you all quickly tell me what is 1, 2, 3 and 4? Yes? Can you also quickly tell me what is 1, 2, 3 and 4? See, read the question which says maximum photosynthesis. Okay. Very good. Everyone's telling me, ma'am, 1 is upper epidermis. Yes. How do we know 1 is upper epidermis? We don't see too many stomata. So 1 right here is the upper epidermis. Very good. So I'm just going to put UE here. What is 2 and 3? 2 is looking at these long cells. Right? So these are the palisade cells, or those are the mesophyll cells. So 2 are your palisade cells. What is 3? 3 is the spongy parenchyma, the spongy cells that we saw, because we have some air spaces. And we know that these two have maximum number of chloroplasts in them, right? So maximum number of chloroplasts are present inside all of them. Then what is 4? 4 is our lower epidermis. So if this is my lower epidermis, how do I know that it's my lower epidermis? Because I can see my stomata. Now I know that my stomata has guard cells which also has chloroplast in them, but which is showing me maximum photosynthesis. That is important, right? Which is showing me maximum. It is going to be 2 and 3, where I have my mesophyll cells and my parenchyma cells involved. It is not that 4 is wrong. See, it's not that 4 is wrong and it does not photosynthesize. But we're talking about which is going to show me maximum photosynthesis. Which is why in this case, students, correct answer is option 2 and 3. So are we all clear with this? Are we clear? Xylem phloem यहाँ ये section पे नहीं है, but normally in the previous section, the image that I showed you, you would see that this is where the xylem and phloem come, where the vascular bundles are present, right? Okay. So now that we've solved a quick question, before I move on, I would like to take the activity-based questions. Yes? Okay. Now activity 5.1, 5.2, everyone star mark this activity. In case if you guys have not gone through the activities, we are going to quickly go through the same. Mesophyll parenchyma cells, yeah, both are going to show photosynthesis. Okay. Now quickly we will move on to the activities. Yes, so we're going to keep doing questions like this in between. So as and when we cover concepts, we're going to quickly do questions also side by side. So activity 5.1 is to test for the presence. What is the purpose of it? Is to show that when you take a variegated leaf, we see that the parts which have chlorophyll in them are the ones which do photosynthesis. So the intent of it is to show that chlorophyll is essential, right? Is essential for photosynthesis. Now one activity based question, so pakka it will come. So students, 1 mark question, 2 mark question can come where they'll ask you application also. If I keep one potted plant in the dark and I keep one in sunlight and then I destarch it, what is going to happen? So they could ask you all sorts of things like that. So first and foremost in activity 1, we take a variegated leaf, right? Or we take a plant with a variegated leaf and then we keep it in a dark room for let's say 24 to 48 hours and we destarch it. So what is this process of destarching? Whatever existing starch that is there, right? Oops, talking about that, I missed out a very important pointer, which I'd like to come back and cover here, right? We know that glucose is the end product. I completely missed this out. It slipped my mind. Really sorry. So we know that glucose is the end product, right? So glucose is our end product in photosynthesis. But we know that there could be excess of glucose. So we see that excess of glucose is stored in the form of starch. And we say that it is the internal energy reserve in the plant. So similarly, in our body, if you see if there is excess of glucose, in humans, we see that this is stored in the form of glycogen, right? So this is one small point which I missed out. Yes? Okay. So that is why in activity 5.1, step number 1 is destarching. Where is this activity? Mind Gaming, open your textbook. It is available. Yes? Okay. So now of course, let's have a look, right? Now first thing that we're going to do is we are going to destarch the plant. What is destarching? Keeping it in dark for 24 to 48 hours. Why do we do this? To remove whatever starch is already done. So that plant would have done some photosynthesis, right? So to get rid of all the starch that it already has, we will keep it in a dark room so that it needs to utilize all of its internal energy reserves. After I destarch it, then I'm going to keep this plant under sunlight, right? I'm going to keep it in sunlight and then I'm going to take my variegated leaf. Yes? So I'm going to take my variegated leaf. Now what is a variegated leaf? A variegated leaf is one where there are some green color parts and some non-green parts, right? So if you look at this, there will be some green parts and some non-green parts, okay? So now what I'll do, I'll first put it in boiling water. Yes, so step number 1 is to put it in boiling water, right? Why do I put it in boiling water? To rupture all the cells. So I will rupture all the cells. And then of course I will put it in alcohol to make sure that it gets rid of all the chlorophyll so that it further does not produce anymore. So little bit of starch is there, it should not continue producing. So I'm going to then add it in a little bit of alcohol, then cool it and then do my starch test. Now when I do the starch test, what I will observe that wherever the green parts are there, right? So wherever the green parts were there, I will see that only these parts will turn blue-black in color, while the non-green parts will not show any color change. Yes? So very quickly, activity 5.1, you take a variegated leaf. What is variegated leaf? It has green parts as well as non-green parts. So when I do this, I will first destarch it, then I will boil it, then I put it in alcohol, and then end में what I'm going to do, cool it down, put it in cool water. Then I will do starch test. In starch test, what will I do? I will add iodine, right? Iodine is naturally brown in color. Yes, naturally brown in color. So when I add it, I would see that the green parts will become blue-black, while the non-green parts will not turn blue-black. It will remain brown, right? So it will remain brown in color. So we know that iodine will give a blue-black complex with starch, right? It will give a blue-black complex with starch, which is why in this case we can say that chlorophyll is essential for the process of photosynthesis to happen. Yes? What is the use of alcohol? Use of alcohol is to get rid of the chlorophyll that is there. Ma'am, why variegated leaf? Because you get to compare the green parts with the non-green parts, right? So that is the reason behind it. Study space, hope we are clear. So step number 1, we take variegated. Please don't mind if my spellings are going wrong. Variegated leaf, right? So what is a variegated leaf? It will look something like this. Some non-green parts are there in the leaf, okay? So now I'm going to put it in boiling water, right? Why am I putting it in boiling water? To rupture the cells, right? So that I can rupture all the cells and all the content oozes out. Then I will put it in alcohol in a double boiler. Why do I do that? To get rid of the chlorophyll. So that as I'm doing this experiment, it is not doing photosynthesis. Then I will cool it and then I will add few drops of iodine. Now why am I adding iodine? Because I want to test for starch. So if starch is present, it is going to turn blue-black, right? So this is what we know. Yes. Now in this case, in the variegated leaf, what do we see? Wherever the green parts are there, right? So we have green and non-green parts. So wherever the green parts are there, we see that it will give you a blue-black color. So this will give us a blue-black color, while this will not show any color change. It will be the brown color of the iodine, which is why in this case we see that with this we are able to do the starch test. Why is it necessary to rupture the cell? So that we are able to see where is the starch present or where is it stored? Is it stored somewhere outside in the leaf? Stored inside the cells, right? And we want to make sure that the iodine and the starch react with each other, which is why it is important to rupture the cells. Yes? Okay. Are all leaves variegated? No. So this is about activity 5.1. Moving on to activity 5.2, very simple and easy, right? Very simple and easy one. That is, you take a plant and a part of the plant, let's say you take 2 plants and you keep a bell jar on top of it. Inside one you put KOH, okay? You put potassium hydroxide and you allow it to be normal. What you will see? So you have to, so I think this is a slightly different experiment, so let's ignore this. So 2 plants, we will de-starch it. Many of you are asking me, ma'am, why should we de-starch? Because it will interfere with the experiments, Pacha. See, you want to test for it. If something is already there, then what's the point of testing? We will not be able to do that. So de-starching is done to get rid of the starch. Whatever is there, get rid of it so that fresh we'll be able to do it. That's why we do de-starching. Yes? It is 6.1 in the old NCRT, 5.1 in new, if I'm right. So now, of course, de-starching is done to remove existing starch. Okay, keep that clear. So you have one plant here. After de-starching, you keep it in sunlight. You have one more plant here, but you keep KOH. So we will call this as leaf 1 and leaf 2. Now, after some time, we will take leaf 1 and we will do starch test. Yes, we will take leaf 2 and then we will do starch test. Now, which leaf is going to show positive result? Can you tell me which leaf is going to show positive result for starch test, L1 or L2? Amita, why put it in alcohol? To get rid of the chlorophyll, so that further I would say that photosynthesis does not happen. Ma'am, if it is bacha, after de-starching you are putting it in sunlight so that fresh process of photosynthesis is taking place. Very good. L2, starch test will be seen only in L2. Now, why has this happened? Why has it happened only in L2? Because in L1 we had it KOH, and KOH absorbs carbon dioxide. So it will absorb carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide is a raw material. So if carbon dioxide is not there, it will not be able to do this, right? Okay, yeah, this is done by Joseph. Yes, yes, no CO2. So these are the 2 important ones that we need to keep in mind. Yes. And to conclude this topic, some of the other nutrients that are necessary for plants, it's not just that glucose is necessary and plants are happy. They need other nutrients also, like nitrogen, phosphorus, iron, magnesium, which are all available in the soil, which are all then taken up by the roots and then transported to different parts, which are then utilized for growth and development. So with this, everyone, we are done with photosynthesis. Now quickly I have another question for all of you. This is a subjective question which has come for 2 marks. Yes? So what is the internal energy reserve in plants and animals? Very quickly, can you tell me what is the internal energy reserve in plants? Yes? Okay. Bhumi, you pay attention. Otherwise, you may get blocked. This is asked for 2 marks. So you will get 1 mark for this, 1 mark for this. Those of you who have told me starch and glucose, 0. Starch and glucose, if you have given me starch and glucose as the answer, you will get 0 marks because you have made an error. Okay. Yes, so in plants it is starch, while in animals we know that glucose that is there is stored in the form of glycogen. So correct answer is starch and glycogen. Glucose, you are going to lose marks. Next, those of you who told me ki ma'am ye desert plants wala out of syllabus hai, this is for all of you. How do desert plants perform photosynthesis if their stomata remains closed during the day? Give me the keyword for this particular answer. Somebody is telling me, ma'am, you're too strict. Arey, board exam ki time hai. Your time matters. And I've told you I'll do life process in 2 hours. I've taken 1 hour for this only. And I said approximately I should finish. But see, photosynthesis is an important topic. That's why I spend time. You will get... See, there are some topics from which pakka question will come. Prepares intermediate, exactly. So even though stomata remains closed during the day, it opens during night where it takes in the carbon dioxide, converts it into an intermediate, right? And in the morning, they will then absorb the light energy from the sun, do the photolysis steps and continue to, produce it. Because by reduction of carbon dioxide into carbohydrates, right? Reduction of carbon dioxide into carbohydrates is light independent. Yes. So we see that it's a light independent reaction. So that is the answer to this. Very good. Mind gaming, yes, bacha, glucose is a sugar. Theek hai. So with this, a quick clap to all of us that we finished one very important topic. Photosynthesis is a huge chunk because there are activities, every nitty-gritty in photosynthesis is important to us, which is why I have, made it a point that I've asked you. Will they ask us to write steps? Most likely not, but learn it anyway. Okay? Okay. CC, is it a good quick CC? We'll move on to our next topic. Jaldi, heterotrophic mode of nutrition. Yes. Awesome. Let's get started. Heterotrophic mode of nutrition. Now I told you in heterotrophic mode of nutrition, we see that these are organisms that are dependent on other organisms for food, right? So all of us, human beings, animals, some, fungi, they all come under this particular activity. Now different organisms have different strategies. Now it is not like green plants where if they are doing photosynthesis, all of them will do photosynthesis. Like all green plants will have more or less the same strategy, right? But yes, pathways you will see later on in your higher grades that they're quite different and all of that. And we see that particular is a strategy that we observe in green plants of using sunlight. But in heterotrophic mode of nutrition, what do we see? We see that in this particular case, there are different organisms that use or obtain food differently. Yes? Which is why in this case, we see that there are 3 broad modes. We have saprophytic mode, we have parasitic mode, and we have holozoic mode. Yes? Now, first and foremost, let us have a look at saprophytic mode of nutrition. Now, saprophytic mode, or what we call as saprophytes, mainly include fungi, right? It mainly includes your fungi and it includes certain bacteria also. And in this case, these are bacteria and fungi which are found growing on dead and decaying matter. Now, if you look at them, fungi and bacteria are very simple organisms, right? Very simple bodied organisms. Their body is not too complicated like ours. So in this case, what do we see? We see that when they obtain their nutrition, we see that they break the food down outside their body. So now food exists in a complex form. Now it cannot utilize it directly, which is why in this case it will break it down outside the body and then it will utilize it. So we call this mode of nutrition as saprophytic mode. Students, very, very important that this second point that I've highlighted can come in the exam for MCQ. So please star mark this. Now let's move on to the second one, which is going to be parasitic mode of nutrition. Now what is parasitic mode? Parasitic mode is seen in organisms like Cuscuta, which is your amarbale. It is seen in, let's say, it is also seen in lice. It is seen in leeches. So what does a lice or a leech do? So if you've seen leeches, what do? I'm sure all of us have seen leeches or we've encountered that. So leeches, when they stick onto our body, what do? They will come and they will suck the blood out of our body, right? And that is the food that they are going to feed on. So here we see that they take in the food or the nutrients from another organism, which we call as a host, without killing them, right? So we see that it takes in nutrients or food from another organism without killing them. So example here is Cuscuta. Now this particular parasitic mode, we see that they can take it, this parasite might be found outside our body, right? So if I talk about leeches or if I talk about the plant Cuscuta, they're all outside. So we call them as ectoparasites. Now this is again extra information that I'm giving you. We have ectoparasites, which means that they're found outside. Or sometimes if you see, you would have heard, right? Some people have, infection where they have worms, or sometimes, they would have eaten some infected food and got some stomach upset and they have to do deworming, right? So this particular case where you have worms, they enter into our body, yes? And from the inside, they take the nutrition. So these are endoparasites. Is appendix an endoparasite? No. Appendix is a vestigial organ or part. Mosquito, yes, it is a parasite, right? How is mushroom giving me food? Mushroom is giving me energy because, see, mushroom in itself, for it to grow and develop, it takes in the energy, right? So there is food that is stored in the mushroom. So edible mushroom that we can consume will have stored food substances in it that when we consume, we can utilize it. But how is it a saprophyte? It grows on dead and decaying matter, yes? Now the last one that we have is Holozoic mode. Now, Holozoic mode is important because in Holozoic mode, we see that organisms will eat the food entirely first and then they will break it down inside their body. Now, in Holozoic mode, we see that there are 5 steps that takes place, starting with ingestion. Ingestion is nothing but taking in food, right? So, first they will take in the food. After that, what will they do? They will digest the food. Now, this is important. What is this word digestion? Digestion is nothing but the breakdown of complex substances into simple soluble forms, right? So which means that if food exists as a complex substance, right, then it will break down into simple soluble forms, right? So that is what we need to understand. Why am I saying soluble? So that it can be absorbed by my body, so that it can be utilized. Bringing us to step number 3, which is absorption of food. Yes, where the food gets absorbed and then utilized. So we call this process as utilization or assimilation. And finally, whatever is unwanted, undigested food items are egested out. So many of you are asking me the difference between egestion and excretion. Egestion here is the removal. It is the removal of undigested waste, while undigested food substances, while excretion is the removal of nitrogenous metabolic waste. Okay, so that is something that you need to have an idea about. So this is the difference between egestion and excretion. Yes? Okay. Moving on, everybody. So in Holozoic mode, we see that they take in the food and break it within their body, and what can be taken in or broken down depends upon its function. So if you look at amoeba, we see that amoeba is a kind of organism where it does not have a definite body shape, and we see that it can extend different parts of its body into finger-like projections, right? So it can make it into finger-like projections called as pseudopodia. So they can extend it into forming pseudopodia, where they will extend and engulf the food, right? So we see that they can extend and engulf the food. And once they engulf it, it results in the formation of a food vacuole, which is then later we see that inside the food vacuole, the food gets broken down. And after this, we see that the food, digested food, is then absorbed, and end may it gets utilized. And whatever is not, whatever is not utilized is given out, or it is egested out. So here if you see, the entire surface of the amoeba is it is using its entire cell surface. While in other organisms like paramecium, right? Paramecium is again a unicellular organism which shows holozoic mode of nutrition. But in paramecium, we see that it has this characteristic slipper shape, and all over its body we find these hair-like structures called as cilia. And we see that this cilia here keep lashing back and forth. So they keep lashing back and forth, and they will make sure that they bring the food closer, and from a specific spot in the paramecium, it will take it up. So you can be asked assertion reason questions on this particular topic. How is it that there is a difference in the way amoeba takes in its food and paramecium takes in its food? Because amoeba is using the false feet to move as well as to encounter food. Here for movement, we have the cilia, which also brings the food closer, but there is a specific spot through which the food enters into the body. Do humans come under Holozoic? Yes, they do. So with this, everyone, quick question next up. So I'm going to give you a quick poll in the meanwhile. Generally, food is broken down outside the body and then it is utilized. Which of the following organisms is going to show this process? Jaldi, jaldi, give me the answer. And if you haven't hit the like button on the video, quickly hit the like button as well. Will proving questions come? They can give you a situation and ask you for inference. That is what we understand as competency, right? Now here, what does the question say? It is broken down outside and then absorbed. So it is seen in which mode of nutrition? This right here is seen in saprophytic mode of nutrition. Does amoeba show saprophytic mode? No, it shows Holozoic. Paramecium shows saprophytic mode. No, it shows Holozoic. Lice shows saprophytic mode. No, it shows parasitic. Which is why in this case, what would be the answer? The correct answer would be option B, which is mushroom. Yes? Okay. Awesome. Experiment questions normally come for 2 marks, bacha, not beyond that. 1 mark, 2 mark. Okay? Easy. Yes. So, very good all of you, very good. Okay. See, in the case of female mosquitoes, they require our blood for nutrition, right? So let's be specific that when I said mosquitoes, I meant female mosquitoes. Yes? Okay. So students, I hope ROX, I have clarified your doubt. And very quickly, so far, are we crystal clear with the concepts? Yes? Are we crystal clear with the concepts? Jaldi say. Awesome. Okay. How does paramecium excrete? There are again specific sites through which it will excrete out. Okay. Saurabh, hope I have answered your question. Now let's move on to digestion in human beings, right? So everybody, digestion in humans, very simple topic, very scoring topic. After this, I will give you 2-minute water break. Okay? We'll wrap up nutrition. I realize that my ambition of finishing it in 2 hours is not going to happen, but I will not give up. Awesome. Let's get started, everybody, with digestion in humans. Now we know that digestion, so just now we have discussed that in human beings, right? So we know that human beings exhibit Holozoic mode of nutrition, right? So human beings exhibit holozoic mode, which means the 5 steps that I described: ingestion, digestion, absorption, assimilation, and egestion happen in our body as well, right? So in this particular case, if you see, even our body exhibits this. But unlike paramecium and unlike amoeba, we can't just, just take, our whole body cannot take in food and utilize it. Because we are multicellular organisms, we see that there are more specialized cells involved, and along with this, we also see that there are organ systems in place. So in order to digest and process the food, we have a digestive system, right? So quickly to recall, what is digestion? Digestion is nothing but the process of breakdown of food into simple soluble substances. Now, who does this breakdown? Does it mean that if as soon as I eat, my food is getting broken down and then immediately I am utilizing it? No. We see that there are certain chemicals in place that facilitate this process. And these chemicals are what we call as biocatalysts, right? So in chemistry, you have learned what is a catalyst, right? Chemistry mein you have learned what are catalysts. Catalysts are those substances which increase the rate of the reaction, right? So they increase the rate of the reaction without really getting involved. So in this particular case, we see that there are biocatalysts which are there in my body, which is what we call as enzymes. So enzymes increase the rate of the reaction without really getting involved. And different parts of my body produce different enzymes in order to break down my food substances. Now, when quickly, right, very, very quickly, if we were to have a look at it, right, we know that the food that we eat mainly includes our carbohydrates. So nutrients wise, if you see, we have carbohydrates, we have proteins, then we have fats, yes, and along with that we have vitamins and minerals which we eat in less quantities. So the enzymes that are there are mainly carbohydrate, protein and fat digesting enzymes, because these are the ones which exist in complex form that cannot be directly utilized by my body. Yes? So this is the basic idea that you need to keep in mind. Now, we know that these are the nutrients, we have enzymes that facilitate the process of digestion. So now let's have a look at the digestive system and the different parts. So if we were to look at the digestive system, broadly we see that the digestive system has 2 parts. It has the alimentary canal, and then of course we also see that it has the accessory glands, right? So we also see that it has the accessory glands. Now the alimentary canal that is there is a continuous tube-like structure that starts with the mouth and ends with the anus. So we see that it starts with the mouth, which includes the teeth, tongue and saliva, which continues into the esophagus. Then we have the stomach, followed by the small intestine. Then we have the large intestine, and then of course it ends with the anus. Now the liver and the pancreas are not part of the alimentary canal, but they are associated with the digestive system and they produce certain secretions that pour into the digestive system. So keeping that in mind, we will learn this in the most easiest way in this beautiful tabular form. So this tabular form will help you with structure, function of all the different parts. So let's get started with the different parts, starting with the buccal cavity or the mouth, right? So the mouth is also called as buccal cavity. It is also called as oral cavity. Now what does it include? It includes the teeth, the tongue and the saliva. Now, I will start with the second part, which is the teeth, right? Now, the teeth that we know are these structures which are present in our mouth that mainly help in breaking, crushing, grinding the teeth. Grinding the food, right? So, here what is happening? We see that there is physical breakdown. I am physically breaking my food down, yes, into smaller particles. Then along with that, we also see that there is a watery substance which is secreted. Now there is a watery fluid that gets secreted in my mouth, which is called as the saliva, right? So we see that saliva is this watery substance which is produced. Now saliva is produced by salivary glands, and we have 3 pairs of salivary glands. So we have one below the ear, one under our jaw and one underneath our tongue. 3 pairs which are there. So they secrete saliva. Now what is very important about saliva? Saliva has something called as salivary amylase. Now, salivary amylase is the first enzyme that our food encounters. And we see that this salivary amylase breaks down starch into simpler sugars. Yes, so it is breaking it down into simpler sugars. And who is doing this? It is the salivary amylase, right? And where is it happening? It is happening in the mouth. Another name for it, very good, is ptyalin. Spelling, you guys check. Ptyalin wala spelling. Yes? Okay. It is not simple sugar, Ayushman. It will be simpler sugar. Because if I say simple sugar, that means it is the simplest soluble form which my body can utilize. So think of it as if I have a brick. Imagine I have a brick. I broke my brick into 3 pieces. That is what has happened in my mouth. But where do we need to get? We need to make it into brick powder. That is our aim, right? So that is what we need to get to. So that is what happens with the help of saliva. And we see that the tongue is a muscular organ which will bind the food and the saliva, and it will make it into this form that we can swallow. And this is what we call as bolus, which is like a semi-solid kind of thing which makes it easy for us to swallow. What is bolus? Bolus is a semi-solid mass that is formed after the digestion process. Yes? Now, once we swallow, it goes into the next part, which is the esophagus or the food pipe, right? So, it then goes on into the food pipe. Now, here we see that there is also a flap-like structure called as the epiglottis, which ensures that when I swallow my food, we see that it ensures that it goes into the food pipe and the windpipe remains closed. So, we also have the epiglottis that is there. What is ptyalin, Pritesh, Lily and many others? Ptyalin is just another name for salivary amylase. Okay, just another name. Don't worry. So, epiglottis, flap-like structure which will close the windpipe so that it will go into the food pipe. Sometimes what will happen when you guys are very excited and you are talking to your friends and you are eating side by side. Sometimes it will get stuck in your throat, right? And then what is the feeling? You will keep coughing. I say so that at that point what happens? You feel very congested yahan pe. Why does that happen? Because your epiglottis has not closed properly. Okay? This epiglottis, this flap-like thing has not closed properly, because of which some of the food has gone into the wrong pipe, and that is bad for us, which is why we'll cough, so that as a reflex, as a response, we will get rid of it. Huh? While eating dosa, this happens, I know, or while talking as well. Incomplete closure of epiglottis will go into the next one. Yes? Okay. Are we clear? Are we all clear so far? Very quickly. Yes. What is mastication? Mastication is chewing, grinding of food. That is what is mastication. Fancy name, but very simple, easy. Okay? Now what has happened? Now we have swallowed our bolus. It has gone to esophagus, which is the food pipe. Now here we see that the esophagus is a muscular organ, right? So the esophagus that is there is a muscular tube-like structure. And we see that the inner lining, so we see that it is made up of various smooth muscles, which means that these are muscles that we cannot control. So what happens? We know that muscles in general will contract and relax, right? That is their property. All muscles, how do they work? They contract and they relax. So when we swallow the food, what is essentially happening? For the food to go down, the muscles will contract and relax, and it will create a wave-like motion. So this wave-like motion, which is created or which forms due to the contraction and relaxation of the muscles of the esophagus, we call it as peristalsis. What is peristalsis? The wave-like motion. Now, of course, understand that peristalsis is not something that happens only in the esophagus. It happens across the entire alimentary canal, okay? And from here, it will reach the next part, which is the stomach, yes? Now, the stomach, as we all know, right? The stomach, as we all know, is a muscular J-shaped organ. And again, we see that its walls are made up of muscles. So once the food enters into it, right? So once the food enters into it, we see that the inner linings of the stomach will start to, get into work. So the walls of the muscles, or I would say the muscular walls of the stomach, they will contract and relax, and thereby they will churn the food. And we see that the inner linings of the inner linings of the stomach have various glands which are called as gastric glands. And these gastric glands will produce certain secretions. So we have HCl, we have mucus, and we have an enzyme called as pepsin. So very quickly, can you tell me what is the function of HCl? Very quickly. Do we remember the function of HCl? This is something we've been learning from grade 7. Neo, you can ask me your doubt, bacha. Send it to me. Okay. Yes, Gia, we will. Awesome. It will kill the germs. Exactly. So what does HCl do? It will get rid of unwanted substances that enter along with the food, and it also creates an acidic medium inside the stomach, right? Now we see that this acidic medium is necessary because pepsin needs to get activated, and for that HCl is needed. Now what does pepsin do? It will act on proteins and it will break it down into simpler substances. Then why do we have mucus? Mucus protects the inner linings of the stomach from the HCl. So this is what happens inside the stomach. Now food here, everything has become acidic, right? And we call it chyme at this point. Now we see that the stomach will churn and it will grind and it will process. Normally it takes about 3 to 4 hours. And then of course we see that from the stomach it moves on to the next part, which is the small intestine. Now the exit, right? Exit from the stomach. Exit from stomach to where? To the next part, which is the small intestine, is regulated by certain kind of muscles, which we called as sphincter muscles. Now sphincter muscles are normally circular muscles which contract and relax. So think of sphincter muscles to be like this. They'll open, close. Open, close. Open, close. So this is what we mean as sphincter muscles. Students, ये sphincter muscle वाला point भी बहुत important है because assertion reason question has come based on these sphincter muscles. MCQ based questions have come on sphincter muscles. So please don't skip this sphincter muscle वाला point. ठीक है? So we see that sphincter muscles will regulate the exit of food from the stomach, which will not release it all at one go. It is not at all after it gets processed, it will go into the small intestine. Little by little, it will keep going into the small intestine. Now the initial part of the small intestine, right? So let's have a look at the initial part. The initial part of the small intestine receives secretions. It receives secretions both from the pancreas as well as the liver. Very, very important, short questions coming from these two topics. Past 3 years, we have noticed ये bile वाला question, pancreas वाला question has been coming. Please don't skip this. Yes? So here we see that liver is a large gland which is located wherein it produces something called as bile juice. I know it rhymes with BYJU'S, so don't get confused. It is bile juice. Yes? So bile juice, if you see, is mainly made up of various salts called as bile salts, right? So it has various bile salts. Now this bile is very important. Why? Because so far if you see, we have discussed about how carbohydrates are getting broken down, how proteins are getting broken down, but nothing about fat, right? So in this particular case, if you see, nothing about fat so far we have learned because fats exist as very large droplets. Now normally I have observed that many people don't explain this concept right, which is why conceptually students understand this properly, right? So they exist as large droplets. Now physically what happens with the help of this bile juice, we see that it will break it down into smaller droplets, right? We see that it will break it down into smaller droplets. And these smaller, it is broken down into smaller droplets so that fat digesting enzymes like lipase can act upon it. So that is why this process of conversion of large droplets of fats into into smaller droplets such that fat digesting enzymes can act upon it is what we call as emulsification. Yes? So this is step number 1. Apart from that, the food coming from the stomach is highly acidic, and enzymes in the small intestine, or what we get from the pancreatic juice, require an alkaline medium. So the other reason why bile juice is important is because it creates an alkaline medium for the action of enzymes. Now, where are these enzymes coming from? From the pancreas. Now, pancreas are also secreting juices. So, we call this as the pancreatic juice. Yes. So, this pancreatic juice includes trypsin, and it also includes pancreatic lipase, pancreatic amylase. Now, lipase acts on fats and converts it into fatty acids and glycerol. So, it will convert it into fatty acid and glycerol, and trypsin will digest the proteins. Now, baki, what will happen? As the food keeps getting digested, it will go to the remaining parts of the small intestine. Small intestine will also produce some juices which we call as the intestinal juices. And then finally, complete digestion will take place, right? So, complete digestion is going to happen. And when complete digestion happens, it is time for the next step, which is absorption. Now we know that the inner linings of the small intestine are made into various finger-like projections called as villi, right? So we see that there are various finger-like projections called as villi that are richly supplied with blood vessels, okay? So we see that they are richly supplied with blood vessels. And of course, we see that the reason why they are made into finger-like projections is to increase the surface area for absorption. So the digested food will now be absorbed, then it will enter into the bloodstream, and then it will be transported. So thereby, these are the two important functions of the small intestine. Now understand that different organisms have different types of small intestines. Now the small intestine in our body is pretty long and it is highly coiled. But if you look at the small intestine of a herbivore, it could be longer, right? Because we know that herbivores feed on grass, which has a lot of cellulose in it, right? And we know that it takes a longer time to digest the food. While on the other hand, if you look at carnivores, we know that carnivores have a shorter small intestine, right? So we know that they have a shorter small intestine because they eat meat, right? And meat can be processed pretty fast in the body. Hence, they have a shorter small intestine. They can ask you the difference between this. Why is it that different organisms have different lengths of small intestine? So this right here, they can ask you. Yes? ठीक है. Now I'll take your doubts, but before I go there, I'm going to quickly do the last bit of it, where we're going to look at the large intestine. So once complete digestion and absorption has happened, the digested food goes to different parts where assimilation takes place, or utilization takes place. And end may the remaining goes to the large intestine. Now in the large intestine, what do we see? We see that whatever water is there, we see that there's some absorption of water. And of course, we see that a part of the large intestine, which is the rectum, is where the undigested food or the feces is stored for a brief amount of time before we ingest it out of our body through the opening called as the anus, right? And here again, we have the anal sphincters that regulate the exit of the same. Many of you are asking me about what is the lower esophageal sphincter. See, between every point you find sphincters. Two sphincters mentioned in your textbook are the ones between small intestine and stomach and small intestine and the anal sphincter. But at the entry between esophagus and stomach, you find another sphincter. That is the lower esophageal sphincter that you are talking about. Yes? Awesome. So very quickly, everybody, we have a quick table that you can take a screenshot of all the important enzymes and their functions. Many of you are asking me difference between trypsin and pepsin. No big difference. Major difference that is there is that major difference that you need to learn about is that where it is produced. Pepsin in the stomach, trypsin in the small it's secreted by the pancreas. Yes? Okay. Jejunum, ileum are all different parts of the small intestine. In the meanwhile, all of you, jaldi say, we have another question. So this is an MCQ based question on villi. So can you quickly give me the answer to this? So you have 4 options given to you and you need to tell me which statement is not true about the villi. Yes? Sphincter is a muscle. It's made up of circular muscles. Valves are flaps, so they're like membranous structures which open only one way. Yes? Bhavesh Bacha, I am trying my best. But it's also important that all of you understand what I'm telling you, right? Okay. If pyloric sphincter is a sphincter muscle between your stomach and small intestine, so if it doesn't work properly, then we see that there could be, you could see that food is not digested properly, leading to indigestion. Awesome. I can see 79% of you have given me the correct answer. Correct answer is option D. We know that small intestine is not responsible for absorbing water from the unabsorbed food, right? Or undigested food, you could say. Super. Next question. Very important one. I purposely did not discuss this because I wanted to do it with this question. With the help of an activity, explain the action of saliva on the food that we eat. How many of you know this? How many of you know this particular activity? Do you know which activity this is? Okay. Yes. I'm in nutrition. I know. I just finished. I saw that. Awesome. Students, 5.3, 6.3 based on old and new NCRT, right? So this is there in your NCRT where you have to take 1 ml of starch solution in test tube A and test tube B. Yes. So test tube A, both may you take starch. In the other one, you need to add, in test tube A, you also put saliva. Other one, you leave it as it is. Then you will put few drops of iodine solution. So in this particular case, what will happen? Which will show me color change, right? Which will show me color change? Will A show color change or B show color change? Yes? Will A show color change or B show color change? Very quickly. B will show color change. A will not. Why? Because saliva would have acted on the starch and it would have broken it down. So with this, you can elaborate the experiment on action of saliva. Yes? Awesome. Why is bile important for the process of digestion? Easy, right? We know that bile is necessary for the breakdown of large globules of fat into smaller droplets. Yes? Which is why in this particular case, we see that it facilitates the process of emulsification and creates an alkaline medium. Very good. So 2 points if you write, it is for 3 marks actually. So I think you will be able to get 3 marks aaram se. Awesome. Dental caries is basically when, there's a lot of food particles stuck and eventually, there is bacterial growth resulting in, let's say, plaque formation. So that's all about it, right? Okay. So everybody, this is a quick recall and see nutrition. Students, the reason why I know I told you 2 hours mein ho jayega, but I may be taking some more time. So please don't mind, right? I'm trying my best to make sure that all of you understand. Should not be that I went super fast like Rajdhani and you didn't understand anything or baad mein you come and comment, ye ma'am ne jaldi jaldi padhaya, kuch bhi nahi samjha. So I don't want that either. Yes? Ma'am, BYJU'S provides all pancreatic enzymes, bacha. Yes. So can we take a 2-minute water break? In the meanwhile, I will take doubts. Could you please repeat what happens to pepsin in stomach? See, pepsin is a protein digesting enzyme which exists in a inactive form, right? So when food enters into our body, HCl is secreted in large amounts. So what happens? That makes the pepsin active. So it exists as an inactive form, and then when more food comes and HCl is secreted, it gets active so that it will start digesting it. Use of gallbladder stores the excess bile and releases bile into the small intestine again. Yes? Okay, yes, now I'll pick up the pace now. 6.1. How does it increase surface area? See, think of it as if you had a very large tissue paper, right? If I had a very large tissue, okay, imagine I have this dupatta and I want to soak the entire dupatta. What will I do? If I keep it and I wait to soak it, I will take forever. But instead, what will I do? I will scrunch it down like this and I will put it inside so the entire dupatta gets soaked. So in the inner linings, when they get folded, it increases the surface area. Okay? Awesome. Let's go on, everyone. See, students who have specific doubts related to activities, if you want detailed explanation, I will pin one session in the community post today. You can check that video out where I've gone in details of it. But see, 5.1, I will cover it once again, maybe towards the end. 6.1, this one that we discussed on 6.3 wala activities, basically 2 tubes of starch. One may you add saliva. What will happen? Saliva will digest the starch, which is why when you add iodine to it, it will not show positive result, thereby elaborating the fact that saliva acts on starch. Yes? Why do we add iodine? Because iodine will react with starch to give me blue-black color. ठीक है. Are we ready for respiration next? Are we ready? Yes? Jaldi, jaldi. Before you know, you will tell me, ma'am, lunch break ho gaya. Okay. Yes. Jaldi say, all of you. Give me lots of fire emojis in the chat to let me know that we are ready. And if you have not hit the like button, you have to hit the like button. If you have not shared the video, share the video with your friends. Yes? Awesome. Okay. ठीक है. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah. Respiration, jaldi, jaldi, I'll finish. Okay, let's go. Now we know that food is digested. Why do we need food? We need food to produce energy. How does our body produce energy? Our body produces energy by the process of respiration. So respiration is nothing but the breakdown of food inside our body in order to release energy. And since it happens inside the different cells of our body, we also call it as cellular respiration. Yes? So if you don't get confused with what is respiration and cellular respiration, they are the same. Now, where does this particular process happen? Is it that only it happens in human beings? No. Respiration is something that takes place in the living organisms, in all living organisms, because all living organisms require energy. So the food that is broken down, right? We see that the digested food that is there, in that, it is not that every digested food is primarily utilized. If I were to ask you which is the energy giving food, right? Which is the energy giving food? You will tell me, ma'am, it is carbohydrates. Yes? You will tell me, ma'am, energy giving food is primarily carbohydrates that give me instant energy. Yes? So in this particular case, we see that if the carbohydrates are broken down, which is the simplest form of carbohydrates, it is glucose, right? Now when glucose is broken down, we see that it will release energy. So this right here is very, very important. Now before I go on to the next one, we see that respiration here can take place in two ways. Respiration can happen either with the help of oxygen or it can happen without oxygen. Now we see that for breakdown of glucose, we see that oxygen is also a necessity in order to produce energy. So in our case, most cells use or require oxygen to do this. So what exactly happens? Is it that glucose will directly get converted and give energy? Nahin na. It is a step-by-step process that takes place. So glucose, which is a 6-carbon compound, will get converted first into a 3-carbon compound. And this is again not a one-step conversion. There are many, many steps in between. Yes? But we see that 6-carbon compound is first broken down into a 3-carbon compound, which is pyruvate. And we see that this particular process happens inside the cytoplasm of the cells, right? So we see that this right here happens in the cytoplasm. Now, in the case of aerobic respiration, that normally happens in our body, this pyruvate is then taken inside the cell, where we see that this pyruvate is completely broken down in order to release energy. And we see that energy here is in the form of something called as ATP, which is adenosine triphosphate, right? So what is adenosine triphosphate? It is the energy currency. What is glycolysis? Glycolysis is the pathway through which your 6-carbon glucose gets converted into 3-carbon pyruvate. Yes? Piyush, I will take your doubts regarding this. Indian Avengers, if you don't mind, once I finish respiration, promise, I will take your doubts. Okay? No problem? Okay, thank you so much. So this is what we understand as ATP. Yes? So here in our body, we see that 6-carbon glucose converted to 3-carbon pyruvate in the presence of oxygen, where complete breakdown of glucose takes place, giving me ATP. Carbon dioxide and water are given out as byproducts. And here the cell organelle, which is important, is the mitochondria, which is called as the powerhouse of the cell. But in some times or in some cases, we see that our body requires large amounts of energy, right? So especially when we, let's say, do a lot of heavy strenuous activity, right? So for example, if I am playing badminton, or today I've decided to lift, I'm going to bench press today. So I require a lot more energy than what my body can normally produce. So in such cases, if this is how much energy my body is producing using aerobic respiration, the demand I need, this is how much I actually need, right, when I'm doing a heavy exercise. So sportsmen or let's say athletes, they require large amount of energy. Yes? So in such case, where is the remaining energy coming from? Will our body wave white flag and say, sorry, no, I won't produce energy. Bye-bye, do whatever you want. No, our body cannot wave white flag and say, I won't do it. Our body never gives up. Which is why you should also never give up whenever you are feeling demotivated. Because look at it. It has good amount of reason to feel demotivated looking at this graph. Ki nahi, itna karna padta hai, I can only do this much, maybe I will never be able to do it. No, right? Body doesn't give up. So what does body do? Body will switch to another form of respiration, wherein in the temporary lack, right? Temporary lack of oxygen, it will break down this pyruvate into something called as lactic acid, right? So it will convert it into lactic acid, resulting in relatively lesser forms of energy. So in the exam, should you write energy or ATP? Write ATP. Yes, better. Okay? Then of course, if you see, end may we also see that this is something which is normally observed in the skeletal muscles of our body. Now understand that there is no breakdown of pyruvate, there is conversion of pyruvate into lactic acid, thereby producing energy. So here, when compared to your aerobic, this is relatively lesser amounts that gets produced, right? Now of course, in other organisms like yeast, we see that in the complete absence, when there is no oxygen, we see that it can produce or release energy, and we call this process as fermentation as well when we use it commercially, where this 3-carbon pyruvate is converted, or we break it down into alcohol, carbon dioxide and ATP, right? So ethanol here is very, very important. Now students, is flowchart ko please star mark. Exam mein you will definitely get this particular question in the exam. I mean, you will definitely get this question in the examination. So students, please star mark this. So what is aerobic? Breakdown of glucose taking place in the presence of oxygen. What is anaerobic? Breakdown of glucose taking place in either the temporary deficiency or lack of oxygen. Yes? So we are clear with this flow chart. Awesome. Now, quick question, exam mein they have asked you to draw the schematic flow chart. I will not ask you to do this, but this is something I would like all of you to practice today after this particular session. Yes? Is ethanol 2-carbon? Yes, it is a 2-carbon molecule. What is the difference between respiration and breathing? I will tell you now. So now we've understood that the basic idea of respiration is to produce energy. Energy is produced in the form of ATP, which is adenosine triphosphate, that acts as the energy currency. Yes? Now, how does it act as the energy currency? We see that if any reaction needs to take place, right? We see that this ATP gets converted into ADP, that is adenosine diphosphate, okay? So it gets converted into adenosine diphosphate plus gives out an inorganic phosphor, and when that conversion happens, there gets energy released. Yes? ADP is basically adenosine diphosphate, DIVI. Ma'am, presence of oxygen or lack, which produces more energy? Presence of oxygen because complete breakdown. Can you say anaerobic respiration is same as fermentation? Not really. Because we also do anaerobic respiration, which is in the temporary lack. Fermentation is a specific process seen in yeast. Yes? Okay. Moving on, all of you state the role of ATP in cellular respiration. ATP is the product that we get in respiration, right? We get ATP from respiration. So that is what you need to have an idea about. Okay. Now let's move on to this particular topic. Now I told you respiration here is a chemical process that is happening because your 6-carbon glucose is getting converted into 3-carbon pyruvate. Yes, which is then undergoing various processes in order to give me carbon dioxide, water and producing ATP. But for this aerobic respiration to take place, we require oxygen. Step number 1 is oxygen. Step number 2, where is this carbon dioxide going? So that is what we need to have an idea about here, right? So in this particular case, step number 1 is to identify where and how is the oxygen coming into our body. Next, how does it reach the different cells? And end may how energy production happens. Yes? Okay. So now of course, in this particular case, let us first understand the mechanism through which oxygen and carbon dioxide enter and leave our body. Now the first thing that you need to understand is that oxygen is a gas in our surrounding, which is made available to our body, to our cells inside. How does this happen? By a physical process called as breathing. Students, please remember, breathing, respiration, not the same. If there are people telling you that breathing and respiration are the same, it is wrong, okay? Breathing is a physical process. That is breathing. Respiration is a chemical process wherein glucose gets broken down in order to release energy. Now we see that breathing is a physical process where air moves in and out of our body. So when we breathe in, right? So when we breathe in, what happens? We take in air that is rich in oxygen. So we have air that is rich in oxygen that is entering because air in our surroundings has about 21% of oxygen, 21%. But when we breathe out, what happens? We breathe out air that is rich in carbon dioxide. How does that happen? Let's understand. So let's assume when we breathe in or when we inhale, we see that it is entering into our body. And to ensure that the oxygen enters into a specific place and then gets transported to different cells, we see that there is the respiratory system that is involved. So when we breathe in, the air rich in oxygen first enters through these small openings called as the nostrils. So these are the openings through which the air enters and then moves into the next part, which is the nasal chamber. Now the nasal chamber is lined with hair and mucus. Now it is not that the air that is entering in is pure air. No, so much pollution in and around us, right? There's so much pollution, there are so many dust particles, which is why we see that the inner linings that have hair and mucus will trap and filter out the unwanted particles. And finally, we see that it will then move on to the next part, which is the pharynx. Now, pharynx is a common passageway for both food as well as air. Yes? And of course, we see that towards the end, we see that here we have the larynx, which is the voice box. Now, from here, it will then move on to the next part, which is the trachea. Now, the trachea here is also known as the windpipe, right? And we see that the trachea has linings of C-shaped cartilaginous rings that provide its stability and prevent its collapse. And we see that from here, the trachea will descend down and the air will move down through the windpipe and it will bifurcate. Yes? So it will bifurcate into bronchi. So if I'm calling one single bifurcation, I will call it as bronchus. If I'm talking about both, I will call it as bronchi. Now what will happen? We see that the bronchi are now entering into these spongy shaped structures called as the lungs. Now inside it will keep, dividing, and finally it will end in these air sac like structures called as alveoli. Now students, this part is super important. No matter what, please don't skip alveoli wala topic, right? Because this right here can come for 2 marks. They can ask you what is alveoli, describe the structure of alveoli, differentiate between alveoli and nephron. So they can ask you all such questions, which is why this right here is very important. So we see that they end in air sac like structures called as alveoli. Now these alveoli are balloon shaped. So if I were to describe the structure, yes. So if I were to describe the structure, I can say that they have a balloon shaped, or I can say that they are air sac like structures. They have a thin wall, right? They have a thin wall and they are richly supplied. So they are richly supplied with blood vessels, right? So we see that they are richly supplied with blood vessels or blood capillaries. Now what happens here is that now your air rich in oxygen, right? We see that air rich in oxygen has come, which means now what? There's a lot of oxygen here in the alveoli. Now you have your blood. Your blood is coming from different parts of the body. So let us assume that in some of the cells far, far away, respiration has happened, which means what is the byproduct of aerobic respiration in our body? Yes? Very quickly. What is the byproduct of aerobic respiration in our body? Jaldi say quickly. Byproduct of aerobic respiration. Just so that I know you guys haven't fallen asleep during the class. Very good. Carbon dioxide. Now does our body need carbon dioxide? Yes or no? Do we require carbon dioxide? No. We don't need carbon dioxide. We need to get rid of the carbon dioxide. So the blood brings the carbon dioxide. Now blood here has lots of carbon dioxide in it. Lots and lots. So now here if you see, there is a concentration difference. Yes, there is a concentration difference where there is more of something on one side and less of something on the other side. So naturally, by the process of diffusion, what will happen? We see that gaseous molecules will move from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration by the process of diffusion. Yes. So in this particular case, it is not that they're like, oxygen, you go first, carbon dioxide, you go after me, right? They are not nice. I mean, it's not like that it's a one after the other process, but rather it is a simultaneous exchange, right? Which is why we see that gaseous exchange takes place at the alveoli. And the lungs are supplied with millions and millions of alveoli. Can you tell me why? Why is it that our body does not have a single alveoli, single large alveoli, but rather we have millions and millions of alveoli? Yes? Can you tell me what is the reason? There is no filtering unit in the lungs. Filtration unit is in kidney. Meet demand, efficient supply of oxygen. Very good. Yes. I'll give you a clue. It is the same reason as villi. Learn the reaction for ATP. Learn it and go. As blood is liquid for high energy need, very good. Simple, to increase the surface area, right? We want to increase surface area for gaseous exchange. Why? Because large amount of energy is needed by our body. That means oxygen needs to reach quick, oxygen needs to reach fast. That means one single large alveoli is not going to do the trick, but rather we require millions of it. Yes? So this is what happens. Now eventually oxygen will enter, and of course we see that then the blood will transport oxygen to different parts of the body. Now what about carbon dioxide? carbon dioxide is then expelled out in the same manner in which the air came. So from alveoli, it will go to bronchioles, then to bronchi, then to windpipe, then of course it will go to larynx, then it will go to pharynx, nasal chamber, nostrils, and tata bye bye, right? So here if you see, this is the reverse pathway, and then we exhale, and that's why we exhale air that is rich in carbon dioxide. But how do we know that the air that we have exhaled is rich in carbon dioxide? We have another activity which is given to us, right? Wherein there is a pitchkari, or when we take a straw and we blow into a test tube containing lime water. How many of us have this activity open? Do we have this activity open with us? Where there is a lime water, and for A you take one pitchkari and then you keep blowing it, right? As a surrounding, say you take it and blow the air into the lime water. Then you have you taking a straw and blowing into the lime water. Now what is going to happen? In this particular case, we see that in one among these test tubes, the lime water is going to turn milky, right? So in one among these test tubes, we see that the lime water is going to turn milky. Can you tell me in which one will it turn milky? Where it will have that milky-like appearance? In test tube A or in test tube B? Yes? Okay, now can you tell me, what does this tell about the amount of carbon dioxide that we breathe out? So if when we take from the surroundings, I'm taking a pitchkari and I'm, constantly using the pitchkari, and I'm, using it so that I'm trying to get it, I'm incorporating the air into the lime water, versus if I am blowing it directly. What is the meaning? It is rich in carbon dioxide. Very good. Yes. Awesome. So this goes to show that in the air, right? What is the percentage of carbon dioxide we have? We have 0.04%. Yes, very, very tiny percent is that of carbon dioxide. But if you look at exhaled air, right? If you look at exhaled air, we see that it is 100 times more, right? It is 100 times more. That means almost 4% is carbon dioxide, approximately. So this particular difference shows that when you do it directly with air, it may or may not turn milky. But when we exhale into it, or exhaled air has the ability to turn lime water milky, because we know that lime water is CaOH twice, and when carbon dioxide reacts, that milkiness is due to the formation of calcium carbonate. Simple. And we know calcium carbonate is insoluble in water. Now, of course, with this, everyone, we are more or less done with the large part of the respiration part. Yes? Now we are left with the last two topics. Last two topics that we are going to be left with. So I'm going to quickly move. Now I'm spending time on the topics that mean or that are definitely going to come in boards. वो flowchart वाला aerobic anaerobic जरूर आएगा. Gaseous exchange जरूर आएगा. See, respiratory system में they will not ask you to draw and all. Maximum pathway will come in respiratory system, which is why all of you pay attention to that bit of it. Yes? I will take doubts. Don't worry, many of you have doubts, but I also respect the time that I promised, which is why I will do a doubt board once I am done with respiration. Yes? Okay. So now, of course, we have residual volume. Now, we spoke a lot about breathing. We spoke a lot about inhalation. We spoke a lot about exhalation as well, right? Now, if you see, when you exhale, I'm saying that air rich in carbon dioxide goes out of my body. Does this mean that all the air that I breathe in, all of that will come out? That is what we think. But that's not the case. Because when we exhale out, we see that despite the process of exhalation, some amount of air will still remain inside the lungs. So they will still remain inside the alveoli. Now, what could be the reason? It is because in order to prevent the collapsing of the alveoli. Now let's go back to our balloon wala example, right? Balloon wala example mein, I took this balloon, I blew the balloon and I made it into this big, I inflated the balloon, right? So this right here is an inflated balloon. But imagine if I remove all the air out of it. Pura ka pura air I remove. What will happen? Have you seen how this balloon will chipkowify to itself? How many of us have noticed? Pura air you remove. Yes, pura air you remove. Then what will happen? Yes, what will happen? हाँ, सुकड़ जाएगा. Exactly. So in this particular case, what do we see? We see that one of the reasons of having residual volume is to ensure that it prevents the collapsing of the alveoli. And apart from that, Bhumit, I was coming to that. It will deflate entirely. But apart from that, we also see that residual volume is always there inside the alveoli so that there is sufficient time. Yes? So that there is sufficient time for oxygen to be absorbed and carbon dioxide to be released. So there are 2 pointers that I was coming to, Bhumit. That was the second point that I was arriving at anyway. So these are the 2 reasons as to why we have residual volume, or some amount of air is always left inside the body. Yes? Okay. So now, of course, we've understood breathing. We have understood respiration. Yes, and we know what is what. Now we know breathing and respiration are not the same. Now, one thing we need to know is how breathing will happen, right? How will breathing happen? It is not that I do and it's going on, right? There are some muscles, there are some parts which are involved in the process of breathing. So even though breathing is a physical process, there are 2 structures which play a very important role. One is this dome-shaped structure, which is the diaphragm, and the second part here is a rib cage, right? Is the rib cage, which is a cage-like structure that protects our lungs and heart. Now, during the process of inhalation, we see that the diaphragm will contract, the rib cage will move up and outwards, thereby increasing the volume or the volume inside the chest, right? So when this goes down and this moves outside, there is an increase in the volume, right? So when there's increase in volume, what happens? Air will rush inside. While when we exhale, ulta will happen. Diaphragm will go back, and we see that this will come in and it goes back. Thereby whatever volume was created will now decrease. Thereby all the air will expel out. So it's not that air is just entering and leaving. There are mechanisms kept in place, especially with the diaphragm and the rib cage, which play a very important role. Yes? Now, if you see, this was how one inhalation and one exhalation takes place, right? So this is one inhalation plus one exhalation. That is what we call as one breath. So if I say, hold your breath, the term breath is one inhalation with one exhalation. And the number of breaths that we take per minute is what we call as breathing rate. Now, a normal breathing rate for an individual is about 12 to 18 breaths per minute. Yes. And of course, when you're exercising, it goes to higher, 25, 30, so on. Yes. Now, why am I telling you? Why am I going in order? Because we are terrestrial organisms, right? So, we use the oxygen that is there in and around our surroundings. So, this is our breathing rate. But what about fishes? Fishes are underwater. Will they come up and take oxygen and go back inside? No, right? They can't do that. But rather, we see that fishes utilized the dissolved oxygen, right? So, we see that they utilize dissolved oxygen that is there in the water. But sadly, the dissolved oxygen is pretty low when compared to how much is there in our surroundings, which is why in fishes, the breathing rate is higher. Now, you understand why I went step by step of what is one breath, what is number of breaths per minute, and why in terrestrial organisms, this is the breathing rate. Uske baad we have, higher breathing rate in aquatic organisms. This is a pakka assertion reason question that you will get in the examination. For sure, you can get this question. So please don't skip, right? Very, very important. So we see that fishes underwater take in. So what they do, they take in the water through the mouth, then they take it through the gills where the gaseous exchange then takes place, right? I will give you a break, don't worry. This is the last topic. So now, of course, we have seen about breathing, respiration, and breathing rate in aquatic organisms. But what about plants? Do plants do respiration? Yes or no? Do plants do respiration? Yes or no? Yes? Did plants do respiration? Of course, right? Plants also need energy. So plants also do respiration. So in this particular case, we saw that gaseous exchange happens with the help of stomata. So it is not that always carbon dioxide will go in and oxygen will come out. No. When plants need to do respiration, oxygen is also utilized, giving out carbon dioxide. Now they will ask you a question. What are the factors that determine gaseous exchange in plants? Yes? So they will ask you this question. What are the factors that determine gaseous exchange in plants? So can you tell me what are the factors? Or they'll ask you what are the factors that determine direction of diffusion. So they could ask you those also, right? Now for those of you who are slowly losing attention, please don't. I'm discussing lot of important questions side by side. Very good. Concentration difference. We see that one is, see, what determines direction of diffusion? It is the concentration gradient, right? What determines where carbon dioxide will move from where to where? High concentration to low concentration. So those are concentration difference. Now, what are the factors that determine, let's say, what are the environmental factors that determine it? Or what other factors are there? It could also include environmental conditions. Yes? So it will also include environmental conditions. So this is one question that you can get in your exam. Okay? This is there in your NCERT textbook also. If you have your textbook open, please underline this point because this is something that we tend to overlook, right? So yes, Ashvi, factors like, what is the temperature, how much humidity, they all determine that, okay? Yes, it has come in 2023. Yes. Okay. Then of course, we also have lenticels. Now quickly to summarize. For those of you who did not understand this topic, I am going to cover it once again. As compared to terrestrial organisms, breathing rate in aquatic organisms is dash. Faster because they need more oxygen, faster because amount of dissolved oxygen is less, slower because amount of dissolved oxygen is less, or slower because of capacity of water. Yes. Is glucose transported in the form of sucrose? Yes, it is. I am giving you the poll because I can see wrong answers also coming. Poll is live, students. You can quickly give me the answers. Lenticels that are there are cells which are there in the stem. They also help with gaseous exchange. Residual air, because we need to have sufficient amount of time to ensure that sufficient time for oxygen to be taken in and carbon dioxide to be released. Second, prevent collapse. Is it complete or incomplete rings? Incomplete C-shaped rings. Very good. Lot of mixed answers. Okay. Bhavesh, you pay attention, bacha. Don't. Guys, I'm also trying. Yes. Okay. Now moving on, everybody, the correct answer is going to be option B, which is faster because of the amount of dissolved oxygen that is there in water is fairly low, right? Now in this particular case, if you see, we see that in terrestrial organisms, we have gaseous oxygen which is easily available, but if you look at aquatic organisms, it is dissolved oxygen and it is fairly low, which is why we see that breathing rate, that is number of breaths per minute in aquatic organisms, is higher because the amount of dissolved oxygen in water is fairly low. Yes, so correct answer here is option B. One more question which I would like for all of you to do it later is state the role of ATP in cellular respiration and what ensures sufficient exchange of gases in plants. So this right here is something I would like for all of you to do it back home once the session is done. For many others who are going to constantly ask me, ma'am, what time, what time? I know I committed and I told you approximately I'd like to finish it in 2 hours. So would you rather learn everything half in 2 hours, or would you rather spend 1-2 hours more and learn everything properly and solve questions? Let us focus on what we need to achieve. We don't need to achieve a timestamp of 5 hours mein khatam ho gaya. My achievement should be that my students, however time they sat with me, whenever, till whatever time, even if you attended one small topic, you learn the concept efficiently and you go. That is my higher priority. Yes? So please students, let's prioritize this. Many of you are constantly going ahead. I am trying to make it a point. See, I'm catering to so many kids. So it's important that I keep my pace for all of you to understand it in, I'm not trying to make it too slow also, but I'm not able to take it too fast as well. Okay, glucagon versus glycogen. Glucagon, enzyme, glycogen, glucose getting stored in our body. Ma'am, if they ask us factors of direction, environment, that is enough. Yes? Rais, can you tell me the answer? First part, so kindly explain it. Can you tell me which part? First part is a little vague. ठीक है. Thank you so much for being understanding, right? Thank you so much. In case if you feel like I could watch this in 2x, you can always come back and watch it. Yes? Okay. So how about, as promised, I give you the lunch break now. Shall I do that? Shall I give you the lunch break now so that we can come back and continue? I'm hoping that the remaining bit of it is going to go normal as planned, right? To be honest, I overestimated 1 hour for many chapters. I should be able to finish it less than that as well. So shall I give you the lunch break now and we will come back at 1:25? Yes? Okay. No, 1:35, right? I told you 1 to 1:20, so 1:10, 1:30. 20 minutes I will give you lunch break. ठीक है. 1:30, done. No, have lunch and come. Uske baad we will maybe take it longer, right? Amylase, type of enzyme. What is the difference between breathing and respiration? Breathing is a physical process by which our body makes gases available. Respiration, chemical process. 1:25, I will finish life process in 1 hour, 20 minutes max. Okay, yes? Remaining doubts, I will take it, but see, I know I'm covering all the topics. Hemoglobin wala topic, I prefer to sort of cover it along with transportation topic. That's why hemoglobin alone, I find it easier to teach it with transport. So I will do it then. Yes? Okay, now go. Lunch break. Let's take some time. Let's back up a little. Come back at 1:30. Don't leave and go. Come back. Okay? I will give you the PDF, but if you want the PDF, you have to stay till the very end because you will get a Google form where the PDF is going to be available. Right? Okay. Chalo guys, see you at 1:30. This marathon is more than enough. Are we back? Are we all ready? Yes? Am I audible? Am I visible? Can you all hear me? Okay. Yes? You had a good lunch? Hope all of you ate well. Hope all of you, rested, sort of went away from the system and came back and, came back with good refreshment, right? All fine. Namaste, namaste. Yes, super. Okay. Ma'am, what function of 6.1, 6.2? Okay. Naman Vadwa has been asking. Oh, Ayushman. Okay. It's okay. Eat in between. How water is formed in photosynthesis if diffusion? See, water that is there, if you see, excess water is, of course, released through the stomata, through water vapor, right? And two reasons for residual volume, as I've discussed, we know that one is so that there's sufficient time for the entry of oxygen and release of carbon dioxide. Second one is to prevent collapse. Yes? Okay. Ma'am, ab time nahi bacha hai. Exactly, which is why we are going to pick up the pace with transportation, right? Yes. So transportation and respiration, excretion are, I would say that if you've been preparing well, these are two very, very simple topics, right? These are very simple and easy topics. Yes? Can we discuss the questions that you gave? That's like a homework question, so I would prefer that all of you do it as homework. If you want me to check your answers, let me know the questions that you have doubt with. Let me know in the comments of this video. I will check your answer, right? NADPH is not a catalyst per se, right? It is, but if you look at NADPH in the photosynthesis process, we see that in various, photosynthesis is not a one-step thing. There are various cyclic processes that take place. So the electrons that are there enter the electron transport chain. The hydrogen that is there will convert NADP to NADPH. So all of that results, they are like step-by-step series of processes that finally allow for reduction of carbon. Yes? Okay. I have already done, if you want an exclusive one again on activities, I will share the link with you, okay? So shall we get started with transport? Yes or no? Are we ready for transportation in plants and animals? Yes, are we ready? Array, we shouldn't have any subject haters. ADP wala column aaja, can come, right? Gaurangi, then you should pay attention in class. Let's get started. Now, of course, as you all know, yeah, I'll pick up the pace. Don't worry. Then you will say, ma'am, go slow. So I don't want that either. Now, of course, we have transportation. Now, when you talk about transportation, if I ask you, what is your means of transport to go to school? You will tell me, ma'am, maybe taking a car, maybe taking the school van, taking the bus, taking a cycle. So what are you doing there? You are able to go from one place to another. So similarly, we see that within our body, various substances, right? We see that various substances are transported from one place to another. And we see that in our body, we have exclusive transporting systems, and we call this as the circulatory system. Now, if we were to talk about what or why do we need to transport, or what are the substances that we need to transport, we see that there is a need to transport digested food. There is a need to provide oxygen to different tissues. There is a need to get rid of carbon dioxide. And there is a need to make sure that there is salt-water balance, right? So in this particular case, if you see, there are various needs for transport, which is why we have an entire transporting system dedicated to this, which we call as the human circulatory system. Now, what are the components of the human circulatory system? We see that broadly we have blood, we have blood vessels, and we have the heart. So let's get started with the basic one that we have already learned in our lower grades, which is the blood. Now, when you talk about blood, what are the things that come to your mind? Now, I'm going to keep asking you a lot of questions so that you don't feel sleepy. Brijendra, you will give me the answer to this. What is blood? Don't tell me blood is red color. Nihal, no, not yet. I will go when Ankita ma'am comes. हाँ, कुछ मस्त बातें जो मस्त बताइए. ये भी मस्त है ना blood के बारे में. Abhi, now is not the time for me to be cracking jokes. You have board exam in 3 days. Virat, hey, give me the answer. Very good, very good. Awesome. So we know that blood that is there is a fluid connective tissue. Those of you who are going to tell me blood is red in color, I'm glad that I did not get that, right? So we know that blood is a fluid connective tissue, and we know that connective tissues are those that bind different parts of the body together. Now, because it is a fluid connective tissue, we see that there are two components, right? So we see that there are two components. We see that there is a fluid component, fluid part, and of course we see that there is a cellular part, right? So the fluid part that is there is the plasma. Now plasma here makes up about 55 to 60% of blood, and a major portion of plasma is made of water, right? So a major portion of it is made of water. Now, of course, apart from this, we also see that plasma helps with the transport of various proteins, various hormones. So this is all the importance, yes? Now, the cellular part, when we talk about it, includes all the blood cells. So we have our red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. Now, the red blood cells are the RBCs. And we see that the RBCs have a disc-like structure, yes, and they are responsible for transporting oxygen. Now, this RBC, if you look at it, we call it as red blood cell because this is what imparts the red color to the blood. And the reason being that it has a pigment called as hemoglobin in it. Now we often refer to hemoglobin as a respiratory pigment, right? Now, why do I refer to it as the respiratory pigment? Now, earlier we saw that in respiration, there is a need to transport oxygen from the alveoli to different parts of the body. And in this case, we see that the red blood cells are the ones which play a very important role in the transport of this particular oxygen. Now, the reason why they are able to do this is because of the presence of this pigment called as hemoglobin. Hemoglobin, and of course, hemoglobin, think of hemoglobin as a vehicle, or think of hemoglobin as oxygen's best friend, right? So it will make sure that it will take oxygen to where it needs to go. So how does it take it? So we see that hemoglobin will combine with oxygen, forming a temporary compound called as oxyhemoglobin. Understand how I said it is temporary? That means that it can reverse back, and it can go back to this combination also. So from, let's say, the alveoli, when the oxygen needs to get transported, it will go in this oxyhemoglobin form. When it reaches the cells of, let's say, different parts, we see that finally the hemoglobin and the oxygen will break, and then the oxygen will diffuse into the cells so that it will then get utilized for respiration, right? So this is the reason why I did not do hemoglobin there and I did hemoglobin here, right? There was a reason why I kept that hemoglobin topic slightly separate. Then, of course, if you see, the next type of blood vessel that we have are the white blood cells. Now, the white blood cells are those cells which fight against pathogens, right? So we see that they are the ones which fight against the harmful substances or the harmful disease-causing germs that enter into our body. Now, along with this, we see that another kind of blood vessel that we see are platelets, yes? So what are platelets? Platelets are, let's say, these irregular shaped structures you see, which have a very important role to play in blood clotting. So what happens whenever we get an injury? So when we get a cut, or let's say when, there's an internal cut, we know that the blood will ooze out, right? If the blood oozes, all the blood goes out of our body, will we survive? No, na? So we see that there is a need to protect and make sure that there is no loss of blood. So that is where blood clotting comes into the process, where we have platelets that come into the picture. Yes? So quickly to revise everything once again for students who did not understand. Blood is a fluid connective tissue which has a fluid part and it has a cellular part. The fluid part is made up of plasma that is mainly made of water, and it also has other substances. Yes, Rais, it also contributes in the transport of carbon dioxide, a portion of it. Yes? So we see that this is the major role of plasma. Then of course we have the cellular part. Now when you talk about the cellular part, Anil Kumar, tell me what you did not understand or pay attention to when I am repeating. Yes? So if you look at it at the cellular part, we have three kinds, right? We have red blood cells, we have white blood cells, and we have platelets. Now what are the red blood cells? Red blood cells are the RBCs, which are responsible for transporting oxygen. How do they transport oxygen? They have hemoglobin in them, which is a respiratory pigment, right? So it has high affinity. So we use this word. It has high affinity for oxygen, and this oxygen will bind with hemoglobin. So when the oxygen enters into the blood, how is it that the RBC is transporting it? It will bind with the hemoglobin and then it will transport. So that is why this is the primary function. What about white blood cells? It is mainly made up of amoeboid cells. It has irregular shape and it helps in fighting disease causing substances. Platelets help in the blood clotting process. What is blood clotting? Ensuring that if there is a wound, it will seal the wound, right? So the key word is it will seal the wound. Yes? Now, next part, Karthik, lymph will be towards the end. First, let's understand this. So the next topic that we will discuss is blood vessels, right? So what are blood vessels? Now we know blood is a fluid connective tissue, but it needs to have a path through which the blood will go. So blood vessels are the tubular structures through which the blood flows, right? So this is what we understand as blood vessels. Now there are three kinds of blood vessels. We see that we have arteries, we have veins, and we have capillaries, right? Now we have established that blood is responsible for transporting oxygen. Blood is also responsible for transporting carbon dioxide. Now we see that blood that is rich in oxygen, right? So blood that is rich in oxygen is what we call as oxygenated blood, while blood that is rich in carbon dioxide, right? So blood that is rich in carbon dioxide is what we call as deoxygenated. That means that it does not have enough oxygen in it. Yes? So if you look at arteries, we see that arteries are those blood vessels that transport blood away from the heart. So they take the blood away from the heart. While veins are those which bring blood vessels, or veins are those which bring blood towards the heart. Yes? So they bring it from different organs and they bring it towards the heart. Yes? Now arteries are primarily responsible for carrying oxygenated blood, with an exception of pulmonary artery. Veins are primarily responsible for transporting deoxygenated blood. Now because arteries take the blood away from the heart, we see that heart is pumping the blood and then it goes into the artery. Which is why we see that arteries have high blood pressure. We see that arteries have thick walls. Yes, so we see that they have thick walls and blood flows through high pressure. And because we see that chances of backflow in arteries is very less, we see that they don't have any special structures called as valves. Yes, so valves are absent. Now in the case of veins, veins are bringing it from different organs towards the heart, right? So they are bringing it from different organs towards the heart. Now apart from the heart, is there any pump in our body? Is there any pump in our body apart from the heart? Can you tell me the answer, yes or no? Apart from the heart, is there any pump? No, right? There is no pump. We see that only the heart is the pumping organ, right? Which is why, do you think the remaining organs will send the blood at high pressure? Will they send it at high pressure? Nahin, na? They will not be able to send it at high pressure, which is why we see that the blood flows through very low pressure and we see that their walls are also very, very thin. Now, because of the fact that it is going through low pressure, there are chances that there could be backflow. Hence, we see that there are these flap-like structures called as valves. So, quickly if you see, this is a cross section of an artery, okay? If they were to ask you in the exam, they could give you two examples. They could give you two cross sections and then they'll ask you to solve. So if you look at this right here, if you see, this is one. and this is the other, roughly. So can you tell me what is B and what is A? Yes? Can you tell me what is B and what is A very quickly? I want you to tell me what is A and what is B. Gagandeep, I'm coming to this. Very good. A is artery and B is vein, right? So here, these are the thick walls. These are the thin walls. Now, what is the lumen? Lumen is the hole, or lumen is the cavity through which the blood flows, right? So, lumen is narrow in artery. Lumen is wider in veins, yes? Now, of course, we see that these are the arteries and veins. But do you think artery will directly transport the oxygen, or veins will directly collect collect the carbon dioxide? No. But rather what happens is that the arteries that are there will further branch into thinner tubes called as arterioles, which will further branch into capillaries. Now, what are capillaries? Capillaries are thin-walled structures, right? They are thin-walled. They are so thin that they are just one single cell thick, yes? So, they are thin-walled structures which surround the cells. And we see that exchange of material between blood and surrounding cells happen when at the capillary level. And eventually what will happen? Exchange takes place here. Then the vessels of the capillary will join to form venules. Venules will further join together and become veins. Yes? Okay. So are we all clear? Are we all clear with the different diagrams? Yes or no? Awesome. Important diagrams, I've done a separate video. You can watch that. Okay. So let's move on, everybody, to the last bit of it, or the third component, which is the heart, right? So what is the heart? Like I said, heart is the pumping organ, right? Heart is the pumping organ. And we know that heart that is there is made of capillaries, right? Heart is made up of cardiac muscles. I don't know why I just said that. Is made up of cardiac muscles. And we know that the cardiac muscles have this special property where they are constantly contracting and relaxing, right? So we see that they are constantly contracting and relaxing. So based on this, let's have a look at the structure of the heart. Now I'm going to finish the entire structure, double circulation, pura ka pura, with one diagram. Yes? This of course is a beautiful diagram of the heart, but let's have a simplified image for our understanding. Now this is our go-to diagram for any heart diagram. Now in human beings, right? In human beings, we see that heart is a 4-chambered heart. Yes? So we see that heart has 4 chambers. This is very, very important. Now here if you see, there are 2 upper chambers and there are 2 lower chambers. This is my go-to explanation also. Now we see that these are the upper chambers, which I will also call it as the receiving chambers. Now pay attention because I'm oversimplifying it. Yes? Then of course we have the lower chambers, which are also called as pumping chambers. Okay, always remember, if they are lower, they are pumping. Yes, as simple as that. Now, in this particular case, the receiving chambers are always or are called as atria in plural, or if I were to talk about a single one, it is called as atrium. Yes? So, a single upper receiving chamber is called as atrium. Now, if you talk about the lower pumping chambers, we will call it as ventricle. Yes? So, we have atria and ventricles. Now, next up, if you see, apart from this, we also see that apart from having 2 upper and 2 lower chambers, our heart is also divided as into the right side and the left side, right? So, we have the right side and the left side. Now this bifurcation or separation of right and left side is very, very important, which is mainly seen in human beings and it is seen in birds, because this does not prevent, or this ensures that there is no mixing of blood. So star mark this point. Why is it important that there is separation of right and left side? Because there is no mixing of blood, right? Yeah, this is a rectangular heart. Yes. Okay. Now, of course, in this particular case, if you see, then that way we have 4 chambers. We have right atrium, which I am writing as RA, left atrium, then we have right ventricle and left ventricle. Clear? Are we all clear? Simple, right? So this is how we have the 4 chambers, or this is how we have established the right and left chambers. Now if you see, we see that the right side always receives deoxygenated blood, right? It receives deoxygenated blood. Left side always receives oxygenated blood. So this is something that we all need to remember. Now, of course, we see that if deoxygenated blood has to come, then we know that deoxygenated blood will come from different parts of the body. Different parts of our body will give out carbon dioxide, and all the veins that are there from different parts will join together and they will form one large vein, right? It's not like all the veins will go to the heart. It's not like some many million veins will come and join the heart. No, all the veins will come together and they will form one large vein. Can you tell me what is the name of this one large vein? Yes, very good, Sanjay. It is called as vena cava, right? So in this particular case, if you see, we see that this right here is the vena cava. And the vena cava here brings deoxygenated blood. Yes? So it brings deoxygenated blood from where to where? Different parts of the body to the right side. Now from here we see that the receiving chamber is the right atrium. So right atrium will receive it and it will pour it to the right ventricle. Now between the right atrium and the right ventricle, we see that there will be these flap-like structures called as valves. Now can you tell me why valves are there? Yes? Why are valves there? So we see that valves that are there are present in order to prevent backflow of blood, right? So we see that valves are present in order to prevent backflow. So from here it has reached the right ventricle. From the right ventricle, we see that it will then be transported. Now right ventricle is going to pump it, right? So where is it going to pump? I'm just going to remove this bit. It will then pump it all the way to the lungs, right? So we see that it will take it all the way to the lungs. For what? For oxygenation. We need to get rid of the carbon dioxide. Which organ is going to get rid of it? The lungs. Who is going to take it? It is going to be the pulmonary artery. Now I told you arteries are blood vessels that go away from the heart. And in this case, this is the only artery which transports blood away from the heart and holds deoxygenated blood. So now your deoxygenated blood has reached the lungs. Now there gaseous exchange happens. So what are we going to get in turn? Yes, what are we going to get in turn? We are going to get oxygenated blood. So now we have a oxygenated blood coming to the left side. Which one is going to, which blood vessel is going to bring this? Yes, which blood vessel is going to bring oxygen-rich blood from the lungs all the way to the left side? Very good, right? So we see that this right here is the pulmonary vein. Yes, so pulmonary vein will bring it to the left side. Left atrium will receive, transport it to left ventricle. What is the job of the left ventricle? We see that the left ventricle that is there is going to pump the blood all the way to different parts. And the largest artery will pump it. Which is the largest artery? That is going to be the aorta, right? Aorta is the largest artery that will pump the blood to different parts. Yes? So these are the major blood vessels that you need to remember. Direction of flow is also going to be very, very important. Now, there's one question that I would like all of you to know. One more they will ask you is based on the walls of the atrium and the ventricles. So if you look at it, the walls of the ventricle, walls of ventricles are thicker, right? So we see that they are thicker, they are more muscular because of the job that they need to do, right? That is to pump the blood. which is why when compared to the atria, the walls of the ventricles are much thicker, while the walls of the atria are thinner relatively. Yes? Okay. Which is the largest vein? Vena cava is the largest vein. Somebody was asking me, ma'am, isn't vena cava part? See, the largest vein that is there is vena cava. Some of you got confused here. I don't know why. Radhika, hope I've answered your question. Students, if you want to take a screenshot, I know this is not a very neat diagram, but can you please take a screenshot of this so that if you want to recall, you can always, come back and watch it. Ma'am, how to remember bi and tri? See, normally you will think that left side, because it has left ventricle, needs to have more power, so tricuspid. So normally what I do is, left side I always think that it's a, see Divyanshu, my way of remembering is very complicated sometimes, but easy way to remember is right times 3 is left times 2, right? So right times 3 means right side made tri, left side made 2 is bicuspid. That's why I said it's a little complicated the way. Actually, I have an even more complicated method which I'm not telling you. Cool. Please explain why walls of ventricles are thicker. Gagandeep, walls of ventricles are thicker when compared to atria because ventricles are the pumping chambers. Hence, they are thicker so that they can pump the blood to different parts. Superior vena cava and inferior vena cava are two types of vena cava. Superior vena cava brings deoxygenated blood from the upper parts of the body, heart and above, head and different parts. Lower parts say it is the inferior vena cava. Yes? So these are the different valves that are present. Now valves wala question, if they ask you, they will only ask you why are valves present between atria and ventricle? Why are valves present at the base of ventricle and aorta? Why are valves present at the base of pulmonary artery and right ventricle? See, end May, if they ask you question of valves, it is all to prevent backflow, right? Only to prevent backflow. So on right side, we have the tricuspid valve, which has 3 cusps or 3 flaps. Easy. 3 cusps or 3 valves. While bicuspid means 2, which is on the left side. Vibhuti, if you're there till the end, I will tell you the marks. Okay? Bunny's cook, I hope you are clear now. Yes. Sam, I know many organizations, many people, many teachers out there say that you have to learn how to draw the heart diagram. But as per CBSE, if you look at the sample paper, practice paper, last year's paper, they're not asking you to draw. They are only asking you identify the labeled parts, infer from that and write the answers. Yes? Why do arteries don't need valves? Because Anish, arteries are blood vessels that transport blood away. They're already going at high pressure, right? Because the blood flows through high pressure, there is no chance of backflow. And along with that, they have thicker walls because they need to transport that blood. Yes? Okay. Awesome. So now, of course, this is double circulation. So in this, we have a primary circuit, which is just between lungs and heart. Then we have systemic, which is going to be between heart and body. I've already explained this to you. So in this, one point that you need to understand. Yes, very, very important. Why is it called as double circulation? It is called as double circulation because we see that the same blood travels through the heart 2 times, right? First, the deoxygenated blood will come, then go get oxygenated, come back again, so that it will go to different parts. So same blood is going through it twice, which is why we call it as double circulation. Now, I have already told you. Why is it important? So we see that there is a separation between right side and left side. So we see that in the case of humans and birds, mammals and birds especially, there is a separation between right side and left side in order to make sure that there is no mixing of blood. And along with this, this ensures that there is efficient supply of oxygen. Students, do you have your NCERT textbook with you? If you have your NCERT textbook, just near this diagram that you see, right? Just next to your NCERT, ye wala diagram ke paas, there is one entire paragraph. Can you all see that? There is an entire paragraph. Star mark it. Please put 3-4 stars. Over a period of time, assertion, reason, questions, 2-mark questions, 3-mark questions have all come from that topic. So no skipping that topic no matter what. So one and foremost, Separation of right side and left side for efficient supply of oxygen. Why is this necessary? Because mammals and birds have high energy needs. That is keyword number 2. High energy need. Why high energy need? High energy need mainly because we need to regulate our body temperature. We have a fixed body temperature, right? Our body temperature is fixed. It does not change with the surroundings. Hence, we are called as warm-blooded animals. While if you look at fishes, amphibians, reptiles, we see that they are all cold-blooded animals, right? So we see that they are all cold-blooded. That means that they don't need high amounts of energy to regulate their body temperature. Which is why we see that in all of them, there is some amount of mixing of blood that is tolerated. So if you look at fishes, right, we see that fishes have a 2-chambered heart, yes, and we see that the heart actually pumps the deoxygenated blood. The heart pumps deoxygenated blood all the way to the gills. Now, gills are structures where gaseous exchange happens. So, carbon dioxide will go out, oxygen will enter. Then this oxygenated blood will go to different parts. Then they will collect the deoxygenated blood and then send it. So, heart here, if you see, is actually not pumping oxygenated blood, but heart is pumping deoxygenated blood. Yes? And along with this, another important thing to remember, there is only a single cycle. There are no 2 cycles, right? There is only a single cycle. Ritik Bacha, can you tell me what is confusing you? You let me know. While in amphibians and reptiles, there are 3-chambered heart where there is mixed blood that gets circulated. And now we know why they can tolerate that, right? Okay. Awesome. Systolic pressure, diastolic pressure, I was about to come to that in just some time. Arman, watch it later. Ma'am, systemic diagram, more than enough. Flowchart is enough. Ma'am, double circulation, 5 marks, Ritika. 3 marks or 5 marks it will come. Yes? Arey, you guys decide. If I go fast, you will tell go slow. If I go slow, you will tell go fast. Yes, exception is crocodile. Crocodile actually has 4-chambered heart. Ma'am, how blood is oxygenated? So, Rais, that's the thing, na? Blood will take deoxygenated blood to gill. Gills may gaseous exchange happen where oxygen enters, then goes to different parts. Yes? Okay. Now, moving on. Yes, let's move on, all of you. In this particular case, one more important thing that all of you need to know is the concept of blood pressure, right? What is blood pressure? Blood pressure is the pressure exerted by the blood on the walls of the artery as it goes through it. Now, in this, we have systolic pressure and we have diastolic pressure, right? Now, the word systole means contraction. Yes? So, it means contraction, while diastole means relaxation. Now, when will contraction happen? So, when the ventricles contract, that is when we see that blood will flow through the artery, right? So, that is what we call as systolic pressure. So, when the ventricles contract and then the blood is flowing through the artery. Yes? So, that is the systolic pressure. Then what will happen? The ventricles will relax and this blood would have passed through that artery. So, that is the diastolic pressure that is there. Yes? BP is there in one yellow box. So, I am just explaining it as a brief understanding. So, with this all of you, we are done with blood. Now, we will go to our OG topic for the day, which all of you have been waiting for a very, very long time, is lymph. Now, how many of you have not understood lymph? Yes? I would say that ye lymph wala question, all of you, right? It is the OG topic because you guys, ma'am, lymph, ma'am, what is lymph, ma'am, what is plasma, how is lymph and plasma different? Yes. Very attention seeking. It is the #1 export of life process transportation, right? Yes, I know. No one likes lymph, yeah. But my promise is that if you watch this, you should never forget lymph. See, now kids who are very regular in my class, you guys can not listen for some time because I have the same explanation. Literally, they will be able to quote my words, right? Yeah. But those of you who are new, I will still explain to you, right? Okay, yeah, I will tell you. I will do, bacha, don't worry. Okay. Yes, components of three-chambered heart, there's normally 2 atria, 1 ventricle. And there's one more structure which you don't need to know. Some truncus and all is there, you don't need to know. Okay. Ma'am, cuspid is valve. It is a valve. Cusp is the structure. See, don't get confused. Cusp is with respect to how the structure is, right? It is valve. Okay? Yes. Let's have a look now. What is lymph? Now, let's go back to our capillaries, right? Story starts from capillaries. Now, arteries branch into arterioles. Arterioles will then branch out into forming capillaries, right? Now, is blood flowing through high pressure or low pressure through the blood vessels? Especially through the arteries. Yes, so we know that through the arteries, we know that blood is flowing through high pressure, right? It's okay, Ashvi, no problem. So we know that it flows through high pressure through the arteries. Now when it flows through high pressure, what happens? We see that some of the fluid from the blood, right? Some of the fluid from the blood will ooze out, okay? It will leak out because it's flowing through high pressure. You imagine you have a hose, okay? You've turned the tap on in full speed. If some holes are there in the hose, right? Holes are there in the hose pipe, what will happen? Some of the water will ooze out, right? And it will go to the surroundings. Yes? Now in our body, what is there in the surroundings of the capillaries? Yes? What is there in the surroundings of the capillaries? Jaldi say. What is there? We have self. We have cell, right? I just said self, I don't know why. Awesome. So in this case, what do we have? We have the cells, right? All the cells that are there. Now all this fluid that has oozed out. Now first of all, what is oozing out, right? What is oozing out? Mainly it's your plasma, okay? Plasma is a component, yes, which is the yellowish component that is there. Along with that, some WBCs will ooze out. Then along with that, we also see that some other proteins and all of that will come, yes? Now it has come around and it is surrounding my cells. Yes, it is surrounding all of my cells. So it is surrounding my fluid. So I will call this as extracellular fluid, or can I also call it as tissue fluid? Yes, extracellular, that means outside the cells. Tissue fluid surrounding the tissues. Or can I say it is intercellular? That is it is in between the cells. Yes, do you all agree with me? It is in between the cells. Yes or no? Okay. So if this is the case, if it is intercellular fluid, now it's not like all our cells can be floating there. We see that when this tissue fluid comes, some amount of oxygen that is there, or let's say some amount or some of the important nutrients, all of that will get absorbed. Yes. But what happens is most of it goes back into the blood vessels. They get reabsorbed. But some of this fluid will then get channeled. See, it is not like everything will go. Everything can just be floating around there. Things are leaking and you let it be. No. What happens? Some of it will get channeled into a different vessel. And we call this as the lymphatic vessel. So the part of the fluid that drains into the lymph vessel is what we call as the lymphatic vessel, and we call this fluid now as lymph. Are we clear? Are we clear now? Yes or no? We are clear, right? Now what are the components of lymph? Component of lymph mainly includes plasma and WBCs. Now what is the difference between lymph and plasma? Lymph has your plasma along with WBCs and some proteins. Plasma is just the fluid component that has water and that has various protein substances. Yes? Once again, you are clear till the fact that everything has oozed out, right? It has leaked out. You are clear till that part. Yes? You stop paying attention to comments. You pay attention to me. Yes, Rais, all the same. You are clear till how everything has oozed out. Now you imagine, okay, these are my cells, right? These are all my cells. And all this blue things that you are seeing here is the fluid that is there, the tissue fluid, right? So if you look at it, all of this, it can either go back, it will get reabsorbed into the blood vessel. but some of it will get drained into a different channel. Can you see this green color channel that is here? How that is different from the red and blue? Yes? Are you clear, red and blue? So this is the artery, this is the vein, these are your capillaries, and there's a different green color tube. So these are the lymphatic vessels. And these lymphatic vessels, if the fluid drains into the green color one, we call it as lymph, right? Now, why is lymph so important? Lymph is responsible for transporting digested food, and it's also responsible, especially fat, and also helps in making sure that extra fluid gets drained out, right? Mainly it helps with drainage, and along with that it also helps in protection, because they are mainly composed of your WBCs, right? Ma'am, does lymph contain RBC? No, lymph has only WBC and platelet. Yes? Okay. Ma'am, plasma is yellow, lymph is colorless. Yes. Ma'am, blue color is vein. Yeah. Ma'am, green one or earth wire. Array, that is lymph vessel. Okay? Students, in your board exam, they can ask you to differentiate between blood and lymph. So how will you differentiate between blood and lymph? Based on color, based on components, based on function. You will get 3 marks for the same. Yes? Oh, ye wala is confusing. Okay, fine. Ma'am, why lymph cannot have RBC? Because the WBCs, because they have like an amoeba-like shape, no? They can squeeze out of those vessels. They can squeeze out and come. But in the case of RBCs, they are big and biconcave. So they cannot do that. Baking soda, baking powder, ask Kriti ma'am. Okay? Definition of lymph. Lymph can be defined as a colorless fluid which is obtained by the draining of the extracellular fluid or the tissue fluid that primarily helps in transport of fat and with protection. Yes? Ma'am, basically excess components will come back. Excess component that oozes out into the extracellular space. Antibodies in lymph, yeah, because WBCs are there, they produce antibodies. Okay? Awesome. So these are the functions, and with this we are done with transportation in animals. Yes? So very quickly we have an assertion reason question for all of you. This is again a PYQ. This should be a very simple one. I have discussed this topic, so you should be able to tell me the answer. Okay. Yes? Assertion reason. These are your favorite questions, right? Walls of atria are thicker than those of ventricles. Ventricles have to pump the blood into various organs at high pressure. Okay, Charan, see you soon. Jaldi say, students. Don't forget to hit the like button and share it with your friends. Ma'am, digested fats are transported by lymph. Yes? Okay. Rameshwar, tricuspid valve and semilunar. Tricuspid valve has 3 cusps. Okay. So they will look like this in the meanwhile as you all answer. Semilunar will have like a semi-moon shaped kind of thing. So that's the difference. Kavyanjali, please don't say that. I'm trying my best to ensure that I cover everything properly. See, I don't care how much time I take. But if I have made sure that I have taught you everything in the best explanation possible, that is what I am aiming for, right? If I wanted to do half and half, I could have done it long ago. Chalo, bye-bye. That's not the way, right? Okay, awesome. Who of those of you who gave me the answer as option D, this is the correct answer, right? See, walls of atria. What are atria? Your receiving chambers. How can they be thicker than ventricles? Ventricles have thicker ventricles have thicker walls when compared to atria. So this statement is false. Who is telling me, ma'am, ye true hai? Nahi, wall of atria are thicker. No, walls of ventricles are thicker than that of atria. Ventricles have to pump blood to various organs at high pressure. Yes, this is true. So correct answer is option D. Yes? Awesome. Now very quickly shall we wind up the last topic, which is going to be transportation in plants, right? Yes. Okay. So let's go on to the last topic in this, which is going to be transport in plants, right? Jaldi say all of you, drink water. In transport in plants, let me tell you, there are these 1-2 things that you guys will not read. And that is what I'm going to focus on, right? Yeah, I'll explain heredity also, don't worry. Okay, so let's have a look at transport in plants. So now, of course, we know why we need to transport things in our body. For the very same reasons, we need to transport substances in plants also. So in the case of plants, we see that there is a need to transport water and necessary nutrients so that it can reach different parts of the body in order for survival. Now in plants, especially in higher plants, there are specialized tissues that help us achieve this. And together they form the vascular bundles, which include xylem and phloem. Now one question on xylem, phloem, normally they'll not ask you, but it's important that you remember. We know that xylem is responsible for primarily the transport of water and minerals, right? So they are mainly responsible for the transport of water and minerals, which include tracheids, vessels, xylem parenchyma, and xylem fibers. Now we see that tracheids and vessels are the ones which transport water and minerals. Parenchyma helps with storage. Fibers mainly help with mechanical support. But understand that mainly in xylem, transport is unidirectional. That means that transport happens only in one way. Now here, who is responsible for the absorption of, let's say, water and minerals? We know that water and minerals are absorbed by the roots, right? And from the roots through the xylem, it is taken to the upper parts of the plant. Yes. So in this particular case, what do we see? We see that transport happens only in a unidirectional manner. So how exactly does this happen? So there are 2 ways in which this is going to take place. So firstly, we see that at the roots, we see that the cells come in contact with the soil. And we see that this right here, right? So let's say if I draw it in this manner, when they come in contact with the soil, they will see that there are various ions in the soil, right? So we see that there are various ions in the soil. Now these ions will then be taken up by the roots, right? So we see that these ions will be taken up by the roots. Now when they are taken up by the roots, what will happen? We also know that water is available. Yes? Students who are not going to pay attention now will have an issue in solving questions later. So pay attention. Yes? Thank you. So what has happened first? Roots have come in contact with ions. And ions have entered into the roots. Yes, ion has entered in. Abhi outside mein kya hai? Pani, right? So because water is outside, we see that there is an osmotic difference. Yes, there is more water outside when compared to inside. Now, so in this case, we see that more water outside, less inside the root. So as a result, what will happen? We see that there will be absorption, difference in water concentration. Very good, Himanshi, leading to osmosis, right? So we see that osmosis will take place where it will enter into the roots. Yes? So this is a way in which there is steady water, right? Steady water movement that will get created and it will slowly. So apart from this, we see that it will be like a cell-to-cell osmosis that takes place and eventually we see that it will get transported, right? However, we see that in this case, there's a certain root pressure that gets generated at the roots, right? Which helps in driving water and other minerals upwards. So what has happened? Now that osmotic pressure is created, right? There's an osmotic pressure difference in water concentration. What pressure? It's root pressure that we say at this point, right? So we say that this is root pressure which is caused due to cell-to-cell osmosis. Yes? Osmotic pressure, exactly. So this creates a steady column. But this particular process is not only enough. We see that in taller plants, we also require a suction pull, right? So we require a suction pull in this case. So here if you see, if this suction pull is created with the help of the process of transpiration. So we've already learned that transpiration is nothing but the loss of excess water from the aerial parts, right? So we know that from the aerial parts there is loss of water in the form of water vapor. So what happens? We see that when all this water is lost, there is some vacuum, there is some empty space. So this creates a suction pull so that water can be absorbed, right? So normally if you see during daytime, right, during daytime in tall plants, we see that transpiration pull is a driving force, right? While during night time, the root pressure is what creates more of an important effect in the transport or absorption of water. So in this case, is it ions, is it osmosis, is it water? See, when the ions come in, right, so let's look at it as cell, cell, cell. These are the cells, okay? This is soil on the outside. So here you have ion, right? Now these ions are taken up inside the cell, yes? So now what has happened? I will remove all of this and all these ions are inside. While on the outside, still in my soil, I also have water, yes? Now here if you see, look at the difference in concentration. There is more water outside, less water inside. So because of this, what will happen? Water will enter here. Now, there is more water here, less water here. So now water will move again. So when I say cell to cell osmosis, it means that there is a difference in concentration. So are we clear? What are the two driving forces? What are the two driving forces? It is root pressure and transpiration pull. Can you send me a CC in the live chat? CC means crystal clear. Yes? Ma'am, high concentration. Ma'am, root pressure, see, basically, if you look at it, the pressure that is created at the roots, right? So, normally, we see that there's an osmotic pressure that's created at the roots. That's what is root pressure. Okay. Ma'am, didn't understand transpiration pull. Okay. Can you all see my shorter plants? We don't see transpiration pull that much, right? Can you see this? Yeah, I think you'll be able to see. Can you see my bottle ka straw? Right? You are all able to see my straw. How do you guys drink with the help of a straw? You will take it and you will, right? You will suck it in. Yes or no? Imagine something like this who's going to, a force that is created to suck it in. Yes? So that is what we call as a suction force. Now I am here to do like that so that I can suck the water, right? Or I can take in the water. But if you talk about plants, there is nobody coming and keeping straw. So here what happens when transpiration takes place, which is loss of water in the form of water vapor, that similar suction force gets created. Yes? Okay. Now we will go on to phloem. What is phloem? Phloem is responsible for the transport of food substances. And we see that phloem consists of sieve tube, companion cell, parenchyma and fibers. Oh yes, thank you for that. So very quickly students, one pointer I missed before I go to phloem is that in this particular case with transpiration, apart from creating a suction pull, it also helps in regulating the temperature. It has a cooling effect. So I missed this point. So thank you so much for reminding me. It was a small mishap from my end. So now of course we will go on to phloem, right? So what is phloem? Phloem is made up of sieve tube, companion cell, phloem parenchyma and fibers. Now we see that sieve tube, companion cell are primarily responsible for the transport. And if you talk about transport through phloem, we see that phloem mainly transports food substances, right? So they mainly transport food substances. And we see that they transport the soluble products, and this is what we call as translocation. So in this particular case, they will transport, let's say, amino acids. They can transport to different parts. They can transport sucrose to different parts. Yes. So we see that they transport it in this manner. Now, how exactly does translocation take place? Now, here we see that translocation requires ATP, right? So we see that translocation here requires ATP. Which is why in the case of xylem, which is primarily dependent on, let's say, concentration difference or suction pull, they are all, there's no energy involved, right? It's all physical forces, no ATP involved. But in this case, in the case of phloem, we see that ATP is involved. So here, using ATP, what happens? We see that sucrose. What is sucrose? Sucrose is a type of sugar. Okay, it's simple. Sucrose is a type of sugar. Now we see that which is obtained from glucose. So it's simple as that. So what happens? Sucrose is transferred into the phloem tissue. So imagine this is my leaf cell. From the leaf cell, my sucrose is transported into the phloem using ATP. Yes? So I have transported it using ATP. Now because I have expended ATP, naturally we see that there is a concentration difference which is getting created, right? So now what has happened? More solute, less solvent. So we see that from xylem some amount of water will enter into phloem. Yes, some amount of water will enter phloem, and we see that this way when that osmotic difference gets created, we see that with the help of this it is able to transport the food. So it is not that there is somebody moving it. They are basically creating a concentration difference in water so that water flows into the sieve tube, thereby all the soluble substances then gets transported. So are we clear of how exactly it happens with phloem? Yes? Ma'am, how is water lost? As water vapor. So, bacha, because of external factors and due to various processes within, it gets converted to water vapor, right? A scent of sap is there in transpiration pool, right? I'll explain ascent of sap also. Just give me 1 minute. So, are we clear with this? Now, an important thing to remember is that transport here is bidirectional. Are we clear? Are we clear? Okay. Ma'am, translocation explain once again. See, bacha, simple. Translocation mein you need to transport food. Food like amino acids, sucrose, food items. Yes. So now in the case of xylem, you did not need any energy. But phloem ke transport pe energy chahiye. So energy kahan se aayega? ATP se. So what will happen? Jo source cell hai, jahan pe food banta hai, that is the leaf cell, right? Wahan se we see that with the help of energy, ATP, we see that sucrose gets transported into the phloem, because of which there is a concentration difference. Because of this concentration difference, water will come flowing in, thereby helping in transport. Yes. Companion cell and sieve tube, Pooja Patel, helps with the transport of food substances. They are the channels or tubes through which food is transported. So very quickly, all of you, give me the answer to this particular question. Yes? You can give me the answer now. And we are almost done. I'm not going to read because those of you who paid attention will be able to give me the answer. Lenticular transpiration is loss of water through the lenticels which are present on the stem. But the rate through which lenticular transpiration is very relatively less. Xylem to phloem vahid is basically due to concentration difference. Water flows in. That's all. Okay. Water enters into the root. Why? Because it's the job of the root to absorb. Difference in concentration ions. Excess water present. Diffusion of water. Very good. Yes, very good, Khushi. You are correct. Ankit Tomar, मैंने आंसर बता दिया. Lenticels. Loss of water through lenticels. Where are lenticels present? In the surface. ठीक है. Very good. Correct answer is option B. One more question. Okay, so let's have a look at this particular question. I will give you the poll for this one. Process of loss of water vapor from aerial plants, which is X, helps in the process Y. So can you tell me what is it? Giving you the poll and done. Oh, done. Very good. I can see many of you have given me the answer. See, students, even though I told you 2 hours and it's become 3 to 4, but still, learning effective is more important, right? So correct answer here is going to be option B. Yes. So with this, all of you, we are down to the last part, which is going to be excretion. This is a very sweet 15-minute topic. Yes. So after which we will be doing how do organisms reproduce. This is very, very simple and easy. If you have not finished syllabus, Fatima, you can just watch this session. It's more than enough. So now, of course, for excretion and following the next topic, which is going to be how do organisms, I will be probably asking Ankita ma'am to take it up, right? So Ankita ma'am will be taking up the remaining bit of excretion and continuing with how do organisms reproduce, and I will join you all for heredity. And of course, before heredity, I will definitely, give you a break, and aram se with one fresh mind, we will do heredity, yes? See, we are doing PYQs side by side as well, right? Side by side, I'm solving PYQs. And tomorrow, competency questions. Again, on Friday, we will do PYQs. So, we will do lots. So, don't worry. Yes? And students, if you have stayed with us till here, I know it's not easy to attend such Maha-marathon sessions. I mean, across YouTube, you will see so many people doing it. If you have chosen to stay with us, if you have chosen that we are the ones who are going to guide you to your exams, we are the ones who've been there with you from the beginning, and we will be there with you till the very end, then don't give up. I know it feels like you can't do it. I know it feels like, arey, I'll do it tomorrow. Part of you will keep saying that. But you know the sweetness that you get in achieving something super hard, on accomplishing, no matter what, I have achieved this. That in itself is a huge thing. So don't ever feel bad, right? I know it's a commitment of time, and I know that many of you feel like, ma'am, I feel like we can study faster, we can study slower. It's up to you, right? If you feel like, ma'am, I can revise it later, you can. Yes? Okay, control coordination will happen towards the end, right? Ascent of sap, one last question that I would like to take is, ascent of sap is nothing but the transport of your water and minerals, right? ठीक है. So don't give up, right? Don't ever give up. Don't ever feel कि ये नहीं हो रहा है. Ma'am, what if my time gets wasted? Trust me, tomorrow when you're going to come for 50 competency questions, essay, you will give the answer. That session will be done in 1 hour. That is the confidence I have. Yes? So let's quickly move on to excretion, and I'm going to call over Ankita ma'am. Yes?
Hello students. Hello, good afternoon. How are you all, everyone? Give us a movement. Yes. भाई अब तो अंकिता मैम आ गई ना. हाँ बोलो, I'm here. You can't help it. Yes. Those of you who are saying no, Ankita ma'am, please leave the class. मतलब अगर नहीं पढ़ना, you can come back later. Welcome everyone. Good afternoon. I hope that all of you are doing great. Do you want us to have a break or chalega? Do you want us to finish the excretion part and then we can have a break? Chalo then.
I told 20 minutes.
20 minutes ka break?
No, 20 minutes mein.
हाँ, yes ma'am.
I hope I didn't overcome it.
Finish this. Okay. Great everyone, great. Okay, after the excretion we will take the break, right? Chaliye. So let's get started with the excretion part, right? I hope that all of you are clear with the parts that you have studied till now about the nutrition, transportation and respiration. Now with the important life process that we have, that is the excretion. Now about the excretion, it's a very easy topic, especially if you take a look at the NCERT and the syllabus that they have provided you. It's a very straightforward questions that will come from this particular topic. 3 topics are important. We can just count on our fingers, right? First, of course, we have the structure of the excretory system. Then, of course, the working of the nephrons, if we have to say, and the dialysis. Right? So, let's take a quick, everyone. Let's take a look over here. Yes, I'm good. Thank you for asking, everyone. I hope that all of you are doing great. Right? Chaliye, let's get started. When we talk about the excretion in animals, right, we have different types of nitrogenous waste that are produced by various organisms, right? For example, if in a case of a fish, right, what they produce ammonia as a nitrogenous waste. Now, in a case of a bird, we have the production of the uric acid. In the humans, what we have? We have the urea, right? Apart from that, we have amino acid in some of the invertebrates, right? And of course, we have guanine, right? It's a very important component that we have in our DNA, but over here, we can see that various species of the spiders and the spiders produce the guanine as the waste product. So what we understand, absolutely khushi, very good bache, it's the same thing that we have, it's a nitrogenous basis that we actually found in the DNA. So what we have over here is a different types of nitrogenous waste that are produced by the various organism around it, right? Mahi, and for all of you who have some confusion with the word guanine, right? So what we have in our DNA, we have 4 important nitrogenous bases, right? Adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine. So this is a nitrogenous base. Very, very crucial. Yes, Manasavi will say that we will definitely thank, right, the PBT team from your side and from all of you. Very good, everyone. Chaliye. So everyone, are we clear with this? Now comes a very important topic, right, which is the different parts of the excretory system. Different parts of the excretory system. Yes, very good, very good. Yes, very good, very good. Now, those of you who are asking about, ma'am, what is urotelic, etc. Those organisms which produce urea, right? Urotelic. Then we have uric acid and ammonia. So we have that name. Telic at the end is just to us for us to identify that कि भाई ये organism ये बना रहे हैं. Okay. Now when we talk about the excretory system, right? When we talk about the excretory system, we have the urea in the humans, right? Of course, it is a type of a protein only, which is again broken down into the amino acid and ultimately will have the urea. Now this is very crucial, everyone, for all of us. Those of you are asking for the definition of full form of DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid. Very good. Thank you for helping your friends out over here. Now, everyone, can any one of you tell me how many kidneys we have? Yes, Sarita, if you are asking what is kidney, bache, you need to go to 6th class. I hope that you're just joking around over here and you're not actually asking me what are kidneys. Kidneys are nothing but the excretory unit that we have in our body. Very good. We have 2 kidneys, right? We have 1 and 2 kidney. We have a pair of a kidney, right? And the kidneys plays a very crucial role in filtering, right? Yes, very good. Basically, we'll see the filtration happening over here. Filtration word, please do remember this. Filtration is a very important word that we have over here. We'll see the filtration of the blood, all in total, right? So, that happens inside the kidney. Now, over here, as you can see, we have renal vein and renal artery. Now, renal word is again connected to the kidney. Everyone, do remember this. Wherever you see the word renal, that means that we're talking something in terms of the kidney, right? Inside the kidney, we have a very important structure which is nephron, which is called as a structure and the functional unit of the nephron, right? Then we have renal artery. Of course, it carries the oxygen-rich blood, right? Renal vein will carry the carbon dioxide-rich blood. We all are aware of that. Yes, then we have ureter, which carries the produced urine, right? Which are made in the kidneys to the bladder, right? Urinary bladder where it is stored, right? And of course, from the urethra, it will be passed out from the body. Very good. Nice. Very good, everyone. Awesome, Vibhuti. So everyone, are we clear with this? All of these are very important. One of the common questions which is asked on a repetitive basis in your examination is the muscular structure that we have, the bladder, right? So basically, it expands, right? It has it contracts, right? So we have that information. When the bladder is full, right, it will be sending the signals to the brain. And of course, when the brain will become aware about, okay, bhai, now it's time to release, right? What is the function of the renal vein and the renal artery? Again, those of you are asking me that, bache, I clearly said that renal vein. Acha, you tell me what is the function of vein? Abhi, you all have studied about the transportation. Tell me what is the main function of the vein? And what is the main function of the artery? ATP, adenosine triphosphate. Tell me, jaldi se. Very good, Mahi, very good. Yes, Riyas, very good, yes. We know that veins, majority, except we have one exception of the pulmonary vein, right? Which carries the oxygen-rich blood. Whereas throughout a body, veins are the one that carries the deoxygenated blood, right? Carbon dioxide-rich blood. So over here also, right? The कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड रिच ब्लड, ऑफ कोर्स वी नो दैट, राइट. इट्स नॉट दैट कि हाँ वही ब्लड जा रहा है किडनी के अंदर तो एकदम साफ ब्लड जा रहा है, राइट. देयर विल बी the waste which is being made in the kidney जो बाहर आना चाहिए, that will be going through the renal vein, and renal artery के through what will come? The oxygen rich blood. Everyone, are we clear? Renal artery, renal vein. Give me a quick thumbs up everyone. Piyush, why this is a urethra is contract or relax? बच्चे दोनों ही होंगे ना. It's a muscular organ, right? It contracts and relax also. Clear? Very good everyone. It's a muscular structure. We'll remember this. हाँ Mahi, बच्चे, I think you have missed the part where Aishwarya ma'am taught about the transportation. It is just the exception that we have over here. Okay, to be very clear बच्चों, ऐसा नहीं है कि जो veins और arteries हैं जिनको confusion हो रहा है वो सिर्फ heart के पास में है ना, पूरी body में है भाई. Everyone, those of you who have confusion, please make sure you watch our one-shot videos that we have. And if you have still confusion, we have these small modules also on the channel about the various topics. So please make sure you brush up your knowledge accordingly. Good, chaliye. Now everyone, let's take a look at the working, right? Now, we told you that the nephrons are the structure and the function unit of the kidney. Easy peasy, we know that they are very crucial for the well functioning of the body, right? Now, what are the different parts that we have? Now, this information has not been clearly mentioned in your NCERT textbook, but we know that it's very important, so we will look through the names and we'll understand the function. We have the Bowman's capsule. Can you see over here? The Bowman's capsule is nothing but a cap-like structure, right? Like this. Inside this, what we have the glomerulus. Now, what is glomerulus? That is nothing but the bunch of the capillaries, right? I hope that all of you have the understanding about the capillaries. Now, they are the tiniest blood vessels that carry the blood. So, inside the Bowman's capsule, what we have the glomerulus. Very thin capillaries, right? That will be carrying the blood for the filtration. So, the blood will be entering from over here, right? The oxygen-rich blood, which have all the nutrient, will be entering over here. And of course, we'll see the filtration happening. अच्छा everyone, how many of you have made tea? चाय किस किसने बनाई है? Tell me everyone, how many of you love making tea? जल्दी से. Shankar, I'll explain you. Please do focus. Yes. I can see me. Very good. भाई चाय बनाते हैं तो we strain it, right? We strain it. Yes or no? We see the filtration happening over there. Similarly, in the glomerulus, right, what we have? We can say that it acts as a sieve. It acts as a barrier, right? Not as a barrier, it acts as a sieve. Where the small molecules, chotu molecules, right, like glucose, urea, amino acid, will jump on the other side and they will come into the tubes. Everyone, are we clear? Right? So from here, we will see that the smaller chotu particles will come into the tubules. And the bigger particles like protein, big molecules of proteins, right? They will not be able to move. So what will happen? They will go back again into the arteries, arterioles that we have over there. Clear? So what is the first step that we have in the formation of the urine? First is called as the filtration. Everyone, are we clear with that? So that's a role that we have of the glomerulus, right? Where is the glomerulus present? Inside the Bowman's capsule. Yes, absolutely correct, Bunny. You'll get the PDF. Then the tubular part that we have over here, the first part, right? The first part that we have over here is called as proximal convolutional tubule, PCT. What we say? PCT. Proximal convolutional tubule. That's the first part. Now what happens over here? I'll tell you, but now just remember it actually receives the filtration from the glomerulus. Then we have the loop of Henle. Can you see this over here? The loop that we have. Loop of Henle. Then we have distal convolutional tubule, right? This part. The end part of the nephron. And the last we have the collecting duct where the urine will be collected. And of course will be moving at the center of the kidney. From there it will go to the ureter. So now let's take a look at the steps. First step everyone, repeat after me. What is the first step? Glomerular filtration. See over here, कितना प्यार से दिया हुआ है, इसी तरीके से filtration होती है. Take a look over here. See blood vessels दिख रहे हैं हमें, blood capillaries दिख रही हैं, right? And we can see the blood is moving. the bigger molecules will move back into this, right? वो बस capillaries में चले जाएंगे. Apart from that, the smaller molecules will jump for the reabsorption. Everyone, reabsorption happens in the glomerular filtration, right? कहाँ पे हो रहा है? Filtration में. Filtration कहाँ पे हो रही है? Glomerulus में. Remember this, everyone. This is very important. Flash, I'll tell you बच्चे. Okay, now the glomerular filtration takes place in the Bowman's capsule, right? ये glomerulus क्या है? It's a thin wall blood capillaries. हम बहुत सारी capillaries हैं, right? And initially, what are the filters that we have? We have urea, glucose, amino acids, salts, right? All of that will be jumping from one glomerulus to the PCT, right? PCT over there. Then the next step is a tubular reabsorption and secretion. अब ये क्या है tubular reabsorption and secretion? Whatever, see over here, whatever is being added into the PCT will be getting reabsorbed. अच्छा, you tell me, if I'll tell you कि भाई, you know, glucose is very important and ammonia is very important. Do you think that your body will throw them? Tell me, if your body is working perfectly fine, do you feel that the body will say कि भाई glucose को निकाल दो, amino acid को निकाल दो, salt नहीं चाहिए? They will not, right? They will try to conserve it. They will try to utilize it again. So what we see in the PCT, right, the proximal convoluted tubule, is a reabsorption. Body is very well aware, right? It will बोले कि भाई बहुत crucial है, please do not waste. Will reabsorb it. So we'll see that reabsorption is happening in the glomerular filtration, right? That's the first part. Then the second part में we'll see the reabsorption happening, right? अब reabsorption is done. Then what will happen along with that? Now we have the waste also. So the waste will be secreted, right? Everyone remember that. Along with the reabsorption, we see another process which is happening parallelly is this secretion of the waste, of course, that are there, right? Which is definitely not needed by the body. It will be moving into this PCT and the DCT in the loop of Henle, and of course, we'll be moving to the collecting duct. Everyone, are we clear with this? Are we clear with this? Yes, all of you? Mahi, it's not there in the NCRT, but this diagram, you have the main diagram of the nephron. Many steps, I will repeat. Can you just wait for a minute? Awesome. Chaliye. Last step, everyone, is the urine collection. See over here. Everyone, I am moving aside. Dhyan se dekho isko. Clearly, अच्छे से देखो. Can you see the movement happening? From here, we have the filtration happening. Then, of course, what we have over here, reabsorption, right? Then, of course, we have secretion, right? And, of course, reabsorption over here. Now, few of you are asking them about the water. Why water is getting reabsorbed? So, let me tell you, everyone, the loop of Henle that we have over here, you will be learning in your higher classes, right? In the loop of Henle, what we see the balance of water and the salt. Okay? Right? We will see that. We have basically the concentration difference will be there of water and urea, right? That will be kind of balanced with the help of loop of Henle. Pratibha, I've answered your question. Chaliye. Awesome. Yes, I know this is not there in your NCRT, but of course they have mentioned about the nephrons, so it's become very crucial for us to study. Everyone give me a quick thumbs up. Are we clear with this? Right? Are we clear with this? Renal artery, renal vein. Renal artery will carry the oxygen-rich blood to the kidneys. Bhai, kidneys ko bhi oxygen chahiye. They also need the nutrient. Right? Then, what we have, what is really very important over there is that जो waste बनेगा kidneys में, that have to be removed. So we have the renal vein which will be carrying the carbon dioxide rich blood. Yes. हाँ, oh, this is a very good. Mokshita, बच्चे ये capillary है, तो of course it will be surrounded around the nephrons, right? Eventually, this is a vein only. ये capillary है, of course it will be forming the venules. At last में जाके, of course, we have the veins. Good. Acha, now moving to the last topic that we have over here is the crucial question I'm sure you would have seen for 2 marks or case-based study question, everyone. Dialysis, right? Right? क्या होता है dialysis में? अगर किसी इंसान की kidney is not functioning well, for example, we have an individual whose kidneys are not performing at the capacity. Of course, one kidney is not functioning properly and there's infection in one kidney. So doctor will say, Acha, we'll remove one of your kidney and you will be able to survive and you will be able to live a healthy life. But you have to follow some instructions of the doctors. Okay, what if both the kidneys of individuals are not working? In that case, what will happen? The doctor will suggest the individual to go through the process of dialysis. Easy peasy, right? Now what happens over here? For example, if we have a patient, what we will do, we will attach, right? We will attach the artery, right? And we will take the blood from the pump that you can see over here, from these membrane or the pipes, right? Now these pipes are attached to the artery, so they will be carrying the oxygen-rich blood, right? Now of course they will be going over here. Clear everyone? Yes. What will happen over there? They will be moved into basically a machine that contains a dialyzer, right? Basically a solution that have the various chemicals to clear out the waste. Now, what will happen? The blood will go through various chambers over here. We'll see the waste material will be moving out and the new solution will be added time to time. Now, what is not happening over here is the reabsorption, because of course it's a machine, right? But machines are not that intelligent as our human kidneys or the nephrons are, right? So we'll not see the reabsorption happening over here in this particular step, right? So this is also a very important question which is asked, that what is the main difference? Of course, it is an artificial kidney, and one more important thing, we don't see the reabsorption happening, right? Last, of course, the purified blood will went back again into the patient's body. So everyone, here we have a 3 steps over here. Please make sure you read the paragraph that you have in your NCERT textbook, blue color ke box mein. Read that and you will be fine. Yes. Ma'am, this diagram is important. Of course, they can give you the diagram that we have in your NCERT textbook and can ask you to identify the process and probably few questions based upon them. Yes, diagrams are important. Yes, they are important, right? We have seen that, CBSE have started giving a lot of image-based question in the examination. Awesome. Yes, bhaiya, break milega. You will get the break. Chaliye, moving to the last topic, everyone. Excretion in plants. Excretion in plants, easiest topic, 2 marks question can come, right? Or probably if you're lucky, probably 3 marks question also. But again, it will be a very direct question. Now, what we have in the excretion of a plant is very simple. Just like humans and other different animals that we have on a planet Earth, plants also excrete, right? I know, hard for this, right? Hard for this topic. It's very easy. One of my favorite topic because it just takes hardly 2 minutes to remember all the information that we have. When we talk about the plants, right, of course, they release the excess salt, they diffuse, the diffusion happens in them, they're releasing the gases, both the carbon dioxide and the oxygen, right? There's a loss of water by the process of transpiration. And there's a release of the gums and the raisins that we usually see. We actually use these products, right? We actually use these products. We use the raisin, we use the gum. And of course, we have the shedding of the leaves part. Every time, right? I'm sure if you have seen different types of plants or the trees, we see the shedding of the leaves. So that is also a process, right? Where of course, the stored waste is present. And of course, the cells say, bhai, ab nahi aur nahi le sakte, let's just fly off. Yes? So with that, this whole thing is done. That is excretion in the plants. Organ donation is important. Not from the exam point of view. Please make sure you have a small knowledge about it. What is the important thing about the organ donation that you have to remember? That it can only be done if there's a matching of the blood groups and if it matches genetically. Okay, very good. Function of ureter and urethra. Function of ureter drishti is that it will be carrying the urine that is made from the kidney to the bladder, right? And urethra will be helping in the passing of the urine. Ma'am, absorb salt, urine, any function? Haan bhai, pure salt are very important in our body. So of course, we'll see that salts are used again and again in the body. Chahiye, success, study to success. Naam mein itna success hai, but why are you getting demotivated? Come on, you see now everyone that we always say we are there for you. We can tell you, hey, stay motivated, but at the end of the day, you are the one who can motivate yourself. We will not be there sitting next to you in your examination hall. Probably in your mind, in your thoughts, we will be shouting at you, haan, you got this, you have all the information, everyone. So please believe in yourself. It's time for you to do that. We are here. Yes. Ma'am, what is the yellow liquid in the right? That is the waste which is being generated. Okay? Yes, awesome everyone. So with this, we are done. Let's quickly take a look at the question. Only one question we have over here. Write one specific function of each of the organ. Now you tell me, what is the role of renal artery? Jaldi, jaldi. So this question came in the year 2023, very recently. Last year we'll say. Those of you who have doubts from the life process ka first wala part, I would request you, after this class, probably watch this video again. And if you want to study all of this in detail, there are so many videos on our channel. Please go through them. Awesome, very good, huh? Renal artery carries oxygen-rich blood. Awesome. What is the role of urethra? Urethra. It carries the, very good, everyone. Yes. Reabsorption is a very crucial part, absolutely correct. Yes, it actually helps in not storing the urine. That is the role of urinary bladder, right? Urethra actually help in passing out the urine through the body. Very good. Glomerulus, super important. If there's one thing that confuses majority of us is the glomerulus, right? And especially this filtration wala part that we have in the nephron. Very good. It actually plays a very important role in the filtration of the blood. Then tubular part of the nephron, the tubes that we have three important tubes. What we will write? We will write PCT, DCT, and we have loop of Henle's. Okay? These are the tubular part, right? And we'll mention that they help in the reabsorption, secretion. Easy peasy. I like, ma'am, PCT, DCT and Henle. But so we have to mention loop of Henle. Though it's not there in your NCERT textbook, but still if you're writing, please, I would encourage you to write the full name. Loop of Henle, it's a loop. See, it's like a hairpin. Agar aapne dekha hoga na, mama log, yeah, and sometimes when they go into the weddings, they have the Juda pin, U pin, that goes deep over there, right? So yeah, that is very crucial. Ma'am, can I score 104 4 days? Bilkul, if you study hard, you will be able to. Right? Why should I say you can't? You can if you work hard, right? Anything is possible. Anything and everything is possible if you give your 100%, especially during this time, right? Your brain becomes very alert. So that is the reason, everyone, we are coming here, we are having these marathon sessions with you, so that now is the time when your brain is on a full alert, right? It can gather as much knowledge as we have it over here. Chaliye. Okay, everyone, now giving you a break of 10 minutes. What is the time now? We'll meet at, okay, we'll meet at 3:10. It's a break time, everyone. I hope that you all had your lunch. Yes. It's a break time. We'll meet at 3:10 p.m. Awesome. चलिए थोड़ा सा जाके थोड़ा टहल के आइए. हाँ, if you can take 10 minutes का power nap, please do that. Yes, really, right? You are so happy that you finished life process. Awesome. I know. Yeah, we are also happy. It's a very lengthy chapter, everyone, and what happens with this chapter is that we feel कि हाँ same ही topic है, but it's a very important chapter. It has both the plants and the animal content, so that is the reason it's a very, very crucial chapter from the board examination point of view. Chali, everyone. So what we will do, we will take a break now, and we'll come back and we'll start with how do organisms reproduce. Till that time, everyone, if you have any doubts, I would request, if you're not taking break, quickly open your textbook, right? Read about the following things, and if you want to, you can go back to the video and watch it again. 10 minute में बहुत कुछ हो सकता है, right? चलिए. Okay, everyone. I will leave now. I'll meet you at the 3:10. Okay? See you on the other side, everyone. Take care. Hello. Where did ma'am go? For a break?
Check if you're audible.
Hello everyone, can you hear me? Everyone, do let me know if you can hear me. Yes, right? Awesome everyone. Chaliye. So now with a motive in our mind, कि भाई first the biggest chapter is done, and now that we have good amount of time with us, right? And it's 3:15, so we should be taking a look at a very interesting chapter which is equally important for your examination. And of course, that's a very known chapter, second big chapter, absolutely. But I have a very strong feeling with this chapter, okay? Though this chapter is very long, right? How many of you feel that the content which is present in this particular chapter, right, is very easy, I would say? Yes? See, we have been studying about reproduction since class, a little bit of in class 6, then a little bit of in, class 8th also. Yeah, it's easy, right? Yes, give me a minute, moment, everyone. Just quickly. Yes. So now it's time for you to teach me. See, throughout the year, we are the one who are teaching you, right? Now it's time for you to teach me and tell me कि भाई कितना पूरे साल भर पढ़ा है. Yes, now because see, ultimately it's your examination, right? And we will be taking a look. But I want your inputs. Yes, that's a very good thing, ma'am. You ask, we will answer. Yeah, flip class. But 3:30 tak to is not possible, Sanjay. That is like injustice to this particular chapter, right? But we will try our best. I don't want to keep a target because I know that I'll not be able to finish at that particular time. भावनाओं में हम बह जाते हैं. So, let's see. चलिए. So everyone, you tell me the three, if I have to ask you, tell me the three important topics that you feel that are very crucial from this particular chapter. Badhiya, 4 p.m, right? You are giving me target. Let's see. It's a collective effort, everyone. Right? It's a collective effort that we and both of us actually needs to have. What are the three, three important topics. What are the three topics that you feel are the easy? Okay, reproduction में सब आ गया. Contraceptives, okay, that's easy. Reproduction in plants, okay. DNA copying, sexual reproduction. Okay. Yes. Methods of contraception, again, okay. Asexual reproduction in plants, double fertilization. भाई brain कहाँ से आ गया reproduction में? Brain parts are there in control and coordination. Don't mix up the topics. Yes, contraception and DNA replication. Good, chaliye. So what all of you are saying, right? And it's something which is we all are aware कि हाँ भाई ये तो easy chapters नहीं. So let's get started, everyone. Right? So next chapter that we will be looking at is the how do organisms reproduce. Now, what is reproduction? Tell me, everyone. Now, a very basic definition that we have. पूरा chapter में doubt is it? I will assure you that, right, if you stay focused throughout the session, you will be able to understand this. Tell me, everyone, what is reproduction? Reproduction क्या है? We know that in the process of reproduction, we will see that there's a production of the offspring. Right? Of course, it's a process where the organisms, right, will be producing the offspring which are biologically or genetically similar to the parent organ. Right? Yes? Okay, give me a minute, everyone. Pen is, yeah. Okay, give me a minute, everyone. I think pen is not working. Now it's working. Right, so we know that what is reproduction. Very good. Producing the copies or producing the biological or the genetically similar offspring, right? Or basically, in a very simple word, making a copy of themselves, right? Producing an offspring for the continuity of the species. That's the other question I was about to ask, that why the reproduction is important. We know that reproduction is very, very important for the continuation, right? It's very important for the continuation of the species. It prevents the extinction of the species, and of course, it's very important for the variation also, right? Yes. Or those of you who are having some parallel conversation in the class, I would request you to stop. If you can't stop, please leave the class. Simple si baat hai. I don't want to waste your time and my time on you guys if you don't want to study in class, right? Come back later aram se when you have time. Chaliye, right? Very, very good. Very, very good. Now here we have, everyone, the importance of the reproduction. First, it actually helps in producing the variation in the species. It actually helps in the process of evolution, right? Then, of course, it plays a very important role in the continuity of the species. If an organism is reproducing, we know that what we'll see that there's a continuation of the species, right? And it prevents the extinction of the species as there is a reproduction happening, as the new members are being added, right? We will clearly say that organisms are there. What is the meaning of extinction? If the organism are completely wiped out, right? That if the reproduction is happening, extinction is, will not see the extinction of the species, right? So that's the three importance of the reproduction. Please do write your doubts, right? I'll be able to take your doubts from here. So everyone, are we clear with this part? Now this part becomes very crucial. I would encourage you to read your NCERT also, right? Because it's very, very crucial. Now, let's move that how the organisms, right? How the organisms are able to make a copy of themselves. What do you think? Very easy question again. How are the organisms able to make exact copy of themselves? Tell me how they are able to make the copies of themselves. Very simple. One very easy peasy word that we have over here. Yes. Not exact. Yes, definitely similar, right? But in asexual reproduction, we say that, right? We say that we have a similar or kind of exact copy. We'll not be able to find the mutation at a very smaller level in the asexual reproduction, the unicellular level. Very good, everyone, right? The organisms are able to make the similar copies of themselves by the process of DNA copying mechanism. We know that the DNA will get copied, right? And of course, once the copying of the DNA is happening, once that is being moved to the next generation, of course, we will have a various similar characteristic features, right? For example, we all have two eyes, all have one nose, two hands, right? Two thumbs, of course, 4 fingers, right? So these are some of the similar characteristic features that we have in the humans, right? So of course, when we talk about the copying of the information, right, we understand that all of the information is being stored in the DNA. DNA is deoxyribonucleic acid. DNA is the genetic material and it is present inside the cell's nucleus. Nucleus is the brain of the cell. We will not go back to the class 9, but you all are aware about the nucleus, right? Then you're aware about the chromosome, chromatin. Yes? So let's quickly go through them. If this is a nucleus, right, inside it, what we will see, if the cell division is not happening, we'll have the chromatin, the thread-like, the tangled thread-like structure, right? If we unwind it, if we open it, right, what we'll be able to see? We'll be able to see the proteins. These pink color balls that you have over here are the proteins, and DNA is wrapped onto it so that it can easily get packed inside chotu sa nucleus, right? And during the cell division process, what we will see, these chromatin fibers will arrange themselves and will form the structure like this, which is called as chromosome. Okay? So are we clear with what is chromatin and what is chromosome? And we are definitely clear that what is DNA. DNA is over here, right? The deoxyribonucleic acid, right? Very, very crucial. And of course, it's the genetic material, everyone. Yes. Great, right? So of course, DNA is the genetic material that we have, right? And when the DNA wraps itself on the protein, what it forms? It forms the chromatin, right? And once the chromatin during the cell division will come together, will get more and more condensed and will form the chromosome. Now if I ask you what are genes, tell me what are genes? What are genes? Rameshwar, bache, go and watch the NEET ka session if you want to learn about leading strand and the lagging strand. They are not a part of class 10 syllabus, so we will not be dealing it in today's class. Yes. Ma'am, if DNA is ineffective, of course we'll see some sort of mutation. Very good, right? So DNA is what? DNA, of course, is genetic material, and gene is a very fundamental unit of the DNA. Small fragments of a DNA that are actually coding or giving us various different characteristics like skin color, hair color, eye color, right? Are the genes. Very good, everyone. See, these are the information that we have already studied in class 9. So I'll not take much of your time over here. We are clear with what is gene? Put a tick mark. We are clear with what is DNA. We are clear with that also. We are clear with what is chromatin, and we are clear with what is chromosome. Now let's understand that how this division is happening, because this part is not that important, but the other part is very, very crucial. We know that in the sexual reproduction, right, what we have? We have parents, right? And in a sexual reproduction, we have two parents. We have male and we have female parent, right? And the information that they have, right, will be coming to the next generation over here. So information from the parents is passed to the offspring, right? Very easy for us to understand. And we will see that in the sexual reproduction, we will see a lot of variation. See, someone I'm sure in your family will be telling you, you know what? Your nose looks like your mother. Oh, your ears. Or your eyes are just like your father. But they are not same, right? But they are not the same exact similar thing, right? We don't have the exact face of our parents. Yes? So we see that there are a lot of variation that keeps on happening, and because of these variations only, we see evolution happening. That was the first thing that we studied about, why the reproduction is very, very important. So the DNA copying mechanism actually leads to the variation. It could be a very interesting question for your accession and reason. Please do remember this. Bhargav, the funny. Instead of saying, ma'am, I have doubt 1,000 times, if you write the doubt, probably I'll be able to see your doubt and will be able to answer it. है ना? अगर आप यही लिखते रहोगे तो मुझे समझ में नहीं आएगा डाउट क्या है. मैं क्यों ध्यान दूंगी फिर आपके ऊपर कि अगर आप डाउट बता ही नहीं रहे हो तो. Yes. Clear? So we have the variation. Now if we take a look over here, right, let's compare these two. We have eyes, nose and hair. Of course, these are very similar characteristic features that we all individuals have. Now, of course, we can clearly see that we have the variation. Now, variation are the small changes that we will see, right? From one generation to the next generation, from that generation to the next generation, we'll see a lot of changes happening throughout. And that's how we can say that how, evolution would have happened thousands of millions of years back. So we have this variation happening not just now, but of course, from a long, long time. Now that we are clear with variation, can anyone tell me what is variation? What are the importance of variation? Drishti, DNA copying, DNA की copy बनाना, simple. And if you want to understand more, अभी भी पढ़ा, you can go back or give me just 5 minutes, we'll recap it. Ma'am, so the errors in the DNA copying can cause variation? Errors can cause various genetic disorders, right? We'll see small changes happening. Now, there are two things that can happen. For example, let's suppose I'll not go into the detail, but just giving you an understanding. For example, we have a chain of A, T, G, C, right? Now, this chain has to be in this particular order to give us two eyes. Giving you an example. Please do not take this to your heart and to your brain कि भाई मैम ने ये बोला तो यही होता होगा. Right? As an example. Just telling you, for example, if we have this chain, if we say that in our DNA, this is arranged by A, T, G, C. For example, this is very crucial for us humans to have two eyes. दो eyes है ना हम सबकी. Now let's suppose during the DNA copying, what happens that instead of the C, right, we have G. What do you think will happen? What do you think will happen? To you, probably it will be like, ma'am, एक ही तो अल्फाबेट हटाया है. G था, C होना, मतलब basically C होना था, अब G रख दिए तो क्या फर्क पड़ेगा? But of course, from over here, we will see that it will cause lots of changes in the human body. So, Now, when we take a look over here, we can see that if there's a small change like this that is happening, it can cause variation, but not a good variation that we are looking for, right? It will cause a disorder, a genetic disorder. Very good, very good. Yes, chaliye. Ma'am, can the number... Mahi, what do you think? Do you think that the number of eye can be changed? I'm sure you would have seen individuals, unfortunately, who are born with the joint bodies, or sometimes they have an extra hand, etc. Right? Of course, the nature can show us various forms of it. Exilol, that is something that you can find in the future with the help of the bioinformatics, right? Everyone, there's a whole world of biology that is there out there for you waiting. If after class 10th you survive, if you love the bio subject, right, there's so much more to it. Chaliye, everyone, moving back to the importance of the variation. What do you think is the importance of the variation? Why the variation is important? Jaldi jaldi say. Yes, please do write your doubt. See, if you ask me, question paper will be easy if you have studied everything. Okay, now let's take a look, everyone, at the importance of the variation. First, of course, it's a mechanism of the DNA copying, allows certain features that allow an organism to survive in a particular niche. Now, many people are asking about the niche. What is niche? Kaun bata raha hai, what is niche? What is niche? Maintenance, very good, yes. The importance of the variation. Everyone, can you tell me what is a niche? A community, a well-defined place. Environment, okay? Environmental condition, okay, is a surrounding environment. Stability of the population of species. Yes, we have a lot of things which are very much interconnected, I would say, right? So when we talk about a niche, what we have, of course, in a niche, what we'll have? We'll have a population, right? And of course, we have a situation where they all are living. So the situation has to be in some way favorable for the species so that they can survive. So that place, particularly we can call it as a niche, right? Yes? Ha, very good, Kushi. Well-defined place that organisms are able to fill by reproduction. Good. Amrita, if DNA copying is ineffective, then what will the reproduction process? What will happen to the reproduction process? See, reproduction will happen, right? If DNA copying is ineffective, we will see some sort of variation that will be happening, but reproduction will be happening. Very good, everyone. So we have an understanding that what is a niche. किसी को doubt है अगर what is a niche, please do help your friends out over here because अभी पढ़ा है, right? So we are clear that if we have the variation, right, in an environment or in a place, that variation will be helping the population, right, or the species of the population to survive. We can say that, right? We can clearly say that it will be able to survive in a particular environment or a particular place where they can interact with the environment of favorable condition, we would say. Clear? So, in the variation, we have to understand that there is a need to change, right? Change is something which is very constant in this universe. If there's no change, probably will not be able to survive at a various different condition. For example, if you take a look at the time when we have the, if we have one unicellular organisms, if they would have not shown variation, do you feel that the multicellular organisms would have evolved? The answer will be no, right? So variation is very, very crucial. Reproduction, right, is linked to the stability of the population of the species also. We have just spoken about it, right? If the reproduction, if the variation is happening, right, we can say that bhai, variations hain, so the species will be able to survive. Reproduction ho raha hai, that is a very important thing that actually help in stabilizing the population. Yes, absolutely correct, everyone. Absolutely correct. Right? Then comes the third important point. Variation are useful for the survival of the species over time. For example, if I am there, right? For example, I'm here. Let's suppose I used to teach, right? I used to teach, let's suppose variation in a certain way. Now CBSE have changed the syllabus. Right? CBSE have changed the syllabus for the variation. But I'm still teaching according to the old ways. Do you think that you as a new generation student will understand that? Tell me. Do you feel that you will be able to understand something which is very old concept, and if you have a new syllabus, right, we should be focusing over there? So what is important over here to understand is change is constant for us also. I'm sure your parents and your grandparents would have been told you, bhai tumhari age pe hum ye karte the, at this age you were that strong, we had so much of stamina. From there to now, we have seen a lot of changes happening, a lot of variation happening, right? Lifestyle changes are happening. We are not that tall now that we used to be, like, if you go back 30, 40 years back to your parents or to your grandparents' time, right? So we see that variation is definitely useful for the survival of the species on a longer run. Yes, and with that we can say that variation is very, very important. Yes. So the entire process to ensure, yes, everyone, even though we say that life processes ke beech mein we don't have reproduction. See, what are the life processes? I'm sure you all are aware that these processes are very crucial for the maintaining of the life inside the body, right? If excretion is affected, respiration, circulation, or the digestion, nutrition, right, our body will be getting affected directly. But reproduction is never counted as a life process because the individual can survive without reproduction. But do you think that a population can survive? Tell me. Let's suppose in an area we have 50 birds, right? And of course each bird will live up to 10 years. And if they don't reproduce, eventually what will happen? Bhai, population mar jayegi ek baar ke baad mein. Right? After some time we will not see anything over here. Right? After a few years, population is completely wiped. If they don't have the evolution, if they don't have the variation that are actually helping them to survive. So are we clear with variation and are we clear with the reproduction? Jaldi, jaldi everyone. Jaldi, jaldi se tell me, give me a quick thumbs up. Yes, they'll become extinct. You're absolutely correct. Ma'am, can variation lead to the creation of a new species? Yes. See, again, we are the examples of it. Initially, years back, millions of years back, we were just single cell, right? And of course, we have evolved. I would always say that we have evolved, right? We are made up of cells, right? There was a time back, when there was only one single unicellular organism. So now we are here. So definitely over the period of time, variations will be giving rise to a new species. And that's how evolution works. Beast Guru, where is chromosome? Chromosomes are actually present inside the cell during the cell division. We were chimpanzees. We were. Yes, Bhargav. Now I'll take some doubts. After that, we have a question. If you have any doubts regarding the topic we have just now discussed, please do ask me. Ma'am, newly formed DNA copies may not be identical at times. Newly formed DNA copies may not be identical. One reason. Because there's a mixing, right? If you're talking in terms of the sexual reproduction, what will happen if there's a DNA copying happening? Okay, let's suppose this is a gene, this is a cell of a father, right? These two chromosomes are there. Homologous chromosomes, right? We'll say homologous chromosome. Or let's just consider one. Okay, this one chromosome over here. It will open itself, it will make a multiple copy of itself, right? There are chances, right, when a chromosome from the mother, right, and this will, right, we'll see the mixing of it. Yahan se bhi iska bhi copy hai, yahan se bhi iska bhi copy hai. During the fusion, right, we can see ke bhai, here and there few changes are happening. Okay, so I hope that I have answered your question. Chaliye everyone. Yes, very good. Okay. Now everyone, let's take a look at this particular question. I want all of you to answer. I'll give you the polls. Over here, read the question everyone and let me have the polls with me. Pick the options, either A, B, C or D. Question is, we have two statement assertion. Reproduction is linked to the stability of population. Reason, if a niche were to be drastically altered, the population can still survive. I'm sure you would have read this, right? It's there in your NCERT textbook. Bhargav, bache, niche, right? The word niche that we are discussing again and again, it actually helps us to understand that it's a place. It's a habitat where the organisms are living. And that particular habitat or the environment is suitable for them to reproduce. If we are making any changes to that particular area, the population will be getting affected. Very good, everyone. I can see majority of you are voting for the option number C, which is absolutely correct, right? So ending the polls, everyone. Very good. So the correct answer over here is that A statement is true and R is false. We know that reproduction is linked to the stability of the population. Direct line from the NCERT. Then the reason for that they are saying is that if a niche were to be drastically altered, the population can still survive. No. The population will not be able to survive until unless we see some variation. Again, a line from the NCERT. So this statement is true and this statement is false. Clear, everyone? Good. So with this, we have the correct answer. Now let's quickly move to the different types of reproduction modes. We have two modes of reproduction, right? We have asexual mode of reproduction and we have the sexual mode of reproduction. In asexual mode, what we will remember? Only one parent is involved, no gametes are formed and the offspring is identical, right? Or we can say variation will be very slightly, or we will say that no variation. In a case of sexual reproduction, there are two parents involved, there's a formation of the gametes and we will see the variation. Easy peasy, right? Very easy concept. Hopefully you will get a question from this. You should actually have a question from this. It's very easy. So we are clear with the different modes, right? We have asexual reproduction and the sexual reproduction. Now we'll be studying in detail about the modes of asexual reproduction, right? Basically, different types of asexual reproduction. Now, Dhanashri Bache will discuss about that also. Give me a minute, we will discuss about that. Okay. We have asexual reproduction, we have 6 important topics, everyone, right? We have fission, budding, fragmentation, regeneration, spore formation, and vegetative propagation. Now let's start with the fission. What is fission? Fission is the splitting. We have fusion. I'm sure you would have heard about. It's a fusion of two songs, right? What is a fusion means? Mixing. Fission means separation, right? Separating it out. So over here, in the fission, what we will see that there's a cell, unicellular organism will split its nucleus and then the cytoplasm of it and will give rise to a new individual or to the daughter cells. So from one cell, what we will get 2 daughter cells, right? We'll get 2 daughter cells. Clear? So this is a fission. When it happens in such a way where we have the 2 organisms, right? At the end, we call it as the binary fission. Binary means 2, right? Binary fission. At the end, we'll have 2 daughter cells. Everyone, are we clear? Yes. Splitting of the parent cell into the daughter cells. Absolutely correct. What is a fission? Fission is where the parent cell first, of course, will see the division, right, of the nucleus and the cytoplasm, and of course, at the end, we'll see the formation of a daughter cells. Easy peasy. Now, this is an example of the amoeba, right? This organism that we have over here is our cute little friend amoeba. We see fission happening in Leishmania also. Now, what is the difference over here? That was happening in this way. We'll say like this, right? The cells were dividing in this way. But over here, we see something very, very different, right? Longitudinal division, we say. Basically, there's a division happening on a plane, the various different plane that we have over here. Instead of going like this, it's going like this. Very good, longitudinal. So we have the organism. First, of course, we can see that there is a division of the nucleus. 2 nucleuses will appear. And then the body will appear, right? Basically, it will divide and, of course, we have 2 bodies. Ultimately, we have the 2 daughter cells. So, in fission, we'll have 2 types of fission. We have binary fission. Absolutely correct. And then, of course, we have multiple fission, as all of you are saying. We have plasmodium, which actually shows the multiple fission. Now, what we have in a parent cell, we have a nuclei, right? Of course, they are present in a cyst. And what will happen inside it? They will keep on multiplying. We'll have multiple nucleus, right? And ultimately, when they have the favorable condition, it will burst open. Of course, the organisms will come out. Okay, we see the fission happening in the plasmodium. Very, very important thing, everyone. A very crucial example for all of us to remember. Plasmodium happens in binary fission happens, multiple fission happens in the plasmodium. Very good, Grisha. Malaria ka parasite, absolutely correct. Ma'am, how does binary Arman, bache, binary word mein hi hai. Binary means two. Multiple means more than two. So in the binary fission, we'll see the formation of two daughter cells. And of course, in the multiple fission, we'll see multiple copies of the nucleus, right? We'll have more of the individuals, organisms. Chaliye. Okay. Moving to the next. That is budding. Now what is budding? A very simple process of formation of the bud. Right? एक bud form होगा, उसकी growth होगी और वो अपने parents से detach हो जाएगा. It's a young individual. Similarly like us, right? We are also attached to our parents at the very beginning. जैसे जैसे बड़े होते हैं हमारा भी phase आता है. We become teenage, right? And of course we are independent at one point and we have our own life. What we have in budding is that we have example of the hydra, right? Initially we'll see the formation of a small bud. This bud will grow eventually, right? It will get mature, and upon its maturation, it will get detached from the parent's body and it will find its own place and will start as a new individual. Clear? Easy? Right? So budding happens in hydra. We can see budding happen in yeast also. One of the other example of it. Yes. Very good, everyone. Chaliye. Now comes a very interesting topic that we have. That is fragmentation. Now, fragmentation, what happens as the word fragment is there, we have a big organism, right? This particular organism will divide or will break into various fragments, small fragments, and each of these fragments will develop into a new individual. So that is the fragmentation. We see this happening in the Spirogyra, right? Yes, very, very good. Parents' body will break into the two or more fragments, and each of these fragments will develop into a new individual organism. Yes, very good. Yes, absolutely correct. Right, so we have the example over here. We have the example of the fragmentation. नहीं भाई ऐसा नहीं है कि strong water current की वजह से टूट रहे हैं. No, it's because of the process of fragmentation. How? Moving to the next, which is very controversial. That is regeneration. First thing about the regeneration, we'll remember that as the word regeneration is there, so we'll not see the formation of the new organism, right? In this particular type of reproduction, first of all, it's not the primary mode of reproduction for the organisms. That we will remember very clearly, right? We have example of the planaria. Now once, if by an accident or if we are doing an experiment and if you're cutting the organism into the different parts, right? Each of the part has the capability to develop into the part which is missing. If the bottom part is not there, the parts, right, over the head part will actually try to regain the lost part. Similarly for the other parts also. So regeneration, as the word regeneration is mentioned, it is regenerating. Initially something was there, right? Now it is not there and again the body is trying to regenerate it. It happens in our liver also. It happens in starfish ka arm also. We usually say lizard ke tail mein also we see the regeneration, right? So we have this regeneration happening in various organisms. But of course, from out of that, we'll not be able to see a growth of new organism. ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई we have if we are cutting the tail of a lizard, we'll be able to see कि हाँ the broken tail में से we have a formation of a new lizard. That is impossible. Okay, so that's not the primary mode of the reproduction. We'll remember the example of planaria over here. Moving to the next, everyone, spore formation. I'll take your doubts after the asexual reproduction, so please do focus over here. Now, what is spore formation? I'm sure you would have seen n number of questions coming from this particular topic because it's very, very crucial and it's very easy also. What is spore formation? We all have studied about the fungi, right? And we all have eaten bread. Sometime, if we keep the bread outside for a long duration, we'll be able to see the growth of whitish or the greenish layer on top of it. That is nothing but a fungus, right? And which type? It's a rhizopus or the bread mold. What happens over there, and what is crucial for us to remember about the three things? We have the structure, right? The base, right? The filamentous structure or the stalk-like structure that actually hold the sporangia, which hold the spore, is called as hyphae or hyphae. So that's a non-reproductive part that has nothing to do with the reproduction. It is the one who is supporting, like filament we have in the anther, it is the one who is supporting the sporangia. Inside the sporangia, what we have the various spores. And these spores, when they burst open, when they are released, and when they get a proper or a favorable conditions, right, if they get a moist or damp surface, they'll be able to grow into a new organism. So we'll see the formation of the rhizopus. Easy peasy. Virtual feathers, बच्चे ये एग्जामिनेशन में नहीं आएगा, so I'm not answering your question कि भाई प्लेनरी को कैसे मारे. I will not answer this question कि how to kill the planaria. नहीं हो रहा. एग्जामिनेशन में नहीं आएगा, नहीं पूछेंगे, ठीक है. और एग्जामिनेशन में ऐसे क्वेश्चन में फोकस मत करो. Yes, चलिए. Right, that's about the spore formation, everyone. Awesome. Everyone focus back into the class. Now read this passage, everyone, and tell me the answers. Black tulip, बच्चे अभी हम पढ़ेंगे meiosis and mitosis. हाँ, I've seen. Yes, जल्दी से जल्दी. Sonali, cyst, of course, basically we in terms of biology, right? We say it's a formation of a boundary around something, right? Now we have different meanings of cyst. If you talk in terms of the female reproductive health, we have a different meaning of cyst. But for us, as in general surrounding understanding, cyst is something which is surrounding few things that are being inside them. So we'll say that. Wow, I can see the answers, everyone. Chaliye. All the reproduction methods, all the reproductive methods of the living organism are broadly classified into two types. We have asexual reproduction and sexual reproduction. Sexual reproduction involves the participation of a single parent without the formation of the gametes. Fertilization, the transfer of the genetic material. This method is a common means of rapid increase offspring under the favorable condition. We have first question, that is, name the type of fission that occurs in Leishmanian plasmodium. I can see Leishmania, binary fission, and plasmodium, multiple fission. Hearts to all of you. आज मिठाई के साथ मैं दिल भी बांट रही हूँ, right? Everyone, please be very happy and please be very, have a little bit faith in you कि भाई, you are the only your biggest support, especially in your examination. चाहा के भी your parents and I will not be with you, but strength is there inside your heart, inside your mind. You will be sorted. चलिए. Next question, everyone. Write one advantage of sexual mode of reproduction over the asexual mode of reproduction. Very good, Vibhuti. Very good, Jia. Legend. हाँ बच्चे होगा complete. Yes, Mahi, Mokshita, Ved, XD, yes, Gagandeep, Variation, Ved, I have taken your name. Ved, Niranjan, 10th G. बहुत बड़ा नाम है. Yes, very good, Variation. भैया Variation हमें दिखेगा. Sexual reproduction creates a diversity in the genetic makeup in the sexual reproduction, right? Because we have two parents. And hence we'll see the mixing of the genes. So of course there's a lot of variation that we will see. Okay, question number C, everyone. Question number C. Give reasons. Colonies of yeast fail to multiply in water but multiply in sugar solution. Let's see if you can answer this question. This question actually takes you back to the class 8th. Right? If you have studied that chapter, microorganisms wala chapter, right? I'm sure you'll be able to give the correct answer. Very good, Legend. All the best, बच्चे. If your class 10 is complete, बढ़िया है. Yes, because they get the energy. Absolutely, भाई. Sugar से उनको energy मिलेगी. Colonies of yeast fail to multiply in water, but of course easily multiply in sugar because sugar provide the energy for sustaining. Right, for all the life activities in the yeast, and of course पानी में वो नहीं मिलेगा उनको. इसलिए in the water they'll not be able to grow. Right, they'll not be able to multiply. Second question of the C part, rhizopus are also called as bread mold. Rhizopus individuals do not grow on a dry slice of bread. भाई क्यों? Right? Why you think that कि भाई rhizopus जो individual है वो dry slice of bread पे नहीं grow होगा? Very good. Moist is a favorable condition and dry bread is not the favorable condition for the rhizopus. है ना, कोई अभी हमको बोले कि थ्रू आउट योर लाइफ वी जस्ट हैव टू ईट वन टाइप, मतलब अगर हमें सर्वाइवल के लिए वाटर चाहिए, कोई हमें बोले आपको पानी देंगे ही नहीं, विल नॉट बी एबल टू सर्वाइव, राइट? We need water. Similarly, rhizopus needs the moist environment and a little bit of dampness. थोड़ा सा पानी चाहिए उनको. Very good, everyone. So with this, we are done with the asexual reproduction. How we are doing? I feel that not that great. 4 बजे तक हमारा asexual reproduction ही हुआ है. Need to increase the speed, everyone. बिल्कुल निर्मला, ऐसे क्वेश्चन आएंगे तो पूरे मार्क्स आएंगे, और ऐसे क्वेश्चन नहीं आए, जो क्वेश्चन आएंगे उनसे भी पूरे मार्क्स आएंगे अगर हम अच्छे से मेहनत करेंगे तो. यस, चलिए एवरीवन. गुड गुड गुड. लव द एंथुसियाज्म. व्हाट आर द नंबर ऑफ लाइक्स वी हैव? और कितने बच्चे हैं और कितना जोश है क्लास में, ये बता दो मुझे फटाफट से. माही, लेट्स ट्राई आवर बेस्ट. स्टिल हाई जोश, राइट? लव द एनर्जी दैट यू ऑल हैव. भाई, योर टीचर ऑल्सो नीड द एनर्जी, सो प्लीज सेंड द एनर्जी. Okay, I know. Chaliye everyone, so let's get started with the last part of the in the asexual reproduction. We studied about the vegetative propagation. भाई किसी बच्चे ने बोला मैम कमेंट्स मत पढ़ो, बहुत टाइम वेस्ट होता है. मान लो उसकी बात में. हाँ, yes, smile for the energy, absolutely. हाँ, टिश्यू कल्चर अभी पढ़ेंगे. Rais will be discussing about that. Ma'am, it's been 5 hours, but Gagandeep, I hope that these 5 hours are very fruitful for you. I hope that by the end of this whole session, you are through with the biology. What else we need? Chaliye. Okay, everyone. What is vegetative propagation? In a very simple word, high-fi definition नहीं दे, तो जो plants के part हैं, apart from the flower, if they are able to produce a new plant, we call it as a vegetative propagation. Simple terms, right? For example, we know that flower is a reproductive part of a plant, right? That actually help in the formation of the next generation. But if apart from the flower, if we have roots ka involvement, right? If we have stem ka involvement, if we have the involvement of the leaves, if they are being able to produce a new plant, we can say that this process is called as vegetative propagation, right? So here everyone, we have the definition of the vegetative propagation. The process by which the vegetative parts of a plant like stem, roots and leaves develop into a new plant under this certain optimum condition, we call it as a vegetative propagation. Easy peasy. Now I'm sure you would have seen different types of plant species, right? And every year, right? I'm sure you would have studied about, we have the, sometimes we have the lack of food, we have some hybrids coming, right? With the vegetative propagation, there are a lot of advantages. Can anyone tell me what are the advantages of it? बताओ, ये भी question आया है examination में. Optimum means, Mahi, optimum is a correct temperature. For example, you will say कि मैम अगर लाइट प्रॉपर है, अगर फैन चल रहा है, फिर ठंडक है, रूम में एसी है, अगर टेबल है, अगर इंटरनेट प्रॉपर है, अगर मेरे पास में नोटबुक है, अगर मेरे पास में पेन है, when everything is fine, I will be able to study. That's your optimum condition. So we here also, right, if the plants have the optimum condition, right, if we give them proper amount of nutrition, if we give them the proper amount of, space to grow, probably we'll see this. Yes? And in majority of the plants, we usually, basically some plants reproduce by this process only. Right? Chaliye. Very good. I can see the advantages of the vegetative propagation. We can easily propagate the plants, right, artificially by the involvement of humans. Right? And of course, we can have beautiful things like this, right? More beautiful flowers and of course, yummy and, very delicious fruits. Absolutely. We know that the population is growing. We can increase the yield of our plants also, right? So of course, all of these are very good advantages of the vegetative propagation. We know that plants, if they are growing by the types with the help of asexual vegetative propagation, right? They can bear fruits and flower earlier than their time. The yield, of course, of the plant will be higher and of course, it will be able to cater to the needs of the various individuals. Sahu, no bache. These are the two different things. We'll discuss about the tissue culture. So when we talk about the vegetative propagation, right? There are two different types we can identify, natural and artificial. Artificial mein we have all of these steps or the processes where we are involved, right? Artificial means there's an involvement of us. Basically, it's artificial, it's not happening naturally. In natural, we have three types. Not the three types, we can break it into three different topics. Of course, reproduction by vegetative propagation by roots, vegetative propagation by stem, and then by the leaves. I will not tell you the examples, you tell me. Stem, vegetative propagation ka example, roots, vegetative propagation ka example, and example of leaf. Jaldi jaldi se. What is the example? We have the three images over here. 1, 2, and 3. Can we match it? Can we match the following? We have stem, we have root, and we have leaf. Stem will go with what? Stem will go with number 1, number 2, or number 3. Very good. Stem will go with number 1, potato, aloo, right? Yes, so we are matching it with this potato. Root ka, sweet potato, very good. And last mein hamara leaf, bryophyllum, absolutely good. Bacho, remember these examples, they are very, very commonly asked and they're very important. Good, good, very good. Yes, I'm not sure that, if this question will come or not, but this gives us an understanding at why we're calling it as a natural, because it's happening naturally. There's no involvement of the humans. It's happening aram se in the nature. Yes, ma'am, leaf can also be Bengonia. Absolutely, Khushi. That is also one of the example. Good, good, good. Very good, everyone. So, let's quickly take a look at the vegetative propagation happening through the stem. Stem may, of course, what will happen in the case of potato, we will see the growth of a bud. I'm sure you all have potatoes at your home. Sabne dekha hoga, especially during the rainy season, right? When there's a little bit more of moisture, you will see that, right, on the potato, if they've been kept in a proper, not directly under the sun, if they've been kept in a place in the kitchen, after some time you'll be able to see the growth of the bud on them. And if you let the bud grow, sit for some time, if you keep that under the soil, you will be able to see a new plant coming out of it, right? So, in the vegetative propagation, in the case of potato, we have the modified stem, right? We have the modified stem, we have the auxiliary bud that arise, or we also call it the eye of the potato, right? And this bud, right, plays a very important role. So we have the example over here, everyone. See, growing bud, and eventually we'll see the growth of a new plant. Ta-da! Arman will discuss about that. See, I'll tell you now only because it's very difficult, right? For example, we have different cells throughout our body, right? And if all the cells will start regenerating, it's a little bit difficult. It requires a lot of energy and it's not feasible for our human body. Like complex organism, it's not possible. Amhena, bache, we'll see the variation, we'll see the, genetic disorders mutation happening. Okay. Then we have the next example, everyone, modification of the root. The example is of the sweet potato. Here also we'll see the growth of a bud and ultimately we'll see the formation of a new plant. Coming to the last part, everyone, we have the leaves, right? We have the leaves, bryophyllum or Bengonia, you can mention. We'll see the growth of a new lit plant right on the leaves and they will fall on the ground and they'll grow into a new plant. Yes? Easy peasy. So all of these three are the natural vegetative propagation. In artificial, everyone, what we have? Grafting, layering and tissue culture. Acha, how many of you have doubt with tissue culture? Jaldi se raise your hand. Priyanshi, nahi bache. No. With the vegetative propagation, variation will not occur, right? Kyun bhai, hum to parent hai, wo exact copy bana raha hai. There's no mixing, right? There's no mixing that is happening, so it will not have the variation. Cutting, grafting, layering, right? Okay, I can see a lot of you saying me and a lot of you saying not me. Agar nahi pata, to please do focus now. Now, what is grafting? The first type that in the vegetative propagation of artificial when we are studying is of the grafting. Simplest method. For example, in the grafting, what we will do? We'll have two different plants, right? we'll have two different plants. What we will do, I like the color of the flowers that this particular plant give, and I really like the fruit of this flower. What I will do, I'll take both of these plants and I will attach them together, right? We have this cycle and the stalk. Stalk is the stem part and cycle is the topper part, right? The upper part. So we will cut, we will bind them together, we'll add a nutrition ka layer around it, and ultimately what we will see the growth of a new plant, right? A plant which will have the mixture of both the parents, right? Yes, rose is an example of the grafting. It is a very, very, very important example of the grafting. I'm sure you would have seen purple rose, white rose, different sort of rose, right? It's because it's possible because of the grafting only. Slanting we will cut the stem ko. Okay, chaliye. Moving to the layering, everyone. As the word is there, layering. What we will do, we have a plant body, right? We have various nodes, right, that we have. When we take this node, we will clear this part, we'll remove that part, right? We'll clear it apart, right? And we will take this part and put inside the soil. And after some time, you will see the growth of a new plant. See, like this. Easy peasy, layering. Jasmine, absolutely correct. Student Ash, it's example. Layering we see in the jasmine. Good. Okay. Now the last one, everyone. The tissue culture. Now what happened in tissue culture? For example, we want to culture a plant, right? What we will do, we will take the parts of root, stem and leaves. We will cut them into small pieces. We will add them into a sterilization medium. First, we'll clear off any of the germs that they have. Once we are done with that process, we will transfer these parts onto a nutrient medium, right? Onto a nutrient medium that can actually help these parts to regrow or to grow, right? So we'll transfer the tissue to the nutrient medium. After some time, right, the parts that are present in the nutrient medium will be able to grow and they'll form a structure which is called as callus, which is called as the callus. These are the newly plantlets. They're not plant, right? They're not plant. We'll not call them as plant. But they're the initial form, right? We call them as plantlets, right? So, of course, we'll not call them as plantlets. So, basically a bunch of cells which are very, which is formed when kept in the nutrient medium for a long time. And when we take this callus into separate test tube, we will be able to see a growth of a new plant. Easy peasy. Yes. Very good, Kamal. Sterilizing medium, nutrient medium and optimum temperature, absolutely correct. Ma'am, some of the other examples of the root, you tell me, Khushi. Jaldi se. Acha everyone, chalo close your eyes and repeat after me. Jaldi se. For example, let's take an example of a rose. हमें rose का tissue culture करना है. So what we will do, we'll take a leaf, we'll take a stem and we'll take roots. Right? Yes, and then we'll cut into them small pieces. We will take that small pieces into a sterilization medium. First we'll clear out any of the germs which are present. Then we'll grow them into a nutrient medium, right? Where of course we will see the formation of the callus, and we will take this callus into separate test tube and we'll see the growth of the plantlet. And we can eventually take these plantlets, छोटू सा plants, and plant it into the soil, or we can let them grow into the nutrient medium and then we can place them into the soil. Now what are the advantages of this? We will be able to produce a large amount, the yield can be high, and most importantly, we will be able to have various hybrids. We can try different types altogether. Yes, everyone, are we clear? Easy peasy. Everyone give me a quick thumbs up. Yes, see, I will be taking your doubts after some time. If you're talking among yourselves, you can leave the class. And those of you who are leaving now, I can see the number of students are being dropped. That means that they were just here to chit chat. Yes, very good. It is expensive. That is there, it is expensive. Chaliye. Easy peasy. Let's solve this question, everyone. Name and explain the two modes of asexual reproduction that we see in Hydra. That's the first question, right? What is a vegetative propagation? We have to list two advantages of using this technique. 2.5, It came in this year paper, like last year, sorry, 2023 ka paper. Very good. 2 modes by which the hydra reproduce: regeneration and budding. Very good. So we have budding and then we have regeneration. Next question is that about the vegetative propagation. What is vegetative propagation? Vegetative propagation is a process by which any vegetative part of a plant like root, stem or leaves can give rise to a new plant under the appropriate condition. What are the advantages? Large number of plants can be obtained in shorter period of time and propagation of seedless plant is possible. Easy peasy, right? Yes, beautiful large fruit flowers is also possible. Good everyone. Super proud of you. Chaliye. Okay? Ma'am, can another advantage be variation? No, बच्चे variation यहाँ पे नहीं होगा ना. सिर्फ vegetative propagation, हम एक ही plant में से, we are not mixing. Grafting में we are mixing, right? Variation उसमें थोड़ा सा मिल सकता है, but variation भी हमें समझना पड़ेगा कि कैसा variation है. Very good student Ash. क्या suggestion दिया है कि add adjective to increase the length of your answer. भाई length से कोई फर्क पड़ेगा ही नहीं. I hope that all of you have seen, right? I hope that all of you have seen that short that I'm telling you कि भाई ऐसा नहीं कि एक मार्क्स का आंसर है, हमें बहुत कुछ पता है, हम सब कुछ लिख के आ जाएंगे. नहीं नहीं. Give the apt amount of time. Yes. Chaliye everyone, let's quickly move to the next topic. Achha, do you want a break of 5 minutes? Jaldi bataiye, we'll study about sexual reproduction and we'll be able to finish this in half an hour. See, sexual reproduction is very easy. It's super easy. Achha, you don't want break. You don't want the break. Chaliye. Everyone, let's start with the sexual reproduction. Right? Easier topic, very, very easy topic, right? And I'm sure all of you will be able to cover this topic. Jaldi, jaldi se. What is sexual reproduction? Of course, it involves 2 parents, formation of a gametes and variation in the offspring because there's a mixing of the gametes, right? Hey, genes agar mix ho rahe hain, so we'll see a new formation, right? Over here, everyone will discuss about that in the humans, we have 46 chromosomes and we have 23 pairs. Either we can say कि भाई 46 chromosome हैं या फिर we can say we have 23 pairs. Right? 23 pairs individually if you count then it will be the 46 number. So in the parents what we have 46 chromosome. Right? What do you think we'll be getting it over here? It's 46 only. Right? हमारे अंदर भी we will have 46 chromosomes. Yes, Arman, बच्चे I'll answer your question. Can you specify your doubt in the activity? Yes. Okay. So let's understand that how this number comes, right? And what is the maths behind it. Chaliye. Now, I want you all to focus over here. Let's suppose we have this cell. I'll make this chotu sa cell. Let's suppose we have this cell, right? Can I write over here? It has 46 chromosomes. How many chromosomes? 46 chromosomes, right? What happens that when this particular cell divides, the number of chromosomes become half. The number of chromosomes become 23. Can you see that there's a reduction of the number of chromosomes? Yes, tell me. We can clearly see that there's a reduction, right? We can clearly see the reduction happening over here. So, this type of division where we see reduction happening, we call it as meiosis. Meiosis is a type of cell division that only occurs in the germ cell or the gametes, right? Or in the formation of the gametes, right? What we will see in the formation of the gametes, we'll see the meiosis. We have a cell which has a 46 number of chromosomes, right? After attaining the puberty, what we will see? The cells in the reproductive organ will start undergoing the meiosis process. That means we'll see the reduction of the chromosome. So from the 46, the number will become 23. Now we have one division, right? This is meiosis 1. we will see one more division happening over here, and each cell will give rise to the 2 daughter cells. Now you tell me what will be the chromosome number here. Tell me what will be the chromosome number here. 46 or 23? Tell me what will be the number of chromosome over here. Very good, very good. I can see some of you saying 23, some of you saying 46. Bhai. Correct answer is 23. Very good. In reduction division, what happens? यहाँ पे हमारे पास में, if we say 2n, diploid. This is a diploid state, right? We have pairs में. And of course, at the reduction division, at the first meiosis division, we have n. Number have become haploid. आधा हो गया. And of course, once they will divide, they will form the haploid. So the number of the chromosome will be 23. Clear, everyone? So, for example, if someone will ask you, a father has 46 number of chromosome. How many chromosome the father will be giving it to the offspring? Can anyone tell me? Tell me, everyone, how many number of a chromosome the father will contribute to the offspring? Very good, 23. And how much mother will be contributing? How much mother will be contributing? Very good, 23. 23 plus 23, how much it is? 46. Hence, after the original state, we'll see the reduction division, and ultimately we'll have 46 number of chromosome back. Are we clear with this? Are we clear with this? 2n is what? It's a diploid state. For example, if I say this is diploid state, 2n. Every chromosome has a pair. If I write n, that means haploid, only half, one pair. Clear? All of you? 2n means what? We have diploid, right? 46 chromosome, yani ki one A chromosome ka we have one more pair also. But in the n, of course, this pair is being removed. We just have one single chromosome, right? Like this, we have 23 chromosome. Good, very good. Diploid and haploid. Germ cell. Rais, you're asking them germ cell 2n hoga nahi bacche. Initially, of course, before the puberty, it was 2n. But after the meiosis, after the process of meiosis, it will become n. Okay, chaliye. With this, everyone, here we have a very quick recap. Meiosis is what? Meiosis is a type of cell division in a sexually reproducing organism that reduce the number of chromosome in the gametes. What are gametes? Germ cells, right? Egg, sperm are the example over here. Yes. Ma'am, but the number of chromosomes are half. Don't they have any effect? Nahi bache. Radhika, understand this. For example, let's, in a very easy way, if I have to put on, right? For example, we will get some genes from our mother and some genes from our father. There has to be a mixing, right? Just imagine, my father bhi 46 chromosome denge and mother bhi 46 chromosome denge. Do you think that the offspring will be able to have the normal kind of understanding, like normal kind of features? No, right? Yes? Ha. Tell me, everyone. Nahi na? I hope that you're clear, Radhika. Yes, chaliye. Okay, everyone. So meiosis is also called as a reduction division, and we see this happening in the gametes formation. Now, everyone, let's talk about the sexual reproduction in the flowering plant. Acha, which is the important organ in the sexual reproduction of flowering plants? Which is the main important organ that actually plays a super important role in reproduction? क्या है उस part का नाम? Ma'am, कैसा होता है ma'am? I was Rais. Can you 1 minute, Rais? You're saying, ma'am, meiosis किसका होता है? And हाँ, अच्छा, Rais and all of you, meiosis किसका होगा? ऐसे cells का जो आगे generation produce करते हैं, right? In the humans, if you talk about, हमारी body में reproductive organs हैं, उनके अंदर cells हैं. वो जो cells हैं जो आगे sperm या फिर egg बनाएंगे, वो cells में meiosis होगा, right? चलिए, हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. Good, very good. Flowering plants में important organ होता है flower, and it has both male and the female reproductive parts sometime together. और बहुत बार flowers में अलग अलग और flowers में male and female parts होंगे. So in a flower, अगर एक single flower में if we have both the male and the female's reproductive parts, we call that flower as a bisexual flower. और अगर एक flower में सिर्फ male है और एक में female, we call them as a unisexual flower, right? When we talk about the structure of the flower, we have sepals, we have petals, we have the anther, basically stamen, and then we have the carpel or the pistil, right? Stamen is a male reproductive part. It has two important parts. It has anther and filament. Filament is a stalk-like, or the thread-like, not a thread. It's a stalk-like structure which is attached, right? Which is attached to the anther, and inside the anther we will see the formation of the pollen grains, okay, which will have the male gametes. Everyone repeat after me. Yes, heredity बच्चे how do organism reproduce के बाद start होगा, so we will be able to see. अगर आप क्लास में रहेंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कब start हो रहा है. Right, please do write your doubt. चलिए, हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. चलिए, वेरी गुड एवरीवन. हाँ, डबल फर्टिलाइजेशन आएगा बिल्कुल बच्चे आएगा. प्रियांशी, आई थिंक आई हैव सीन योर डाउट एंड हैव आंसर्ड आल्सो. चलिए, ओके, हाँ बिल्कुल, यू विल गेट द ब्रेक. ओके एवरीवन, नाउ आई विल नॉट बी लुकिंग एट द चैट एंड आई वांट ऑल ऑफ यू टू फोकस ओवर हियर. रिमूविंग माय स्पेक्स, ताकि मैं आप लोगों के जो कुछ नॉट सो गुड कमेंट्स अभी आप लोग कर रहे हैं वो ना देख पाऊं. राइट, यस. चलिए, आई कैन सी दोज कमेंट जो बच्चे एकदम सही क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं. कुछ बच्चे क्लास में आके अननेसेसरी की बातें कर रहे हैं. आई एम सॉरी, आई विल नॉट बी एबल टू सी योर कमेंट्स नाउ. है ना, मुझे देखने को मैं यहाँ पे लैपटॉप पे देखूंगी. एवरीवन फोकस इन द क्लास. चलिए, stamen is the male reproductive part. Anther is where we will see the formation of pollen grains, and pollen grains के अंदर क्या होते हैं? Male gametes. Then we have the female reproductive part, which is called as pistil or the carpel. It has stigma, style, ovary, and the ovule. When we talk about the anther, right, as I was mentioning that in the anther, we'll see the formation of the pollen grain. Here we have the pollen grain, right? We have the filament over here, and this is the pollen grain. Anther of the stigma will carry the pollen grain. Here only in anther we'll see the formation of pollen grains. And pollen grains will contain what? It contain male gamete. We will not say कि भाई pollen grain gametes हैं. No, they are not, right? Will not say कि pollen grains male gamete है. नहीं, इनके अंदर we have the male gamete. Then if we talk about the female reproductive part of a flower, we have stigma, which is a sticky part, right, which is present at the top, on which only the pollen grains will come and stick. Then of course we have the style where we'll see the formation of the pollen tube. Then we have the ovary, right, and inside the ovary we have the ovule, right, and the ovule contain the cells which will be fusing where, of course, once if they will fuse with the male gamete, we will see the formation of the fruits and the seed. Clear? So, let's talk about all of this once again. We have stigma, style, ovary, and the ovule. When we talk about the gametes, right, we have gametes are the cells that are reproductive cells of an organism, which we also call them as sex cells or the germ cells or the gametes. Inside the pollen grains, we have the male gamete, and inside the ovule, we have the female gamete. Inside it, we have the male gamete, and over here, we have the female gamete. So, the fusion has to happen. For the fusion, we have a very important process which is called as pollination to happen first. What is pollination? Pollination is nothing but the transfer of pollen grains from anther of one flower to the same flower. Sometime it's called as self-pollination. For example, over here in a first picture, right? In the first picture, what you will see, we have this flower, anther are produced over here, and then they will fly and they will move to the stigma of a same flower only. That is called as self-pollination. If the anther of the one flower is moving to the stigma of flower 2 is called as cross-pollination. And if the anther, right, which is producing the pollen grain, if these pollen grains are transferring from one plant to another plant flower, it is also called as cross-pollination. Clear, everyone? Are we clear? Good. Pollination is very easy. Self-pollination and cross-pollination. We have different pollinating agents that actually help. We have wind, water, birds, bats, animals that actually help in carrying the pollen grains. I'm sure you would have seen bright color flowers, right? Honeybee and various insects moving to the flowers to collect the nectar, right? All of this, beautiful colors, bright color petals has to attract the insects. And of course, to give them the reward, they have honey and the different type of juices, right? So these are the different pollinating agent that we have. After the pollination is done, everyone, what we will have? We'll see the fertilization happening. Now, this is a crucial and very important topic. All of you do pay attention over here. Right? What happens in fertilization? Fission, actually, we'll say that in a very simple word. Fusion of male gamete and the female gamete. So, male gamete, once fused with the female gamete, will see the formation of the zygote, right? And that is called as fertilization. After the fertilization of a male and a female gamete in the plants, right, what we will see? We will see that ovary will develop into the fruit and ovule will develop into the seed. Again, this question can be asked in the examination, everyone. So please make sure you remember this, right? Ovary will ripe to form the fruit and ovules will develop into a seed. And after this, of course, we'll see the new seed coming. See, ta-da! Easy peasy, right? Clear, everyone? Are we clear with this? Are we clear with this? Now, going back to this part, right? Fertilization is clear. Right? Let's talk about the double fertilization. Yes, let's talk about the double fertilization. Double means 2 times, right? Everyone tell me, double means 2 times. Yes or no? I'm explaining you. Please do focus over here. Yes, please do focus over here. Yes. So what happens in plants? Acha. Everyone, focus over here. Anther produce what? Anther produce? Jaldi say, you help me. Anther produce pollen grain. Pollen grains contain male gamete. Ovary has ovule, which have female gamete. Then fusion will happen of these gametes. We will see the formation of zygote, right? Ovary will become fruit and ovule will become seed. Yes or no? Right? Then, what is double fertilization? Let's understand this part. Double fertilization means that the fertilization are happening 2 times. We call it as double fertilization. First time, when the first male gamete will fuse with egg, it will form the zygote. Right? And this is called as, very good, this is called as syngamy. This is called as syngamy. 1 male gamete. Inside the pollen grains, we have 2 male gamete. First male gamete, right, if it fuses with the egg, form the zygote, we call it as syngamy. Then the next male gamete, second male gamete will fuse with the 2 polar nuclei. So inside the ovule, right, at the center there are 2 nucleus. So this male gamete will go and will fuse with this. So now we have 3 polar nuclei, basically 3 nucleus, right? We have 1 nucleus, 2 nucleus and 3 nucleus. So we see there's a fusion of 3 nucleus and hence this is called as triple fusion. Clear? It will form the endosperm which provide the nourishment to the growing zygote. Clear, everyone? So we have two types. We have syngamy and we have triple fusion. And hence there are two type fertilization that is happening. We call it as double fertilization. Easy peasy. Yes, good, good everyone, very good. Give me a quick thumbs up, jaldi, jaldi, jaldi. You'll get the, bilkul, you'll get the notes after the class. Good everyone. Gagandeep, definition of germination, the growth, right, of a new plant from a seed is called a germination. Good, chaliye. So we're done with the flower reproduction, right? Let's talk about the sexual reproduction in humans. But before that, everyone, can you quickly answer this question? बच्चे zygote will develop, right? The zygote will develop. उसी से plant बनेगा, उसी से हर बस में roots आएंगे, stem आएंगे, right? Clear? Okay. Plants which bear the unisexual flower. Easy question. Which of these flowers are unisexual? Means on a single flower will have either male or the female. Radhika, there is no name of the second gamete, right? Two gametes are there, first and second. We'll write like this. Okay? Chali, very good. Option number D is the correct answer. Watermelon and papaya, the unisexual flower. This question came, everyone, in the sample paper, right? 2023. State the post-fertilization changes that leads to the fruit formation in plants. Bhai, fruit kaise ban raha hai? How the fruit is being formed? जल्दी से खुशी बच्चे अभी दो बार एक्सप्लेन करा. I would request you to watch it again. Really sorry, I'll not be able to explain you now. We have already discussed it twice. I would request you to go back and see that part. Yes, thank you so much for understanding. Very good, everyone. Very good. And after the fertilization, what changes we'll see? First of all, we will see the zygote will divide several times, and of course, it will grow into the embryo within the ovule, right? We will see that petals, sepals, and other different parts will shed, right? They will fall off. Ovules will have a very tough coat, right? And of course, they will be gradually converted to seed. And the ovary will grow rapidly and will become a fruit. Easy peasy. Yes? Okay, chali everyone. Okay, so now I can see a lot of you saying break. Do you want the break for 5 minutes? We'll come back and finish off the human reproduction. Jaldi. Tell me, break? Yes or no? I'm just conducting a poll. Break. Yes or no? बहुत ही simple सा poll. Everyone quickly vote. Jaldi se. If you want a break of 5 minutes, we'll just have a break of 5 minutes and we'll come back if you want. Seems like yes is the majority of you saying yes. Yes, everyone. Okay. Yes, please, Anna. I'll give you a break of 5 minutes. Chaliye, jaldi se we'll have a break of 5 minutes. Right? I can see that many of you want to break 50% if you're saying break chahiye. It's a kind of a tie. So let's take a break of 5 minutes, everyone. Chotu sa break of 5 minutes. 5-minute break. Five-minute break, everyone, and we will meet. Now it's a 4:30, right? So we will meet at we'll meet at 4:35. Chaliye. I'll see you after 5 minutes. Take break, drink water. Chaliye, very good. Yes, everyone. 64 लोगों ने वोट कर दिया था भाई. ब्रेक की जरूरत तो थी सबको. पर कोई बोल नहीं रहा था. Ma'am, list two advantages of vegetative propagation practice in a case of a orange plant. So अगर हम for example, we can produce a greater variety of fruits, right? And we can increase the number of fruits that are produced on a plant. अगर हम artificial vegetative propagation करेंगे, we can increase the number of the fruits on the plant, right? And yield भी बढ़ा सकते हैं. We can have juicier fruits also. Good. If you are feeling refreshed, everyone, we can have the fireworks. I hope that all of you, right? Right, I'm sure that all of you, in between all of this, everyone, just remember to tell yourself कि भाई थोड़ा सा relax भी होना चाहिए, खुशी भी होनी चाहिए, थोड़े से, you know, I'm sure all of you watch a lot of memes, a lot of reels, है ना, थोड़े बहुत गाने सुनते हो, थोड़ी exercise कर लो, थोड़ा धूप में चले जाओ, you will feel good about it. Talk to your parents. I don't know, you ask us for the motivation. If you go and talk to your parents, right? अब 2 minute के लिए just sit with them. Tell them that, you know, you're feeling a little bit nervous. Your parents are your biggest support system. They will tell you so many good things about you and you will get the energy to work hard and, you know, full of energy. Right? So parents are the best, everyone. Right? They're the greatest gift that I think the individuals have, right? So, yes. Okay, chaliye. So with all the energy back, everyone, I want 15 minutes of yours. Let's quickly get started. Let's start with our sexual reproduction. We have very basic information that we have over here. भाई इसमें से question a kind of short question that I have asked. हर साल पूछते हैं, कुछ तो नया change होता नहीं है इसमें से. So let's quickly see this part. We have male reproductive system and female reproductive system. We are starting with the puberty. What is puberty? It's a time period where the body will attain the sexual maturity. So till the age of 12, right, though we are growing, but our reproductive organs doesn't grow. And of course, we don't have the sexual maturity is basically the growth of the reproductive organs, right, and the formation of the gametes inside them, release of the hormones that will be giving us secondary sexual characteristic features, right? And we will see that various changes will be happening in the body. Now, this is a stage that you all are in, right? In a stage of puberty. There are times when you will feel कि भाई I am very conscious about my appearance. एक pimple आते ही हम लोग बहुत stress लेते हैं, right? You will be keep on thinking about it. Oh my God, I should not get the pimple. Today is my lucky day. Today is my birthday. I should not have that. Or probably we fascinate about our birthdays, right? We think about ourselves in a very high way. Nobody should tell us something. We can take our own decisions. We all have, like I have gone through those phases and you are going through all of those phases now. So that period is a puberty, right? It's a time for us to excel also, and it's a time, if we don't get a right guidance, it is a time that can affect us for a longer duration, right? So this is a time when one needs to be aware about their body and well aware about the surrounding also. So let's talk about the male. They attain the puberty during a time of 12 to 16, and the females or the girls attain the puberty at the age of 10 to 14, right? It starts over there and it goes up to a teenage wala phase, right? What are the changes we see, everyone? Here we have the changes, right? Here we have the changes over here. In boys, we'll see the broadening of the shoulder, growth of the facial hair, armpits mein growth of the hairs, pubic region mein there's a growth of the hair, right? There's a same goes for the female also, right? In the boys, right, we'll see the deepening of the voice. There's a development of the pimples, which is again common in both the male and the female. There's a development of the sex organs, right? In males, it will be development of the testis, right, basically in the penis, right, the reproductive part. And of course, in the females, there's a development of the sex organ. Clear? Apart from that, in the females, we will see the growth of the mammary glands, right? We'll see the widening of the hips. These are a few common things that we see at a time of puberty in a male and a female, right? Now, this is very, very important for us to understand that these changes are happening, and these changes are absolutely normal. Now we'll be taking a look at the reproduction in the male. Basically, we'll be discussing about the male reproductive part. Now, male reproductive part is not as complex as a female reproductive part. Let's take a look what we have over here. In the male reproductive part, we have the testis, where of course we'll see the formation of the sperm. So everyone, if someone will ask you where the sperms are produced in testis, right? Along with that, it produces a very important hormone called as the testosterone. Super important hormone that actually help in the development of secondary sexual characteristics in males. Clear everyone? Very good, very good. So testis ka two functions are there, right? First, of course, help in the production of the sperms, the gametes of the males. Then help in the production of the testosterone. It's a very important hormone that gives the secondary sexual characteristics to the male. Okay, two very important features. Then on the top of the kidney, not the kidney, sorry, on the tubule, on the testis, right? Can you see this part? Right, this part is called as epididymis. This part is called as the epididymis, right? Epididymis. What happens? Sperms which are produced in the testis will be moving to epididymis. Then from there to this long tube which is called as vas deferens. This long tube of vas deferens, right, will be carrying the sperm, right? What we have over here? Bladder, right? Then it will be carrying the sperm to the accessory gland, seminal vesicle, prostate gland, bulbourethral gland, and will open into the penis. So in males, the release of the sperm and the release of the urine happens from a single track or a single duct. Clear everyone? Yes, everyone, are we clear? I'll answer your doubt. Right? I'll answer your doubt, everyone. Please do focus in the class. Clear? So, important role of vas deferens, it carries the sperms from the testis or epididymis to the penis. Right? Then we have the accessory glands, two. Actually, we have three. Right? We have seminal vesicle gland, prostate gland, and over here we have corpus gland or the bulbourethral gland. The important function, right? The important function of these glands, the accessory gland, is to provide the nourishment, is to release the secretion that will be helping the sperms. Okay, everyone, are we clear? Yes, add nourishment and the mobility, absolutely correct. 1 minute, everyone. Yes, everyone. Good. So we are clear with this? We have three glands, right, in the male reproductive system. We have first seminal vesicle gland, prostate gland, and bulbourethral gland. It is not mentioned in your textbooks. You don't have to worry about it. It's an extra information that you have, right? These glands provide the nourishment and actually helps in adding the mobility to the sperms. Easy thing for us to remember. Okay, chaliye. One of the important part which I have missed over here, can anyone tell me? Right, epididymis is the part, right, which is sitting at the top of the testis that actually carries the sperm from the testis to the vas deferens. Beech mein aa raha hai wo. Everyone, one part I have not spoken about, and that's a common question which is asked in the male reproductive system. Very good, Rishabh. Very good. Amiya, Ankit. Yes, scrotum. Very crucial question, right? So testes are present outside the male body in the sac-like structure called as scrotum. Now, scrotum provide the apt temperature or the optimum temperature for the production of the sperm. For the production of the sperms, the body requires 2 degrees less temperature than the normal body temperature. So if the body temperature is 37 degree, of course, the production of the sperms need 35 degree, less, basically 35 degree, 2 degree less, 2 to 2.5 degree less temperature. Very good. Chaliye. So that's an important role of the scrotum, which is usually asked in the examination. Now let's talk about the female reproductive system. Now this looks very easy and it's very complex, I would say. Important parts, everyone. We have ovary. Ovary is aware of course, we'll see the production of the eggs and release of the two very important hormones. Can anyone tell me 2 hormones in the female reproductive system which are released? Yes, very good, quickly everyone. What are the 2 very important hormones that are released by the ovaries? One is a direct hormone, of course, one is another form which is released. Very good, estrogen, absolutely correct. Estrogen. Yes, estrogen is directly released by the ovary, right? And then we have progesterone, which is released by the structure that we see in the ovary. Okay? Very good. Yes. Then we have the fallopian tube. So egg, once released from the ovary, will be collected by the fallopian tube. And in the fallopian tube, we'll see the fertilization also. Oviduct, is another name of fallopian tube. Where the fertilization of sperm and egg will take place? Where the fertilization of egg and the sperm will take place? कशिश पटेल बच्चे, नया साल तो आने दो, नया एकेडमिक ईयर तो आने दो, क्लासेस होंगी, बिल्कुल होंगी. वेरी गुड. इट अकर्स इन दी ओविडक्ट. भाई ओवरी बोलने वालों जाग जाओ. भाई ओवरी मत लिख के आना आंसर में. The fertilization takes place in the fallopian tube or the oviduct. So there are 2 important functions of the oviduct. First, it receives the egg. It receives the egg from the ovary. Second function, it is a site of fertilization. 2 functions. Very good. Then, after the fallopian tube, we have a very important part which is called as uterus. It is also called as the womb, right? W-O-M-B. It is a place where the fetus will be developing, right? It is a place where, of course, the fetus will be developing into a newborn baby, right? It will be delivered outside the body. Yes, implantation occurs there, absolutely correct. So the fertilized egg will get implanted into the uterus, and the uterus will have, uterus have lots of blood vessels that will be providing the nourishment. I will be going into the process also there over here, explaining about the placenta, but over here, uterus is a place where, of course, the womb will develop, basically the fetus will develop, and implantation occurs in the uterus. Then, we have the cervix, the end of the uterus, and then we have the vagina, which is also called as a birth canal. Through the vagina only, right, the sperms will be entering into the cervix and then to the uterus and then going to the fallopian tube. And once the fetus is fully grown, will be delivered through the cervix and the vagina. Clear, everyone? Yes. Good. The function of the cervix, as such, we don't have, it's the end, right? It's the end of the uterus, right? Through, of course, through here, the sperms move inside the female reproductive system. Chaliye. Okay. Now let's talk about the gametes. Acha, the female gamete is called as what? And what is a male gamete called as? In humans, what is a male gamete and what is a female gamete? Placenta kya? Bache, placenta ke topic pe aayenge, Kirat and other who have doubts. Yes, Vibhuti, just give me some time, bache. We'll come to the topic of placenta also. Good. Very good, everyone. The sperm, right, is a male reproductive gamete and the egg is a female reproductive gamete, right? Basically, these are egg cells or the gametes, right? Sperm has a head, middle piece in the tail. Head have the genetic information. Middle piece have the energy giving organ that actually help the tail to move, and this is how the sperms will be able to swim in the female reproductive system. Then, right, then of course we have the egg, which is a female reproductive gamete, right? It has a nucleus and the cytoplasm. Upon the fertilization of the male and the female gamete, we will see the formation of the zygote. So this is how the sperms will be entering into the vagina, then into the cervix, then into the uterus, and will be moving into the fallopian tube, right? And in the fallopian tube, we'll see the fertilization happening. Can you see over here, everyone? Right? Can we see the fertilization happening? Yes. Very, very good. Yes, so that is the path. After the fertilization, what will happen? Once the fertilization is done, we will see the formation of the zygote, and this zygote will develop right? It will keep on dividing from 1 cell to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 16. It will form a ball-like structure, and then of course it will get implanted into the uterus. Now the haploidy, if you ask, how many number of chromosomes will be there? 46, right? Right? How many number of chromosomes will be there? 46, and of course it's a diploid cell. It's a diploid cell, and it divides rapidly and differentiate, and of course we'll be able to see the growth like this. Okay, 1 minute everyone. Here we have. See, it will get implanted, right? And of course it will continue to grow. It will get implanted, attached to the uterus, right? And we'll see the growth of a very important organ, which is the placenta. Now what is placenta? What is placenta? Jaldi se, what is placenta? Right? Placenta is a very important organ that actually help in the transportation of nutrient from mother to the fetus, right? Help in the exchange of the gases also, and plays a very crucial role in carrying out the waste material from the growing fetus back into the mother's body, and of course clearing it out. Yes? Clear everyone? So, the embryo will be getting the nutrition from the mother's blood with the help of a special tissue which is called as placenta, and this placenta is attached to the uterus, right? And of course over here we have villi. This is mentioned in your textbook everyone. We have these villi, and around these villi we have the mother ke blood vessels. Clear? And of course it will be going inside this umbilical cord where we have the blood vessels, and hence a transfer will be happening. So what is placenta? Everyone, what is placenta? Yes? Very good. Yes, very good, student Ash. Absolutely correct. Villi are present on the embryo side, right? And the blood space or the blood vessels are there on the mother side. Yes, so that's the answer. Placenta. Okay, so we are done. What will happen if the fertilization happens, right? Now what will happen if there's no fertilization? We'll see the menstrual cycle happening, right? Menstruation happening in a woman, it happens monthly, right? And it is nothing but the shedding of the blood lining that we have in the uterus. Now uterus have prepared itself over a period of 1 month for the implantation of the zygote. If the zygote is present, of course, the nutrient or the blood that is there, of course, it will be able to attach first of all the zygote into it, not the zygote, the cells, right? And of course it will be able to provide the nourishment. But if the zygote, basically the cells are not there or the fetus is not there, of course the blood lining will be getting shed, and that happens in a monthly basis, and we call it as a menstruation or the menstrual cycle. It has 4 different phases that again you don't have this in your textbook, but if you want to remember this, you can remember. For the first 5 days, of course, where the menstrual cycle happens, we call it as a menstruation, where we'll see the shedding of the uterine walls, right? Endometrium ka loss, right? The loss of the endometrium or the blood lining loss, right? Then we have the follicular phase where, of course, in the ovary we'll see the development of the follicles, right? That will be releasing the egg. Ovulation is a time when the ovary will be releasing the ovum or the egg. And the luteal phase is a phase where the uterus lining will be getting thick again. And it is preparing for the fertilization and the implantation later. So this is how the menstrual cycle is there. Okay. Everyone give me a quick thumbs up if you're clear with this. Please do give me a quick thumbs up if you're clear with this. Jaldi jaldi say. Those of you who are saying hi bye, please focus in the class. Hi bye ke chakkar mein you will be asking doubts again and again and again. There's a joke that me and Aishwarya ma'am crack. Sometimes if you don't pay attention to the class, you will have doubts till the end of the examination. Like you are sitting in the examination hall, if you both of you, like if you see both of us, you're like, ma'am, what is life process? Ma'am, what is nutrition? Please tell us. Bhai, focus. Good. Chaliye. Moving to the reproductive health, everyone. Last topic. And we are done. And then, of course, we'll move to the heredity, a very big chapter and important chapter. Okay. In reproductive health, we all understand that what is health. We have studied about the definition given by WHO that the physical, social and mental well-being of an individual, and not merely the absence of the disease in an individual, is called as healthy. A person has to be physically fit, mentally fit and socially fit. And then only we'll be able to call that person as the healthy individual. There's one more important thing that comes over there is a reproductive health. Now, reproduction becomes a very crucial part of the life of an individual, right? So if they are not mature enough and if they're not healthy enough, probably they'll face various issues in their life, right? And probably they'll be very confused. So reproductive health becomes very, very crucial for the individual. It is very crucial for the body, right? For us to have a balanced diet for the physical health, right? And of course, for personal hygiene is very important. Then of course, disease prevention is super important. So we understand that reproductive health that there's a contribution of all of these things. A perfect balanced diet, personal hygiene, and then of course, disease prevention also. Now, when we talk about diseases, in a class 9th, you have studied about various communicable diseases, right? That moves from one individual's infected individual to the healthy individual. So, we call those diseases, not all of them, one diseases that are usually caused if there's a sexual contact or the exchange of the body fluid, we call it as sexually transmitted diseases, right? And it can be caused by bacteria, virus, and other microorganisms. Here in your textbook, they have given the example of two diseases that are caused by bacteria, gonorrhea and syphilis caused by bacteria. These are bacterial diseases. Then herpes and HIV/AIDS by virus. Right? So these are the examples of the sexually transmitted diseases. That's what you have to remember. Okay? Here everyone, you can take a screenshot. Actually don't. We'll be sharing the PDF with you, so don't have to. Yes? So sexually transmitted diseases are caused due to the bacterial or the viral infection. We have the examples over here. We have the bacterial infection example, right? We have gonorrhea and syphilis, and viral infection, we have AIDS. Now let's talk about the awareness, everyone, that comes over here, the contraception. Now, can you tell me what is contraception? Yes. Tarna, which is 3 adaptation, of course, increase of the thickening, basically increasing the thickness of the uterus lining, right? You can mention about that. The condition also changes. Mention about the blood lining. That's a very crucial and very important step. Very good, very good. Methods to prevent the unwanted pregnancy. Yes, very good. So we have contraception, and this is very, very crucial for us to understand and why the contraception is important. So even though we have attained the reproductive health, even though the germ cells formation is there, the gametes are formed, right? Do you think the individual can have the, or basically, do you think that, let's suppose a 12 or a 13 or a 14-year girl or a boy is able to take care of a baby? What do you think? Do you think that they'll be able to take the care of a baby properly? No, right? So, it is a very crucial for us to understand the importance of the contraception. Contraception actually help in preventing the unwanted pregnancy in various individuals. It can delay the pregnancy if the couple wants to. It actually help in preventing the sexually transmitted diseases. It help in increasing the gap between the children, and definitely help in controlling the population also. And of course, contraception plays a very important role, right, in making sure there is a check on the population as well. Yes, very good. So everyone, what are the importance of the contraception? We have over here 4 important points: to prevent the unwanted pregnancy, to control the population, to prevent the sexually transmitted diseases, and of course, increase the gaps between the children. These are the 4 important reasons, or the very solid reasons for the contraception. Now, we have different types of contraceptive methods that are used by the individuals. We have barrier method, hormonal method, intrauterine devices, and surgical method. Barrier methods, as the word barrier is there, that means it will be stopping the fusion or the meeting of the sperm and the egg. So over here we have the main, very commonly found contraceptive method, which is the condoms. The condoms are there for the male and for the female also, right? And these barrier methods, both of these, right, will be helping in avoiding, or will be act as a barrier in, and will be stopping the meeting of the sperm and the egg. That's one of the easiest example. Then we have the hormonal method. In the hormones, what we have, of course, these will be affecting the hormones of the body and will be affecting, let's suppose if a female is taking the pills, right, that will be affecting the release of the egg, and it will not be giving the correct conditions for the implantation and the fertilization to take place. So hormonal pills will be affecting the hormones in the body and will be contributing in avoiding the pregnancy. These are the oral pills taken by the females, right? It may cause, a little bit of discomfort, a little bit of headache, dizziness and irregular periods, because of course we are discussing with the hormones. See, we understand that hormones plays a very crucial role, especially in the female body, right? Estrogen and progesterone plays a very crucial role in the menstrual cycle. If there's a change in these hormones, it will be affecting the implantation and the fertilization process directly. So, if a couple wants to avoid the pregnancy, they can definitely have the intake of the oral pills. Then coming to the next method, which is the intrauterine device. Now, intrauterine device, as the word suggests, is the device which is added inside the uterus, right? Which is added inside the uterus that is there. So, we have IUDs, right? And of course, we have one of the common example, copper T. We have it in the plastic form also. This will be releasing the chemicals that will not allow the sperm to go and fertilize the egg. They will decrease the speed of the sperms. They will kill the sperms, and of course they will make sure the fertilization is not happening. Clear? Yes? Okay. So of course it is again used by the females, and of course will be added by the doctor, a professional doctor only. Good. Last but not the least, everyone, what we have tubectomy. Tubectomy, tube word, so remember with the fallopian tube. So in this particular method, fallopian tube is cut and tied. It's a reversible, it's non-reversible method, right? We cannot reverse it. We cannot reverse it. Everyone, are we clear? Yes? Right? So, in these methods, right, the surgical methods that we have for the contraception will be making sure that the individual will not be able to reproduce once this process is been done. Clear? So, in females, we have tubectomy, right? And in males, we call it as the vasectomy, where the vas deferens is cut and tied. These two methods, the surgical methods, are irreversible. If done, it's not that the female and the male will be able to produce the next generation. See, sperm production and egg production will be there. Production will be there. But they will not be able to meet because, of course, fallopian tube cut gaya hai. So, the egg will not be able to move into the uterus, right? Clear? And of course, the sperms will not be able to come to the fallopian tube also. Same thing for the vas deferens, right? Vas deferens se bhi, we know that it actually takes the sperm to the penis. Of course, if the vas deferens is cut and tied, the path is being broken. Yes? Good. So with this, everyone, we are done. Let's quickly answer this question, everyone, and then I'll take your doubts. Quickly answer this question, everyone. Yes, chaliye. Yes, everyone, here I'm running the polls. Please read the question carefully and please answer it. Okay, I think I've just given you two options. I can see the answer. Everyone quickly answer now. I don't want to go for again. Accession and the reason. Testes in the human males are located outside the abdominal cavity in the scrotum. The reason is scrotum provides a lower temperature than the normal body temperature for the sperm formation. Very good. Option number A is the correct answer. Both the statements are correct, and of course it's the correct reason also. Next question, everyone, on your screen. The bacterial and the viral infection that may cause due to the unsafe sex respectively are. You just have to identify the name of the diseases that are caused by bacteria and the virus. Now, in the sexual transmitted disease, we will remember that we have 3 examples which are mentioned in your textbook. Actually, 4 examples. 2 of bacteria and 2 of viruses. Good. The correct answer over here is the option number D, right? Syphilis and what? So, of course, HIV, both of these are caused by virus. Both of these again virus. This is both bacteria. Over here, this is caused by bacteria and this by virus. Option number D is the correct answer. Moving to the theory question, everyone, we have give reason, right? Testes of a male boy are not able to descend into scrotum during his embryonic development. Tell me what will be the effect if the testes of a male boy, testes of a boy, right, could not go to the scrotum. Basically, if they're not descending downwards into the scrotum, what will be the effect in a boy body? Very good. They'll not be able to produce the sperms, right? And of course, the testosterone hormones will not be there. Basically, sperm formation will be getting adversely affected. Yes. Yes, you have to give the reason what will happen. Basically, over here, the question is like, what will be the effect of it? Not the reason, but how it will be getting affected. Here, sperm formation will be getting affected because it requires a lower temperature of the body. Then the B part, vas deferens of a man is plugged, right? We have spoken about it, right? Vasectomy. So if the vas deferens is a passage, of course, where it actually carries the sperms. So if the sperms will not be transferring further, if it is being plugged, right? If it is being cut. Good, very good. Then prostate and the seminal vesicle glands are not functional. When these glands, right, are not functional, what will happen? They'll not add the secretion and the nourishment that the sperms need. Okay? Yes, they won't be able to provide the nourishment. Okay, good. Okay. Question number D. Egg is not fertilized in a human female. If egg is not fertilized in a human female, of course, we'll see that menstrual cycle will occur. And the last question, everyone, placenta do not attach to the uterus. Of course, agar placenta nahi hua, will not, if the placenta is not attached to the uterus properly, the growth of the fetus will be getting hampered, right? The nutrition transfer and the transfer of the oxygen will be not happening properly, and of course, it will be causing a lot of issues. Yes, everyone. With this, we are done with the chapter. Great. Break. Yes, finally 2 chapters are completed. Excited for the heredity. Yes. Everyone, you need to increase the speed. And I'm sure that you are very excited about this. Great. Yes, badhiya. Bachcha bata, how's the Josh, everyone? How do you feel about completing 2 chapters, the 2 huge chapter of biology? Right, maze aa gaye na? Yes, now of course you will be moving to the next chapter, which is heredity. Keep your josh super high because bhaiya is chapter ke liye bahut josh chahiye. Right? Please understand that the question from this particular chapter will not be very, very theoretical. It's basically the monohybrid cross and the dihybrid cross. Very, very crucial question. So the practice is super important. Chaliye. Ma'am, do you want to give them a break or do you want to continue? Okay, everyone. So we'll be meeting 10 minutes, ma'am. Yes, everyone. How many minutes break you want? It's 5:10 now. We can have the polls. 5 minutes ka break or 10 minute ka break? Or you want a break of 15 minutes also? 10, 5, 15, 30. Wait, 30 to nahi mil raha, sorry. Haan. Seems like 15 minutes is winning or... आज बहुत नीम मटेरियल मिला है तुम लोगों को भाई क्लास ही अब नाउ इज नॉट अ टाइम कि हम शुगर कोट करके बात करेंगे क्लास में ऐसी बात करो कि मैम 4 दिन है मेरे पास मैं 100 मार्क्स ले लूंगा क्या मैं 30 मार्क्स तो एक्चुअली एग्जाम में आएंगे भी नहीं द पेपर इज ओनली फॉर 80 मार्क्स 30 मार्क्स तो 20 मार्क्स आर ऑलरेडी गॉन मतलब वो तो आपके स्कूल वाले देंगे आपको तो 100 तो पूछो ही मत पहले 80 मार्क्स पूछो ना कि हम 4 दिन में 80 आएंगे नहीं आएंगे और फिर बच्चे आलतू फालतू के सवाल पूछते हैं
Okay, then give 15 minutes, but we'll do heredity and our environment back to back.
Okay, here's a deal, everyone.
5:30, but we'll do it back to back.
Everyone will have the session at, we'll start the session at 5:30. Then now you're getting a good amount of break. Session at 5:30, but उसके बाद में break नहीं मिलेगा. ठीक है? Then after heredity we'll have environment.
Deal or no deal? 2 chapters back to back.
हाँ, 2 chapters back to back, है ना? Deal या no deal? Ma'am, अरे भाई, I can see a question which is very surprising. Ma'am, what is the difference between a sperm and an egg? अच्छा मुझे बताओ, मैं बताऊँ इसका आंसर. हाँ, ये मीम मटेरियल है कि नहीं है? Right, it is a meme material. What is the difference between a sperm and the egg, or basically the sex cell that we have in the individuals? Everyone, the poll is up. Please quickly vote. So sperm is a male reproductive gamete, right? We can say sperm is produced in the male body and egg is produced in the female body. Upon the fertilization, we'll see the formation of a zygote. Armed and ready. Very good, bachcho. Chaliye everyone. Awesome. Awesome everyone. So now I will leave वरना मैं बहुत सारे meme material दूंगी. Today I'm in a very good form. I'm ready. अरे भाई, we keep on discussing the questions that you are asking us and बहुत मजे आते हैं. Everyone, please have the high energy and keep motivated yourself. It's your day to shine. It's biology day, right? आज का दिन हमारा bio वाला दिन है, तो हम मस्ती करेंगे, पढ़ाई करेंगे. Yeah, #A², absolutely correct. Right? चलिए. So everyone will meet at 5:30. Ta-da, bye-bye. I'll see you on the other side. Ta-da. Well, we should make a reel also. Fireworks पे.
You can see how much saman we have here.
Yeah.
No, we just had to. No, it's okay. No, it's not muted. They can hear us.
Okay. Then बढ़िया है. Hello ma'am. Ma'am, will you provide the PDF? अगर नहीं देंगे तो क्या करोगे बताओ? We are telling you कि we will give you the PDF. भाई इतना क्या परेशान हो रहे हो? Ma'am is like, अरे मत बोलो मैम, बच्चों का दिल टूट जाएगा.
I keep telling her, oh, it's okay. Okay. See, now it's #birds with BYJU'S, #A². We are just getting the next set of PPTs ready. Your PPTs are huge. You guys have no idea.
Important diagram, Bhargav, Aishwarya ma'am did a video also on the channel. It's there. Please watch it. Ma'am have discussed all the important, actually all the diagrams that you have in your textbook.
Guys, you should be taking breaks, so we will refrain from conversation.
Go.
There's one more. So bye guys, see you at 5:15. 5:30. Hello everyone. Good evening. Good evening to all of you. It's 5:30. We played a very strong game of deal or no deal. You guys wanted a longer break, but jaldi say two chapters. Now, most likely post the live session, I may have to edit out that initial plan for the day because my plan for the day kind of became a flop. But on the bright side, I know that all of you are making sure that your concepts are A-okay, right? Like I always said, I'd rather take some extra time than teach you half things wherein you've learned half of it and you've not learned the other half, right? I mean, I would not be able to go to sleep, right? I know, right? Good morning, say good evening ho gaya. Exactly. So how's the Josh? We finished off. So basically, if you think about it, we have finished two entire huge chapters, right? So these are two very, very big chapters that are there in your bio bit. And if you think about it, these are actually quite scoring ones also. A lot of questions keep coming every year. So it's not even like we can rush through these concepts, right? Yes. See, bacha, it's okay, right? What matters more is that if you are here, you are putting in the effort, that's what matters. More students will keep coming in. That's not a problem. See, 5 kids also, 50 kids also, 100 or 1,000 or whatever, every one of you matter to us, right? To be honest, if you think about it, my day started 5-6 hours before 7 a.m. itself. I mean, I woke up like at 3, almost 4:30 in the morning, and I've started prepping, making sure questions are there. PPTs are looking awesome, right? So if you look at it, all of us have been, Ankita ma'am was traveling. She just, came in today morning and she's come directly to office for the class. So we have been putting all the effort to make sure that we give you the best possible, kind of class ever. Awesome. Ashvi, tomorrow is the day that yesterday should have been the day that you slept well. List 2 preparation shown by uterus. 1 point is thickening, I agree, but see, they're saying preparation to receive it. So here you could also talk about the hormones that play in picture, because the question is kind of vague. Like, if they said post-fertilization, still makes sense. You can write about it. Pre-fertilization, all that's mentioned in NCERT is the fact that uterus prepares by thickening of lining. So you can say that lining deposition by mucus and blood. Then you can talk about how progressively it increases the thickness, and of course how eventually it is ready to receive it. So when you're writing it, see, thoda gray area question hai ye wala. So I would say you can talk about enzyme action as well, right? Awesome. Okay. Yes, jaldi, I just took a question. Himani, I hope I answered your question. I know it was not pretty completely convincing, but I'll search a little bit more and I'll probably reply in the comments. ठीक है. Okay, so let's get started. And we're going to start with our very own favorite, drum rolls, is heredity. Sukuna, we've actually done only 2 chapters, life process and how do organisms. We are moving on to the 3rd chapter, which is heredity. Now, this particular chapter, if you see, there are multiple concepts. But today, to be honest, I am going to talk about it or cover it with the aspect of NCERT in mind. Now, one of the many advantages of learning about how do organisms first and then heredity, it gives you a more clear idea of what we mean by variation, right? So are we all ready? Yes? Yeah, double fertilization is not there as per NCERT, so don't worry about it, okay? Yes, are we ready? Yes or no? Okay. Study bear, I answered this then also. Enzyme is a biocatalyst. Type of enzyme is amylase. Yes? Don't worry. Let's go. Awesome. So, first and foremost, let's understand the chapter name, right? The chapter name says heredity. So, what do you understand by heredity? Can you all tell me? Yes? When you look at the word heredity, what is it that you understand? Very quickly, in simple words, easy words, you can tell me. Now that we have studied how do organisms reproduce, this should be simple, right? Yes. Heredity is tiring. Wow, nice. Transfer of traits or characters, passing of traits, transmission of characters. Awesome. Okay, study of genetics. Fine. Study of inheritance. Very good. So I can see many of you have very good ideas about traits, but there are some words that you are kind of interchangeably using it, right? So let's have an idea of what is heredity. So now if you see in this particular case, we know that from reproduction, we understood that organisms have the ability to produce young ones. How are they able to do this? Because they make DNA copies, right? So we know that there is a DNA copying mechanism in place, and that is how there is transfer of information from, let's say, parent to offspring. Yes, we have understood that. Now that very term, yes, this transmission of genetically based characteristics from parent to offspring is what we call as heredity. So if you think about it, that whole mechanism that you just studied about is what we call as heredity. Now what is inheritance? Inheritance also is kind of the same thing, which also talks about the fact that it is transfer of characters from parent to offspring, right? Errors in DNA copying leads to variations. I am coming to that, Mahi. I am just coming to that. Now, of course, if you look at it, right? If you look at this particular word that I'd like to focus on, we're talking about genetically based characteristics, or we can say that they are genetically based characters. So what are these characteristics that we get from parent to offspring? So what are these characteristics? Some of it, of course, includes the fact that all of us have two eyes. We see that we have hair, right? We see that we have a certain body design that is pretty similar to our parents. And all this information that is there is present in the, whatever is there in the parent, you find it in the offspring also. Yes? So if you talk about it, the fact that, let's say, there is two eyes, there are color in the eye, or there is hair type, hair color. We see that this is all information that we get from our parents, which is transferred to us, right? So in this particular case, if you see, this what you observe as eye color, hair type, we say that they are all characters. Now see, I don't want to say this, but I feel it's very important because lots of people, maybe some teachers also, right? We tend to use terms like characters and traits very interchangeably, not realizing what a character and a trait is, right? Which is why as students of biology, students who are studying biology, right? You should know what do we mean by the term character and trait, right? So what do we mean by character? A character is basically any inheritable feature, right? That means anything that I will get from my parent is what is called as a character. Now, for example, many of you say I look like a certain someone. Many of you say that I resemble maybe a certain someone, right? I'm not going to take names, but of course you guys keep saying that, so I'm just going to, hold you out to that. So in this particular case, if you see, I'm not naming the person, but in this particular case, if you see, you know that, let's say, the fact that I have big eyes, I'm just going to take my example, that I have big eyes, that I have straight hair, and I see that I have jet black hair or dark brown eyes. These are all features, right, that I have got from, let's say, my parents. My mom has big eyes and she has dark brown eyes and straight hair, and I see that my dad also has the same. So this is something that I have got from my parents. Yes. So in this particular case, hair color, hair type, they are all characters that I have got from my parent. But if you think about it, see that I have dark brown eyes, but my brother has light brown eyes. Similarly, in your family, you would see probably you have really dark eyes, and let's say your siblings would have a lighter color. Maybe your hair types are different. Maybe, the way you have, let's say, the type of, the ability to even roll your tongue. How many of you can roll your tongue? How many of you here can actually roll your tongue? Because there are some people who can roll their tongue, while some who cannot, right? See, Himani says that I cannot roll my tongue, while Mahi, Arjun, and many of you here, you're saying that you can roll your tongue. Kushi also says not me. See, that's interesting, but I can also roll my tongue, see? I can roll it. So tongue rolling, the ability to roll tongue or not roll tongue as well. That in itself is also a character that we get. But now if you look about it, or if you realize what I told you, whether it was tongue rolling or hair color or eye color, you saw that there is not one type. It is not that the entire world will have the same kind, right? The entire world has one kind of eyes. The entire world has one type of hair. Entire world can roll their tongue. That is not the case, right? But what do we see? We see that there are alternatives, right? So we see that for any feature, there is an alternative. Yes? So alternative forms of a character is what we call as a trait. So are you clear? What is a character and what is a trait? Traits are alternative forms. So it could be that somebody has dark brown color, dark brown eye color, somebody has, cat eye color, somebody has black eye color, some have blue. So this is the main difference between a character and a trait. If you need to write this down, please write it down, because this will come handy when you learn concepts of gene and allele, and that is how I am going to relate character and trait versus gene and allele. Exactly, Himani, because people use terms as characters and alleles as the same thing. I mean, character and trait as the same thing. That gives a wrong idea to students, which is why it's important for all of you to understand. Don't jump the gun. I'm going to get to what is an allele. Yes? Okay. So now, of course, we understand that this is what we understand as characters and traits. Slowly, I can realize that my voice is giving up a little bit. So now, in this case, if it is an inheritable feature, that means that information for this character is present in our genetic material, right? If it is inheritable, that means if it goes from parent to offspring, then we see that it is inheritable, right? That means that the information is present in the genetic material. Now, of course, from our previous session, we've understood, or from the previous chapter, we've understood that the genetic material, which is nothing but the DNA, right? That is the deoxyribonucleic acid. That exists in the form of highly condensed rod-like structures called as chromosomes. And in the human body, how many chromosomes do we have? We have 23 pairs of chromosomes, or totally 46 chromosomes. One which we get from the mother, one we get from the father, right? So there is one paternal chromosome and maternal chromosome, yes? Now when they pair up, yes, when we say 23 pairs, we see that they pair up in a way wherein there are chromosomes of similar shape, size, and they come of similar shape, same shape and size. One from father, one from mother. So this is not there in your textbook, but important to understand. That is that when you see the pairs are made where it comes from one from father, one from mother, we see that they are of same shape, same size, yes, one from each parent. And we call this as a homologous chromosome. This is not there in your examination, but I'm just telling you because this idea that the same chromosome of same size and shape comes from each parent, and that's how they pair up. Yes? Now in this case, let's say if I take any chromosome, imagine if I take this particular chromosome, I will know that it is made up of DNA, right? I know that it is made up of DNA. Now in this particular case, there are segments of DNA that hold information, right? So segments or fragments of DNA that hold information is what we call as a gene. So gene is a specific segment or fragment of DNA that code for a particular character, or that code for proteins that are responsible for the expression of a character. But let's not go into the details of an exact definition of gene. For a basic understanding, genes are basically fragments or segments जहाँ पे characters को code करने के लिए information होता है. Yes? Now, can we say that a trait is a type of character, but character is not a type of trait? No, Ashvi, don't complicate it like that. Think of it as, if I ask you what are stationery, you'll tell me pen, pencil, eraser, sharpener. But if I take each of it, if I take a pencil, You have Apsara pencil, Nataraj pencil, some new Domos brand pencil. So you have various alternatives in that also. If I ask you sketch pen, you can tell me so many brands. You can tell me that there are so many colors. So you understand that, right? You understand how characters and traits are related with this particular analogy. I hope that is clear. Yes? So far are we all clear? Manasvi towards the end of the class, okay? Yes, so far tell me if you are clear. Yes or no? So far till what I told you about characters and traits, and of course with what are genes. Yes? Awesome. Now genes that are there are specific segments, like I said, that code for a particular character. Clear? Which means that genes exist. Genes that are there exist for hair color. Yes, it exists for hair color. It exists for hair type. It also exists for eye color, right? So all of these genes exist. But now in each of this, so let me take hair color. In each of this, I have alternative forms, right? In each of this, I have alternative forms. Hair color can be black, it can be brown, it can be blonde. I have multiple options even within my hair color. So can the same gene code for all the multiple variants? Yes or no? Can the entire exact same gene code for all the different variants? Yes or no? Do you think it's going to do that? Now think about it. Nahi, homologous chromosome you forget for now. Yes or no? Same gene. Yes? I want to see how many of you have understood or you're following me. 46 in all cells except the gametes. No, exactly. Which is why we see that there are alternative forms of the gene. This alternative forms of gene that exist. Now when I say alternative form, it is not an entirely different one, but rather the genetic constitution of that particular gene is made in a way that this one will code for black hair. Now there would probably be this one which is going to code for brown hair. It is the exact same gene, but they all are alternative forms. Now, I have seen people saying that allele is one, gene is two. I've heard people say that allele is single, gene में pairs होता है. बहुत सारे ऐसे random explanations are there, which is why I am sticking to one aspect that all of you understand, right? You understand that this is where we find it, yes? Now, they are alternative forms. Now, where are these alternative forms present? Now Harsh's question. Are they attached together? Are they separate? Which is why we go back to understanding this part. We have 46 chromosomes, right? We have 46 chromosomes, one coming from the mother, one coming from the father. Every gene, we know that chromosomes of same shape and size, they come together. Which means that if I have a gene for hair color here, yes, I have a gene for hair color in chromosome 1. This is not the case. I'm giving you a hypothetical example. So if I have a gene for hair color in chromosome 1, in the same position, I will see that it will be there in the mother's parental, the chromosome which I get from the mother also. So the gene will occupy a specific location. So genes have specific locations on the chromosome. Yes? We are clear with this? Now, there is a gene for hair color. Now, it could be that it is representing. It could be that there is an allele for, there's an allele for black hair, or there could be an allele for brown hair. So, now you understand how I am using it. Yes? Locus felix is the specific location. Locus that is there is basically the specific location that is there. Yes? Awesome. So now we know what is gene and allele. Are we clear? Have I ended the long lost debate about ये gene क्या है, allele क्या है? Yes? Ma'am, so both chromosomes are alleles in this case. Both chromosomes have the forms. Now, that is where I will come to. Yes, Manya, my question is to the next one, right? Now, in this particular case, right, it could be that they could be the same kind of allele. So imagine here I have an allele for black hair and I have an allele for black hair. So this is from the father, this is from the mother. Okay, I've got one chromosome from father, one chromosome from mother. They both have black hair, same. So now what will happen? It is a similar pair of alleles, right? It is a similar pair. So when it is a similar pair, we call it as homozygous. While in some cases what would happen? They would be dissimilar. So in this case, this could be one, this could be another. They could be dissimilar, which is why in this case we call it as heterozygous when they are dissimilar. So let's say we got this from mother and this from father and they are different. So एक होगा black hair के लिए, एक होगा blonde hair के लिए. So that way it is dissimilar, which is why we call it as heterozygous. So quickly to recall everything once again that I've done from start, we will make a flow chart. Yes? So what did we learn? We saw that characters that are there are basically the inheritable features, right? So we know that these are the inheritable features or the inheritable characteristics that get passed on from parent to offspring. Now what is a trait? Traits are those which are the alternative forms of the character. Alternative forms of character is what we call as a trait. Yes? Now, moving on. Where is the information? So, think of character as, so we will compare character to, let's say, stationery, right? So, now we will talk about pen. Trait is like brand of pen. Yes? Brand of pen. Think of it that way. Different brands are available. Now, information. Yes, information for this character is present where? It is in the genetic material, and we see that there are certain specific segments of the genetic material that code for a particular character. So we call it as a gene. But since every gene can have alternative traits, or there could be multiple traits for a particular character, we see that there are multiple or alternative forms. So alternative forms of a gene is what we call as a allele. Yes? Are we clear? Alternative forms. So if I have a gene for hair color, yes, I have a gene for hair color. I will see that, let's say, capital B is going to code for black hair. Yes? Then I can see this B will code for blonde hair. And then I could have one more which would be H that will code for, let's say, brown hair, right? So these are all the alternative forms. Yes? Are we clear? Are you all with me? Yes? Fatima, I'm going to answer your question on acquired traits in just some time. Yes? Okay. Awesome. Now, give me a quick CC if you are clear. Yes? Abutam, bacha, you have understood. Try to apply what you have just learned. Okay? Now my question to all of you. This is a question. So the question is, tell me the character. Tell me what is the character and what is the trait. Can you tell me what is the character and what is the trait here? Akshaya, what are you confused with? You let me know. Which part of it? Ma'am, character similar to gene, trait. No, don't say similar. So characters are coded by genes. Alternative forms of character exist, which are called as traits. So for those traits, we have alleles, right? Yes. Hair type is character. I want answers. I is hair, okay. Character is an inheritable feature, very good. Hair type is a character, hair color is a character, very good. So hair type, hair color, what else? Curly or straight, okay, that is hair type again. Eye color, how about eye color? I think eye color is also something we can write down. Yes? Eye color, very good. Skin color, yes, awesome. Skin color. So these are all inheritable features, right? Inheritable features which come under character. Now let me take hair type as an example. Yes? So if I were to talk about the different traits of hair type, can you tell me? अगर हम सिर्फ hair type लेंगे, so what would come under hair type? अरे, how you will know height from this? Ma'am, are homologous and homozygous the same? No, they're not the same. I'll tell you in some time. Himani, I'll just finish this. Very good. Straight, curly, wavy. Yeah, all of that. The boys will be like, ma'am, we don't know what is all. I only know straight and curly. So we're going to stick with that. So here, of course, we see that we have wavy hair type. We have straight hair type. Then, of course, we see that, we have curly hair type. So in all these, tightly curled, abhi, a lot of curly girl routines and everything have come. I mean, I wouldn't know because I have super straight hair. So yeah. So in this particular case, of course, dress color is, who is giving dress color? Unnecessary. No, unnecessary to tell me dress color. They're only gone. So now, of course, in this particular case, Himani, to take your question, homologous chromosomes are those chromosomes wherein we see that there are two parents. So let me just go back. We see that there is a pair of chromosomes which are normally seen, let's say, in a diploid cell where there are 46, where one has come from the mother, one has come from the father, and they pair up, wherein we see that they are of similar shape and size. Now here, when you talk about homozygosity or homozygous, let's say, alleles or homozygous pair of characters, then that is with respect to the gene alone, right? It is homozygosity is seen in homologous chromosomes. I hope now you are clear. Akshaya, I will tell it once again, don't worry. So you know what is a gene? Genes are nothing but segments of DNA that code for a character. Yes, so mera hair color, eye color, all coded by genes. But of course, it's not that everybody has the same genes. If I have straight hair, you will also have straight hair. Maybe not, right? But in that also we see that sometimes you might have curly hair, which means that will the same gene code for straight and curly? No. There could be an alternative form, right? There would be an alternative form that exists. That is what we call as a allele. Yes? ठीक है. Now that we are clear with this, we have understood what is character and trait, we have understood what is gene and allele, what is homozygous, heterozygous. So our foundations are clear. But one more thing we notice is that they are all human beings. They are all girls, they are all humans, and we see that they all are having the same characteristics, yet they are different. So we know that variation that is there is nothing but the slight differences that we observe in the genetic makeup of different organisms. Now, of course, one very important thing for all of you to know is that in the case of sexually reproducing organisms, because of this, there is greater genetic diversity. Please underline this, right? Please underline this point. It is there in your NCERT. They will ask you assertion, reason questions, which is why I am focusing on this. This particular topic or the way I am teaching it is oriented towards NCERT. Yes? So we know that in sexually reproducing organisms, there is greater genetic diversity. But what about in the case of, let's say, a bacteria? So we know that if there is a bacteria which is asexually reproducing, it keeps making copies of itself. But if there is a slight, difference in the DNA copying mechanism, may or may not be an error, but a slight difference, right? NCERT says errors lead to variation. Ankita ma'am, what she taught you is that the language NCERT has used is not exactly accurate, because normally if errors happen in our body during DNA copying mechanism, it is considered as a bad thing. But here what NCERT means by an error is nothing but a difference from the original one, right? So that is what they mean by that. So when there is a difference from the original copy, when there is a slight difference, it leads to variation. Yes? And even in asexually reproducing organisms, it could be that there could be some slight differences that exist. Yes? So do all variations have an equal chance for survival? We know that that is not the case, right? There are some variations which could have an equal chance, while some variations which could be disadvantageous. So now, just to check how much you know, I am going to give you all your very own favorite assertion reason question. Yes, Sharad, this question is for all of you. I want you to take your time, read the question and give me the answer. Take your time, students. Aram se, take your time. I am not in a hurry for all of you to give me the answer, because I know you will make silly mistakes here. So by the way, these are also from previous year, CBSE 2023. Okay. Ma'am, homozygous means alleles are same, while homologous refers to chromosomes, which pair up in your diploid cell. Very good, very good. How many of you like this question? This is NCRT words. If you have done your NCRT reading, you guys will get the answer for this. Ma'am, no comments. Me. I think A. Okay. Ma'am, I think A. Akash, ma'am, marathon. Ma'am, homozygous straight hetero, I'm coming to that. ठीक है. Awesome, I can see that 56% of you have given me the answer as option B, while 35% of you have given me the answer as option A. I can see some of you saying, ma'am, please be A. Okay, ma'am, why not A? Arey, you tell me. If it is A, you give me the answer as A. Very good. Those of you who mark the correct answer as option A, you guys are correct. Now see the keyword I highlighted. When a bacteria divides into 2, the resultant 2 bacteria divide again into 4, and the 4 bacteria would almost be similar. See, look at the keyword. Yes, look at the keyword. It says almost similar. So if I say the word almost, does this mean that almost similar is equal to identical? Is almost similar equal to identical? You tell me. No, na? No. Almost similar is not equal to identical. This is of NCRT, which means when it is almost similar, when do we use the word similar? We use it for sexual reproduction, where we see that the offspring is similar to the parent, but we never say that the offspring, right? But we never say that the offspring is identical to the parent in sexual reproduction. So in this case, if you see, yes, Harsh, you can take up your NCRT, take up the first page, and under accumulation, wo diagram ke niche, second page pe, you will be able to find this, right? So the correct answer is option A. So we know that this statement is true. Does DNA copying involve small inaccuracies? Yes, it does. Is this the correct, right? Is this the correct explanation? Absolutely it is. So this question was not easy. It was a slightly tricky one. But today I have a lot of tricky questions from heredity because I want you guys to feel confident. See, abhi jo bhi doubt hai, you ask me, aaram se we will sort it out. Today is only 27th. We have a lot more time for you to master the topic. So don't worry. Okay. One more. This is a very repeated question. Okay. So you guys should be able to get it. I know, Ritika, I know. See, I am like those teachers, and I think it comes from my dad, okay? So my dad tells the same thing like 100 times, and then after one point, I feel like I start quoting him. So I feel like I'm also like that as a person. ठीक है, poll is life students, assertion, reason. Human populations show a great deal of variation in traits. All variations in a species have equal chances of surviving in the environment in which they live. This one, this is repetitive. This is a repeated question. Arey, this is easy peasy. Very good, Manya. This was there in the top 20. Was that there in top 20? Arey, I've solved so many questions with you guys. No, literally, I have... I think I know in which page of Oswald which question is there. I've reached that point now. Yeah, guys, I'm going to take my voice a little lower because I realized I'm overexerting it. Abhi, I'll feel like by tomorrow my voice will just be like air coming out. So I will start talking softly. Awesome. I will, Ria. I will. Okay, very good. So correct answer here is option C, right? Because we know that in human beings, we see a great deal of variation. So this right here is true. But do all variations have an equal chance? Absolutely not. right? So in this particular case, this is false, which means you don't even need to go to A and B to figure out if it's true or no. So you just need to see between C and D. Chic, it is good. I really feel a lot of questions from Oswald do come in the board exam. Traits are expressed by alleles. Yeah, you can say that. You can say that. Yes? Okay. Now, if you see all of this, right? All this hair color, eye color, ye wo, whatever we have discussed so far, right? We can also call it as inherited traits, right? So apart from, just saying that they are just traits, we can also call or use the term inheritable, and we can say that they are inherited traits as they are present right from the time of birth and has been obtained from the parent. Now, many of you are asking me, is acquired traits which are there? So first and foremost, what do we mean by acquired? Now, acquired traits are those, as the name suggests, what we acquire or what we get or what we develop over a period of time. Yes? So that is what we mean by acquired traits. Yes? For example, if eye color is there, my eye color is always going to be the same. Provided I don't have some weird genetic condition, my eye color will not suddenly change after I've become an adult, or when I've become, really old, my eye color will not suddenly become into some red color and I'm walking around like a vampire from Twilight. No, right? Nothing of that drastic sort is going to happen, which means that the information that has been transferred to my body from my parents remains as is. While on the other hand, right, if you look at acquired traits, let's say if I put on weight, many people ask me, oh ma'am, you put on weight and all that, I keep seeing those comments. I will say that I'm not affected by it, but just kidding. But when, see, for example, me putting weight, me losing weight, at one point I was so skinny that people thought that, I wasn't eating and, maybe nobody's feeding me and people are stealing my food. People used to make fun of me like that. So things like that, right? Things like that, wherein, let's say, is dependent on my lifetime, right? It's dependent on what happens to me during my lifetime. So that is what we call as acquired traits. Yes? So that is what we acquire, which we acquire over a period of time. Now, of course, acquired traits has been deleted from NCERT at this point, so I'm just talking about, mentioning this for your understanding. Now, understand that acquired traits are not coded by genes, it's just something that physically develops, but inherited traits are information that is normally present, right? Information that is normally present in the gene. Now, of course, how is it that the trait gets passed on from parent to offspring, right? Or is it that both parents contribute equally? Yes, things like this are all known to us at this point in today's day and age. But way back then, there was a scientist who was super excited, right, to learn about this. So Gregor Johann Mendel, he was, of course, a very, very important person. I will say that it is somebody who you may not personally like at this given time. But see, over a period of time, his studies and his, I would say that his experiments have paved the way for genetics, right? So we see that he studied the inheritance of traits. Yes, inheritance of traits in pea plant. So what is pea plant? Pea plant, or the scientific name, is Pisum sativum. And we see that he was the one who established the initial laws of inheritance. So for this, he took a pea plant where he took two parent pea plants, he made various offsprings, studied the offspring, studied the characters, and then phrased his, phrased his laws of inheritance. Yes? Dhruv, I will look into that for sample papers. ठीक है. Sushila Bacha, what did you not understand? Ma'am, what if two traits are heterozygous? Then Sid, it will not be, see, if two traits are dominant, then it is not heterozygous. I will come to that. You guys are jumping a little ahead of what I am teaching. Should you learn his name? We should learn. Why should she? ठीक है. Some questions I'm going to come to the answer. Can diseases be inherited? Some diseases can be inherited. Hemophilia can be inherited. Color blindness can be inherited. So those are all inheritable diseases. Yes? Okay. Now everybody, let's get started. This is going to be very, very important. Ye wala part is super important. Yes? Okay. Now, why did Mendel choose pea plant? He could have chosen literally any other plant. There could be rose plant, there could be mango tree, there could be jasmine, there could be lilies. But why has he chosen pea plant? Yes. Now, in this particular case, if you see, first and foremost, yeah, it was easily available, right? Apart from that, most importantly, it had clear contrasting characters. So it was very easy to study inheritance patterns. Now, along with that, it had a short lifespan, it had easy maintenance, and of course, it produced many seeds, right? It produced many seeds at one time. So this right here was also enough, or it was a good sample size for us to study the inheritance patterns. Then, of course, we saw that it had bisexual flowers, which means both male and female parts were found in the same flower. So it could be self-pollinated, and artificial cross-pollination also was easy to do. So what are these 7 contrasting characters that was there? So we saw that he considered height, seed shape, seed color, flower color, pod shape, pod color, and flower position. Yes? So this right here is going to be important. I know you have a lot of doubts. So how about I finish the initial monohybrid cross bit and then I take your doubts? Sounds good? If you all pay attention for the next 10 minutes, ये सब हो जाएगा, right? हाँ, last में पूरा का पूरा doubts I'll take at one go. That sounds better, right? I'll finish teaching at one go, I'll give you the questions at one go, and then I will do the questions towards the end. Done. So let's have a look. This is what we see, right? We know that these are the 7 contrasting traits. So let's assume that Mendel performed a cross. Now what did he do? He took 2 parent plants, okay? He took 2 parent plants where he took a pure tall plant, then he took a pure dwarf plant, okay? And then he crossed it. Now the character he considered right now was the height of the plant. So he considered the height of the plant and he did a cross. Now the first progeny that he got, he saw that all of them were tall. All of them, they were all tall. Now he was curious. He's like, okay, I took one parent who was tall, one who was dwarf. Now all my progeny are tall. None of them are dwarf. So what did he do? He was a little more curious. So he took this progeny and he took them as the parents. And then he self-pollinated. So in your exam, they may say that the F1 generation was selfed. They use this word, the F1 generation was selfed. That means he did self-pollination. Why did he do self-pollination here? In order to see what exactly happens when you hybridize the same kind, right? Or you cross 2 parents of the same kind. Now to his intrigue, he saw that in the next generation, which we will call as the F2 generation or the second filial generation, we saw that there were some which were tall and many which were tall, but some which were dwarf. Now the parent, the initial parent was dwarf. The generation in between did not show any dwarfness. But now what do we observe? We see that dwarfness has reappeared. So in this particular case, he realized that it was not that the dwarfness character or the dwarfness trait went missing, but rather it just was hidden, or it was not showing itself out, right? It's kind of like, imagine if I was going in a, two-wheeler with my brother who is like 6'1" and I'm sitting behind him in the bike. Nobody will even know that I am right there behind. But aise jhanke, if I look to the side, then they will know, oh, Aishwarya is sitting behind the bike. So in this case, it was not that the character or the trait was not there, but rather the trait was not expressed, which reappeared much later. Yes. So in this case, if you think about it, if you look at it at the genetic level, right? So now we're going to have a look at it at the genetic level. So at the genetic level, when he has taken pure dwarf and pure tall plants. So let's assume that for pure tall, we will use capital T. Then for dwarf plant, we will do small t, right? So now, if you look at it at the gamete level, so this is in the cells, right? This is in the cells where we know that the complete set of chromosomes are going to be there. But will gametes have the complete set of chromosome? Yes. Do gametes have the complete set of chromosome, or will they have only half? Yes? Guys, you focus. You can make short jokes and dwarf jokes on me later. No, na? So in this particular case, and the gametes, they will have only half. So at the gamete level, we see that it will be represented in this manner. So when you cross these two parents, you see that here, when it is pure tall, it is homozygous. Now somebody was asking me, what if it is heterozygous dominant? I'll come to that. This is why it is not possible. It will be a homozygous condition because both the pairs have the same thing. Here it is homozygous. Pure means homozygous. Pure means similar. Always remember that. So in this case, in the F1 generation, what is happening? Two are coming together forming a dissimilar pair, right? A dissimilar pair or a heterozygous. We are seeing that we are getting a heterozygous condition here. But now in this dissimilar pair, the tallness gene, or I would say the tallness allele, is expressing itself, which is why we say that it is a dominant character. So a dominant character is one which will always express itself both in homozygous, that is in the similar pair, as well as the dissimilar pair, right? But what about dwarfness? Dwarfness we saw was the one. So in the case of dwarfness, we saw that only when it is in a similar pair, that is in homozygous condition, it is able to express itself. So this is what we understand as dominant and recessive. Now you can't tell me that there can be two heterozygous dominant that eventually becomes homozygous only, right? So Adityan, homozygous means that there is a similar pair of alleles that have come together. So here, similar pair of alleles, hence homozygous. This is dissimilar, so heterozygous. Yes? Awesome. Now what has happened after that? Now he has taken the F1 progeny, wherein we see that this is the genetic constitution, right? This is the genetic constitution of the parent. So at the gametes, what are we getting? Now gametes we'll get two types. We will get one which is capital T, one which is small t. So now we are getting it from both parents. So we will get multiple options. So that is where you will draw the Punnett square, right? So when you draw the Punnett square, you will put one capital T, one small t. Capital T representing tallness trait. This is representing dwarfness, right? So this is representing dwarfness. So when you do the permutation combination, we see that we get all of these combinations in the progeny. So in this case, what do we see? We see that if I look at the physical characteristics, if I have to just observe, I see that majority, close to 75% are tall. While here I see that only 25%, a small percentage, I am getting dwarf. So I can also say that the observable characteristics, which is nothing but the phenotype. What is the phenotype? It refers to the observable characteristics. We say that the phenotype or the phenotypic ratio is 3:1. Yes? But if you look at tallness, right? If you look at tallness, we see that 3 tall, 1 dwarf. But at the genetic level, so we see that at a genetic level, or if you look at the genetic constitution, right? If you look at the genetic constitution, which we call as the genotype, I see that there is one which is pure tall. Yes, you all agree? Pure tall. Then I see that there are two which are showing me heterozygous condition. So I can say that it is hybrid, or I can say that it is heterozygous. Yes, or I can say dissimilar. Two of them are there like that. And there is one which is pure dwarf, which is why here the genotypic ratio will be 1:2:1. So are we clear? Yes? Are we all clear? Students, are you with me? Yes or no? Oh, no permutation. Sorry, only combination. Sorry for the mathematical issues. Can there be dominant trait more than one? Yes, they can be. So if you talk about it in blood grouping, right? In blood grouping, in some plants, which is why when you go to 12th and you take up genetics, you will realize that this is just the foundation. There are a lot of things which don't work in real life, right? In real life, there are no people who are going to be only tall or only dwarf. There are so many people who come in between, right? There are some times where two dominant traits can equally express itself. So in your higher grades, you will realize that there are a lot of things which don't work for other, let's say, it does not work for the larger mass. This is just for us to have a foundation of how inheritance works, right? So that is why I would say that it is important that you know. Higher grades pe you will learn more. There's a concept of codominance. Yes? So I think in Snapdragon, I'm sure that that is an example. Okay? Ma'am, what if both blue and brown come together and they are both dominant? It's a hypothetical question. See, if they are both, so I'll give you an example. There is a flower called a Snapdragon, wherein the flower petal colors are equally dominant. So white color is dominant, red color is also dominant. So when they two come together, what will happen? The flowers are pink in color. So they'll exhibit a combination somewhere in between. Even the blood groups that we have, A, B, if you look at the genetic constitution, there is codominance also in that. So that is just a hypothetical thing that I mean, that's one, yeah. Let me just check once. I remember it's Snapdragon, it's from literally 12th grade memory that I've told you. Not 12th grade, 10th grade. Yeah, I am right. Okay. Awesome. Okay. So now here if you see, he has taken one particular character, right? He has taken one particular character and then he has done the cross, which is why in this case we see that we call it as a monohybrid, where a single character has been taken. So this right here forms the law of dominance, right? So law of dominance is basically when you have a pair of contrasting characters, right? So when you have a pair of contrasting characters present together, one will always express itself while the other one remains suppressed, right? So the one that expresses both in homozygous and heterozygous is what we call as a dominant trait, while the one that remains suppressed is said to be the recessive trait. So quickly, Pari, what is trait? Alternative forms of a character at a broader level. Physically, what you can see, right? That is a trait. But what is the allele? Alternative forms of gene at a genetic level, where you see that there are alternative forms that exist. Genetic drift, out of syllabus. Okay? Awesome. Now in the meanwhile, one more law which is not directly mentioned, but I'm just going to anyway tell you, is law of segregation. That means that when you have these factors, right? Many of you are saying, ma'am, isme to won't they combine, right? So let's assume in heterozygous condition, won't they combine and become one because they're dissimilar? So here one more thing we understood was that even in the heterozygous condition, they don't merge and become into one. But rather we see that during gamete formation, these factors or these alleles, they will separate or they will segregate. So that is what is law of segregation. Easy peasy? Yes? Okay. So are we ready to solve some questions now? Monohybrid cross is going to be pakka sure short question, MCQ. You will get 2 mark questions, you will get 3 mark questions, you can get 5 mark questions. Why did I spend time for monohybrid cross? Ye zarur aayega, right? This concept is what is going to be something that will come, which is why we are going to solve questions, okay? Awesome. First one, starting off with your favorite assertion reason. This is a very repeated question, so I'm assuming you guys should be able to give me the answer. Repeated question, all of you from 2023. Read the options. You have black eyes, brown eyes, and these are the combinations. Black eyes is a dominant trait. So they're saying that in 3 combinations, right? So if gene capital B is responsible for black eyes, gene small b is responsible for brown eyes, all combinations is going to give me black color. Reason being that black is a dominant trait. Study cherry, it is out of syllabus. It's in heredity, bacha. Okay. Yeah, I know. This is like my favorite question. That is only incomplete dominance, Himani, the one that I told you right now, no? Codominance, or we call it as incomplete dominance also. Quickly, all of you. Yes. Actually, one small change. Incomplete and codominance are not the same. Codominance is when they equally express. Incomplete is when one is not entirely dominant over the other. So actually, incomplete dominance is what is there in Snapdragon, where the dominant one will not fully express itself, which is why some of the recessive trait will come up. So that is in incomplete dominance. Codominance is what you see in blood grouping, where they equally express themselves. So small correction for my explanation. Very good. So Himani, that was a question, that was the answer for the question you asked. Very good. Correct answer here is option D. Yes. Let's move on to the next one. I don't think you need an explanation for the previous one, right? Because you know that, see, if you have gene B, if capital B is represented, then we know that it is the dominant trait. Yes, if small b is there, it is recessive. Yes, this is recessive. So in this particular case, what do we see? This and this will show black eye color. But this will show, this will show brown eyes, which is why this is incorrect. A is false. ठीक है. Moving on to the next one. We have a cross between a pea plant with white flowers and a pea plant with violet flowers, which resulted in the F2 progeny. Give me the ratio of violet versus white. The genotype is given to you. Okay. Am I going fast? I'm telling you, we are finding it very difficult. When we go slow, you're like, Mom, jaldi jaldi karo. Ha, Naveen, done. Amita, I'll do it once again. I know students who have not read the genotype properly are the ones who are going to give me the wrong answer. Because 57% are giving me A, and I can see 33 of you are giving me as C. Yes, Indian Avengers. Whoa. What a name. Himani, that's what incomplete dominance is, when the dominant trait will not fully suppress the recessive trait. So a little bit of the recessive trait can express itself. So the Snapdragon example which I told was a dominant one, or was an example of codominance, was actually an example of incomplete dominance. I'm a little bit tired, so I interchanged the explanation. Okay. Okay. So in this case, a violet flower, so this is the parent. Those of you who are regular to class have got this. And you have white. So clearly white is recessive, violet is dominant. How have I decided? Because of the letters that they have used, capital and small. Now here what has happened? In F1 generation, what will I get? I will get heterozygous condition, right? So I will get it in heterozygous, which means all are violet, right? All are violet. Now they want to know the ratio in F2. So F2 may I have to self the parent, right? So we'll draw a beautiful Punnett square. We see that capital V, this is small v. So I am going to get this combination. Now what is the question asked me? Now the genotypic ratio. Many of you are asking me what is genotypic ratio. Genotypic ratio is that ratio which shows the genetic constitution. So what is the genetic constitution available to me? I have this, I have this, and I have this. This is at the genetic level. So this here, yeah, this is a P by Q. So here I have it as 1:2:1. But what is my question asking me? What is the ratio of capital V, small v? Tell me now, capital V, and small v. What should be the answer? C is wrong. Why? C is wrong. Tell me why now. Those of you who have given me C. C is wrong because 3:1 is the phenotypic ratio. So that will give you what? The observable characters. How many are violet? How many are white? That is the phenotype. This is violet is to white ratio. But you have to go at genetic level, right? Genetic level. So in this case, you need to tell me what is the ratio of this is to this. Hence, it is option A. Correct answer is option A, 1:1. Who is telling me, ma'am, they want an F1? They have not asked F1. They said a cross of pea plant with this and this resulted in the F2. So they have said that this is the parent plant and F2 they have directly come, which means they have done F1 in between. How can you directly get F2? You cannot directly get F2. You would have got F1 generation, uske baad F2 aega. Which is why if you see, the correct answer is option A. Ritika, why do they need to mention pure or, heterozygous? They have given it to you. They have given you the parents. So shouldn't this be easy? This should be easy. Okay? Now, next one. Application of the previous question. A homozygous dominant guinea pig with black fur is crossed with a homozygous guinea pig with white fur. The F1 generation is crossed with itself. What percentage of F2 generation is expected to show white fur coat? I will end this poll. Students, it's an application. You should be able to give me the answer now. Okay. Very good, all of you. Very good. I can see the answers coming my way. Awesome. Keep it going. Yes, we'll do a session on important heredity questions. But I've already done it. Maybe, I'll share the video with you if you don't mind. Okay, I don't have the answer to this one. I realize I have to just mark it. See, Arsh and Surya and many others, as per what CBSE has put out in their curriculum, they are most likely not going to ask questions because in competency, mainly the questions come under analyze, reason, solve for, which is why I think potential of asking you to draw a diagram has become very less, but interpreting diagrams are much more. Yes? Okay. So now they said that there is a homozygous dominant guinea pig with black fur. That means that homozygous dominant, already given that black fur is dominant and we see that white fur is recessive. Yes, white fur is recessive. They're saying F1 is obtained and F2 has come. So F1 mein what are we going to get? We will get heterozygous condition. We are going to get heterozygous condition, right? Now from here, what do we need to do? We know that end may when you do the cross, when you self it, yes? So when we are going to self this, we will draw the Punnett square. Right? They are asking you what percentage is going to show white fur. So here, even if you take the phenotype, right? If you take the phenotypic ratio of black fur is to white fur, what will you get? You will get 3:1, yes, which means if you take the percentage, 75% is black, while 25% will show white fur. Hence, what is the answer? Answer should be option A, 25%. Yes? Awesome. Very good, Ritika. Very good, Rian. Yes, I've called your name, but I hope you give me the answer also. Super. Now, let's move on to the next question. This is a subjective one, and this is a question I made, actually. So, pea plants can have round seeds or wrinkled seeds. A farmer decides to pollinate one flower of a plant with round seeds using pollen from a plant with wrinkled seed. He took the F1 seeds and he saw that he got a total of 1,500 in the F2 generation. How many pure round, pure wrinkled and hybrid round did he get? This is competency, this is application, and this is tough. This one is tough for those of you who may be struggling with heredity in the meanwhile, but I want you to give me the answer. I'm going to give you 2 minutes, actually 5 minutes, as and when you give me the answer. Mansvi, I will take your doubts towards the end, Bacha, if you don't mind. Yeah, I've reached a point when I have to start making questions in heredity. That's how many questions I've given you for heredity. I mean, not like I'm some genius, okay? I saw a similar question and I changed the values. Narla, in importance of DNA copying, maintains the basic body design. Information needs to go from parent to offspring. Montario, there are only a total of 1,500. How did you get 2,000 progeny? Tell me. How have we got 2,000 progeny when there are only 1,500 in total? Very good, very good. 500, 500, 500 wrong. But others who are giving me the answers, very good. Arey. I don't set such tough questions. This is easy only. Now then you will tell. Like this is Ankita ma'am's dialogue. If you study, everything is easy. See, calm down. First of all, when you see such questions, don't lose your minds and say, ye nahi ho raha hai, okay? Reason why I feel numerical based questions on heredity will come this time is because we have seen it in your sample practice paper and even in your textbook. A very similar numerical is there for the dihybrid cross, where they have told in that 9:3:3:1 ratio pay, they have done the math, right? Which is why I feel like it can come. This kind of a question will come in your board exam. So students, please be prepared. Now, one thing that I've not given it to you, which is very important for you guys to know, from your dihybrid cross, and if you have studied heredity, you know that round seeds are dominant. Yes, round is dominant over wrinkled. Yes, if you have studied the chapter before, round is dominant over wrinkled. So wrinkled here is a recessive character. So what he has taken? He has decided that he has taken round seeds and then he has cross-pollinated with one that has wrinkled. Now don't overcomplicate the question. हाँ, Manasvi, correctly. Manasvi has told, ma'am, but आपने नहीं बोला कि अगर ये homozygous tall है क्या या फिर heterozygous tall. Now think about it. F2 के end में Manasvi आपको मिला pure round, pure wrinkled and hybrid round. The only way, what is hybrid? That means heterozygous. The only way you will get this is if the parents are pure and homozygous. If you do any other combination, you may or may not get, and you don't have time to sit and figure out which combination. So we will go with the assumption that parents are homozygous tall. Yes, if they want a specific kind of parent, they will specify. Okay, here we are going with the assumption that the parents are tall only, like homozygous in both cases. So this is our parent, right? This is our parent. Yes, Manasvi, I hope I've clarified that doubt that you had. Yes? So in this particular case, this is our parent, which means in F1 generation, what are we getting? In F1 generation, we are going to get a cross of this. So hybrid. So now I will then self my F1. So now here in F2 generation, I am going to get it as capital R. I am not drawing Punnett square now, okay? You guys know. Capital R, capital R, capital R, small r, small r, small r. Are you all with me till here? Are you all with me as to how I have got this? And I am talking or I am using genotypic ratio here. Genotypic ratio of 1:2:1. Why have I used genotypic ratio? Why not phenotypic? Because question में they have asked, pure round कितना मिलेगा? Hybrid में कितना? Pure wrinkled kitna. That is why we see that we have used the genotypic ratio. Yes. Now direct solving for all this, right? So when you need to find out how many pure round do I have? I have 1. Total of 4. This is basic ratio and math. I don't need to explain this. 1/4 into 1,500. So how much will I get? I will get 375 here. So now this is also the same. So if you see pure round seeds will be equal to 375, pure dwarf seeds is equal to 375. Now you don't even need to solve. Do 375 plus 375 and subtract it from 1500. How much are you going to get for hybrid? Hybrid will be 700. How did I do this? I did total minus 375 plus 375. Are we clear? Yes? Are we all clear? Yes or no? Ye wala question, students. Sorry, not 700, 750. My bad. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Guys, you understand that I'm not the greatest at math. Because if I was, I would probably be teaching math. Ma'am, go slowly. Okay, sorry. Good to go? Students? Ma'am, what is the percentage of getting this kind of a question? Anonymous, my bet is around 40 to 45%. No problem, Tanvi. The whole video will be alive. Alive it seems. Will be still available. So you can watch it in 2x. Yes? ठीक है. So are we ready? If you think about it, 99% of the chapter ho gaya, right? Almost 99%. Yeah, you guys only decide. Amongst you guys, some people are saying go fast, some people are going to say, ma'am, wrinkle is not dwarf. Wrinkle is not dwarf, yeah. Wrinkled is, let's go back to this. Students, wrinkled is with respect to seed shape. We know that tallness and dwarfness is with respect to height. But seed shape can be round or wrinkled. Seed color can be yellow or green. So, bacha, not the same. Yes? Now we will go on to the next bit of it, which is going to be dihybrid cross. I will go in the medium pace. Yes. Now, of course, in dihybrid cross, so far what did we learn? We saw that in all these cases, we saw that there is a parent, right? And he has in both cases, he has considered only one character. So Mendel decided that, hey, how about I consider two characters and study the inheritance pattern. So he took up two characters, which is seed color. So he has taken seed shape and he has taken seed color. Now we see that seed shape, round is dominant and seed color mein yellow is dominant. While green color is recessive and wrinkle shape is recessive. So he did the same drill. He took pure tall and pure dwarf, pure varieties. He got the gametes in this form, right? And end mein what did we observe? We saw that in F1 generation, we got a combination which was heterozygous. So it was heterozygous for seed shape and heterozygous for seed color. But because the dominant trait always expresses itself, we saw that in the observable characters, all were round and yellow. Now in this particular case, if you see, when we self the F1 generation, right? So when you self the F1 generation, you can get multiple gamete combinations. You can get multiple gamete combinations in this case. Some could be all dominant, some could be in this manner, some could be entirely recessive, right? So in this case, when you then do the F2 cross, this is what you are going to get, right? So you are going to get this kind of a cross where you have 9 which are round and yellow in multiple combinations, 3 which are round and green, 3 which are wrinkled and yellow, and 1 which is wrinkled and green. And this is just the phenotypic ratio. If we were to go to the genotypic ratio, it would be a much more complicated one. Which is why we see that one important thing you observe is that these are the parental characters, right? So we saw that there are parental characters which have come up to F2, but some new combinations, right? So we observe that there are new combinations as well that have come. Yes? So we see that this right here is the dihybrid cross. Phenotypic ratio again of 9:3:3:1. Remember this because the previous question that we solved can also come for the same, right? How did we form F1? Simple bacha. See, if you have capital R, capital R, capital Y, gametes mein iska half aayega. So you will get this. Similarly, for this, gametes will have half the number. So you will get this. So when the gametes combine, we see that we will get it in this combination. Yes? Okay. So in this particular case, we get this combination of characters. Now here we understand a very important observation. That is that when we consider more than one character, we think that they will always move in pairs, right? So when we consider capital R, capital Y, or small y, or capital R, small y, right? So there's always an assumption that these two will always move together. But with the dihybrid cross, we saw that that is not the case. When you take two sets of contrasting characters, distribution of allele of one character is independent. So when I consider round seeds, right? Round seeds, and then I consider wrinkled. Then on the other hand, when I consider yellow, and then I consider green. It is not that these two will always go together and these two will always go. They are independent of each other, which is why this right here is very important. This is what we call as law of independent assortment, right? So quickly students, these are all the different laws of inheritance that we have covered today. So very quickly you can take a screenshot of this. Jaldi take a screenshot, because towards the end I have two more topics and I am done. Ma'am, in my field, I have short and white flowers. That means that you have a homozygous recessive pea plant. Yes. Please tell law of segregation. Adityan, law of segregation is that when gamete formation happens, we see that it is not that all the alleles will move together. They will separate, but they will come back during zygote formation, right? Assortment may, if you take in a dihybrid cross where more than one character is there, then we see that the distribution of allele, let's say the segregation of one allele is independent of the other. So that is what we need to understand. Yes? Now this is a very important question on how do traits get expressed. Now this is a paragraph which we think is so boring that we decide to skip it. But recently in the practice paper, in the sample paper, they have asked a question on the same, right? How do these traits or how do these genes get expressed? So we know that the genetic information is present in the DNA, right? It is the source of information. Then of course we know that this is needed to make proteins, right? And we know that these proteins, when expressed, right? Proteins need to be expressed, or proteins need to carry out the work. Only then you will see hair color, eye color and all of that. If proteins don't do their job, then it is not going to happen. And they have explained this with the help of tallness as a characteristic, right? So in your textbook, they have explained with tallness as a characteristic. This is very, very important. Let's keep RNA for now. I'm not going into the details of it. So they have explained with tallness as a character, right? So we know that hormones are produced. So we'll anyway be discussing it. But hormones are produced which regulate the functioning or that regulate the growth of the plant, right? So we know that therefore how much ever we see that based on how much hormone is produced, that much is going to be the height of the plant. And what is a hormone at the end of the day? A hormone is nothing but it is a protein that is going to be there. But who is going to decide how much of hormone that should get produced in the body? Who is responsible for deciding that? We see that there are certain enzymes in the body. Yes, that will decide on how much of hormone needs to be produced. And this will again decide, or how much of enzyme that needs to get produced will depend upon the efficiency of enzyme production, right? So in this particular case, if the enzyme works properly, if the enzyme is produced properly, then the enzyme will produce the hormone. If the hormone is produced properly, only then the plant will grow well. If there is any alteration to any of this, right, then it will affect the tallness. So what do you need to remember? Whether it is enzyme, whether it is a hormone, end में कहाँ से आ रहा है? DNA से, right? There should be efficiency in protein production and protein expression. Will this come in case based? This has come in MCQ. MCQ questions and assertion reason will definitely come. So students, please wo wala paragraph, please highlight it. And to be honest, nobody is going to ask you to state law of dominance. The kind of questions that I've told you are the type of questions which will come in your exams also. So don't obsess about things that are not which will not come directly. Nobody will ask state law of dominance. They may ask you which is a dominant character, or why will the dominant character always express itself. So those are things that you need to know, right? See, law of dominance, you know how to remember. Segregation, think of it as splitting. So during gamete formation, what happens? Chromosome number becomes half. That means that some allele will go here, some allele will go here. That is law of segregation. Independent assortment. So when you're going to go buy chocolates, you will want to pick one, as a Kit Kat. Then you'll want to go pick one Polo. Then you want to go pick one, maybe you want to pick Dairy Milk. Now in this case, it is not that if you buy Polo, you have to buy Dairy Milk. It is based randomly and independently of each other, right? So that is what happens during independent assortment. I am from the 90s. Yes, so Polo is a big thing. Ma'am, where is that para? Ayushman, there is a heading that says how do traits get expressed. There is a heading right there next to the dihybrid cross in the side. You will be able to find it. So quickly, we have to revise this topic once again. How do traits get expressed? So we know that all the information is present in the genetic material, right? And we know that the genes code for specific proteins. So effectively, if a trait has to get expressed, then these proteins need to be produced properly. So how are proteins produced properly, or why does it matter how much protein gets produced? That they have explained with the example. So imagine I have a plant which is growing in height. Who is responsible for ensuring that this plant grows? We know that there are growth hormones which ensure that plants grow in height. So there are some hormones which are responsible for making sure that my plant grows, right? Now, who will make sure that this hormone is produced? Somebody needs to be responsible, right, that this hormone is going to be produced. So we see that there are certain enzymes which are involved that ensures that these hormones are produced. Now, who will ensure that these enzymes are also getting produced? So it depends on how efficiently enzymes are manufactured. So this is kind of like telling, if you have to do your school homework, who will make sure that you do your school homework? Ghar se your mama and your papa will make sure that if school homework is done. School mein somebody will check and make sure that school homework is submitted. And in that also your class teacher will not come and individually make you do that. There will be one person who will come, collect all the books, keep it in the class teacher's table. Then your class teacher will correct it, then send it back. So we see that there is somebody always checking and ensuring it, right? Which is why in this particular case, we see that efficiency of this enzyme production process is important. Now, whether it's your enzyme, whether it's your hormone, we see that they're all proteins at the end of the day. So, efficiency of protein production and expression is also important. Yes? Ma'am, which law? They can ask which law is exhibited or observed. Bacha, mainly if monohybrid cross is there and they're specifically talking about some trait getting expressed or suppressed, then it is with respect to dominance. Or if they ask you, see, mainly law of dominance, law of independence, independent assortment takes priority. Segregation, they have not outright told it in NCERT, so they may or may not ask you a question. Yes, you can explain segregation with monohybrid cross also, right? Yes, I had to read NCERT line by line so that I am able to tell you all line by line. That's what I was doing from the morning. So today feels like a test for me also to make sure that I've learned stuff and I've done my homework. ठीक है. So jaldi say, let's get started everybody with the last topic, and heredity is done, which is sex determination. This to pakka exam mein it will come. I will write and give it to you. One question will come. One MCQ, 1 2 mark, 1 3 mark, 1 5 mark will pakka come in the exam, right? That's how sure I am. So now we know that we have 46 chromosomes. Yes. So I can say that there are 23 pairs. Now the first 22 pairs are identical in both males as well as females. So this is what we call as autosomes. Here I'm going to go fast, okay? So 22 pairs are identical, which we call as autosomes. But the 23rd pair, right? The 23rd pair that we see is what we call as the sex chromosome. And this is what determines the sex or the gender in individuals. Yes? So we see that in males, it will be a XY pair, which could be a dissimilar pair, or it will be a XX pair, which is a similar pair. So if it is XX, it will be female. If it is XY, it will be male. Yes? Now, sex chromosomes are also known as allosomes, right? Now, of course, so far we know that in almost all the cells of our body, we have 46 chromosomes, except where? Except at the gamete level or the sex cells or the reproductive cells. They have only half the number, which is why what will happen in females, if let's say all the cells have 44 plus XX, then the egg will have only 22 plus X, half of it. Now the issue comes in males, right? Because in males you have a XY dissimilar. We see that XY is not same, it is dissimilar. Which is why we see that some sperms will have 22 plus X, while some will have 22 plus Y. So based on which sperm fuses with the egg, it will determine the sex of the individual, right? So here if you see, the father is responsible for determining the sex of the young one or the gender of the young one. So in this case, if you see, if the sperm having X chromosome fuses with the egg having X chromosome, you will get a zygote having 44 plus XX, so it is a female. But if a sperm having Y chromosome fuses with that of a X chromosome, then we end up getting a boy child, that is 44 plus XY. So if you draw a Punnett square for this, which many of you were asking me, right? So if you do it in this aspect, so if you draw the Punnett square, we see that there is a 50% chance that it could be a girl or 50% chance that it could be a boy, right? And who determines this? It is determined by the father. Now, of course, this is in our case. But let's say in other animals like snails or tortoise, we see that in the case of snails, they have the ability to change their gender from male to female during their lifetime. And then, of course, we see that in the case of tortoise, it is determined with respect to temperature. Which is why in this case, if you see, heredity is done. On a scale of 1 to 10, how are we feeling with heredity? Yes? Do all the chromosomes have the same allele? No. This is the chromosome, has different alleles. What are alleles? Alternative forms of gene. What is a gene? Gene that is there is basically a segment of DNA that occupies a specific location on a chromosome. So all alleles will not be there in one chromosome, right? ठीक है. Very good. Let's go. Exactly. And yes, my voice is giving up. So jaldi se everyone, let's move on to the next one. So these are some MCQs. I'm not even going to give you poll because you know the answer. Okay. Array, see, 8 say above is amazing. 8 say above is amazing. When X-bearing sperm fertilizes with egg, the resulting zygote is going to be what? Resulting zygote क्या होगा? सहाल कल भी क्लास है, कल भी हम सॉल्व करेंगे. Today, to be honest, I have dumbed down the questions I picked because I realized that if I have too many questions also today, I will sit for 12-13 hours. But I tried to make sure that I took PYQs for practice, so that your PYQ practice bhi ho jayega, sample paper questions ka bhi ho jayega, and of course, you are getting thorough with concepts, right? Why do we not show a pair? Ma'am, why do we show a pair to show full organisms? Arey Manasvi, normally what happens is that it's not to show a full organism. We might be specifically talking about one trait or one character. That's why we show only one pair of chromosomes. ठीक है. Super! Yes. So we have 44 plus XX. So this right here is the answer. Now this right here is a case-based question. I have the solution. I will share it with you, but I am not going to ask you to give me the answer because I know you guys are super tired as well. So which is why very quickly I will take you through the questions. So here, of course, it's talking about how sexual reproduction is there and how heredity process and all that is there. Now, the first part of the question is, why is it that the human being is not a true copy of his parents in sexual reproduction? Yes, in this particular case, an human being is not a true copy because we get one set from father and mother. So there's a paternal copy and a maternal copy, and slight differences exist. Hence, due to variations, we are not a true copy. Now, While performing experiments on inheritance in plants, what was the difference he observed in F1 and F2? 1 mark mein. Difference between F1 and F2. Mendel. Very good. Very, very good. Manya, tomorrow also I will do questions. I will record sessions also. Don't worry. We have so many sessions left. Ma'am, why not C? Because here they have asked you zygote. Zygote is diploid. It will have the complete set of chromosome. F1 may only dominant was expressed, while in F2 we see that only both, we saw that the dominant as well as the recessive trait was expressed. Now, why do we say that variations are useful for the survival of species over a period of time? So here you have to tell me about the advantages of variation, right? And how they help in survival. 2 points you can write down. Yes? Or the other one that we have here is on Mendel's cross, which is something I would like to spend time on. So here is the dihybrid cross, and this is the kind of question you will get. So this was the parent, which was round and yellow, and there was wrinkled and green. In F2 generation, he saw that there were 4 combinations. Which of these were new combination? Why do new features that are not present in the parents appear in F2? This is where question on independent assortment will come. This is how they will ask you. They will not say define independent assortment, right? But they'll ask you. So you can write it in your own words also. Yes? So in this particular case, what do we see? This is our parent, right? This is our parent. And they are talking about what they got in F2. So F1 may, what did we get? We got this. Then when I cross this, you don't even need to do the cross. I keep telling you, for such kind of questions, don't do the cross. They're asking you what are the new combination. So my parent is round and yellow. This is wrinkled and green. No, this is wrinkled and green. So in this case, what is the new combination that I'm getting in my F2? I got these two, but apart from that, I also got one which was round and green. And then I got wrinkled and yellow also, which was a new combination. Now, why did I get these new combination? Because when there are 2 characters or 2 sets of traits that you consider, they will segregate, or they will, during gamete formation, they will assort independently, right? So that is the answer to this particular question. So with this, everyone, we are done with heredity. Are we ready for our environment? Are we ready for our environment? Because I told you ki our environment is a easy breezy chapter. Easy breezy. So let me switch. Okay, just give me one moment. So we have 2 PPTs because the PPTs are so big that one PPT is not enough. Arey, you broke your deal. So students, chemistry class is a premier class. So there are 2 things. If you want to watch the premier later, you can watch it later. You want to go watch it and come back and watch this later, you can do that also. So not a problem. Chemistry is not live, that's a premiered recorded video. No break, right? Awesome. So are we ready for our environment? I think our environment we can finish in 15 minutes, right? Yes. So are we ready for our environment? I hope you guys are. Okay. Yes. So Ankita ma'am will be coming pretty soon. And Ankita ma'am, see, Ankita ma'am is the pro of our environment. And I'm telling you, if I do our environment, I'll end up teaching it for at least another half an hour, which is not needed. Ankita ma'am, so jaldi 5-10 minutes mein she will finish it. Yes? Till Ankita ma'am comes, you have a break time. You have a break time till ma'am comes. No, there's no break. You only have break till ma'am comes. Arey, I'm not exhausted. Actually, I have just recovered from a pretty serious voice condition. So I realized that I shouldn't be exhausting myself like this also. So yeah. Done guys, break ho gaya. Abhi Ankita ma'am is going to take it jaldi. Ma'am, they have aced heredity. Now time for our environment. Easy peasy, no? 5 minutes.
Yes, everyone. I know. Great, everyone. See?
Ma'am, I'm going to take 1 minute. Yeah.
I saw that. Yes, everyone. Yay! Chale, everyone, let's have the easiest chapter, right, that we have in our class 10th biology. For the very last time, everyone. मैं तो बहुत खुशी से पढ़ाऊंगी ये chapter. It's a very easy chapter, right, and very kind of sure shot. कि भाई इसमें से you will have, let's suppose, 3 marks question, right, and of course they can break it, either it can come in the case-based study also, and for surely in 2 marks or 1 mark. So we have a clarity. And from this particular topic, right, from this particular topic, we just have 3, from this particular chapter, if we have to say, we have 3 important topics. First, can anyone tell me what are the 3 important topics? Jaldi se. I'm telling you, we can finish this in 5 minutes max. I am with you guys. I'm not exhausted, but I understand that you all have been sitting since morning 11. So I understand it's a lot of courage, lot of dedication that all of you are showing for the subject. So I'm just doing my part so that, you know, if we finish it jaldi se, you will have time, you can relax aram se. Very good, absolutely correct. So we have biological magnification, we have ozone, which is important, right, and 10% law of energy. Absolutely correct, everyone. Chaliye. So let's get started. Now if I have to ask you what is environment, all of you will say, ma'am, everything around us is the environment, right? So when we talk about environment, right, we can say when we have the living things and the non-living things around us, right, all the living things and all the non-living things that are around us actually makes the environment. In an environment, if we have to say, we have different types, right? Now, if we go to a very specific thing where we see the interaction of the living and the non-living things, we call it as the ecosystem, where of course in an ecosystem we will see the interaction of biotic and abiotic components. In biotic components we have everything which is living, right? Plants, animals, microorganisms, and in non-living things we have air, soil, water, all of these. So in an ecosystem, what happens? Biotic and abiotic components will interact with each other. Clear? Right? Yes? Clear, everyone? So we will have the biotic and the abiotic components interaction. So that's what we have to remember about the ecosystem. An ecosystem is a structural and the functional unit of a nature comprising of the interaction between the biotic and the abiotic components. When we talk about the ecosystem, we have 2 different types. We have natural ecosystem, and then of course on the other side we have the artificial ecosystem. Now everyone, natural ecosystem of course are the ecosystem where you and I don't have to go, right? हमें जाके वहाँ पे कुछ नहीं करना है. Forest, ocean, desert, right, and of course the mountains, everything. The system over there is being managed by themselves. Animals हैं, plants हैं, everything is going आराम से without any, without any delay, without any hurdle. And in the artificial ecosystem, we have created this system first of all, and of course we are the one who are interacting over here. We are the one who will be making some changes. By garden mein, zoo mein, I'm sure all of you have went to zoo, right? If you go to the zoo, right, I'm sure you would have seen different animals in the cage, right? They need food, they need water, etc., etc. All of that is done with the help of human intervention only. So the artificial ecosystem are those ecosystems where of course the humans needs to interfere, where they are, they are the one who is doing the whole process. Like they are cleaning the thing, they're trying to maintain the things, etc. Okay, man-made ecosystem. We have aquarium, farmland are the examples of the artificial ecosystem. Natural ecosystem, we have forest, ocean, desert, mountains, etc. Right? Now, after that, everyone, coming to the important topic, all of you focus over here about the food chain. Now, what is a food chain? Right? A very simple, if you talk about, it's a linear transfer of the energy in a tropic level. In what a tropic level? These. One after the other organism when they're coming, right? We have them at a different, we call them as a tropic level. So what happens in a food chain? organisms will be eating each other, and that's how the energy will be moving ahead. So, universal producers are who? Like in any of the ecosystem, we will have plants as the producers. In the ocean also we have the phytoplankton, small plants, right? And in the land also we have the plants as a producer. So in any of the ecosystem, plants will be the producers. Now plants will be eaten directly by the herbivores, right? Herbivores are those animals that just consume the plants. They usually fall under the primary consumer because they are directly the one who are eating the plants. Then we have secondary consumer who are consuming the primary consumer, tertiary consumer who are consuming the secondary consumer, and the quaternary. Now we have omnivores, carnivores. I'm sure all of you know about that. Carnivorous animals are those that will be consuming only the meat of the other animals. And of course, we have omnivorous, you and I, right? We consume both the meat, right, and the plants altogether. Carnivores just eat the flesh of the other animal. Yes. Shreya, definition of food chain, bache, we can say that a sequence of a transfer of a matter or energy in a form of a food from organism to organism. We have the definition over here on the screen. Everyone, are we clear with this? Are we clear with what is food chain? What happens in a food chain is that we can see कि हाँ भाई the food is moving from here to here and then from here to here. Now, can I ask you a question? We know that if this organism, this is a plant, right? For example, plant took the energy from the sun, right, and making the food. They're making the food. And of course, they will make the food for themselves, not for us, right? They will be like, bhai, hum tumhare liye khana kyun banaye? So of course, they will make the food for themselves and then they will utilize the food, right? And if, for example, we have grasshopper, if the grasshopper eats the plant will say, bhai, I'll go only give you 10% of my energy. I have worked so hard, right? I am not going to give you the amount of energy that you're looking for. I'll just give you a little bit of it. So small amount of energy will move from one trophic level to another trophic level. And that energy that moves from one trophic level to the another trophic level is what? 10%. And that is the reason we call it as the 10% law of energy, everyone. Yes, very good. What we call it as? We call it as a 10% law of energy. In any of the food chain and in any of the trophic level, only 10% of the energy will be moving from the one trophic level to the another trophic level. Easy peasy. Yes, Suraj, tertiary consumer will be there after the secondary consumer, right? And they will be eating the secondary consumer. See, let's go back over here and see. Take a look over here, everyone. Plants are the producers. Then we have primary consumer who will be consuming the plant. Then we have frog, which is a secondary consumer because frog kisko khayega? Grasshopper ko, right? Then of course we have tertiary consumer. Tertiary consumer will be eating the frog over here. Then quaternary, which can eat the snake, right? Ha, Renu, we have some questions. We'll take a look over here. Okay, chaliye. Everyone, a very important fact for all of us to remember that decomposers are not counted in the food chain, right? They are not a part of any trophic level. Why? Because they come in the end and they are the one who will be helping in clearing out the all organisms once they are dead. Clear? So decomposers are not there in any of the food chain. Everyone give me a quick thumbs up if you're clear with this. Yes? What will happen to the remaining 90% of the energy? Of course, it will be consumed by the body to do respiration, to do various different processes, right? A lot of reactions happens that require energy. Yes? Chaliye. Okay. So even here we have the 10% law of energy. Only 10% of the energy get transferred from one trophic level to the another trophic level. Are we clear with this? Yes. Absolutely correct, Pooja. If we are eating the plants directly, we'll get. For example, everyone take a look over here. We have the examples over here, right? We have the examples over here. We have the sun. Let's suppose this particular plant has 10,000 kilocalories. Right? Can you see over here? For example, this is eaten. ठीक है, ये जो है at the primary consumer, if this particular animal is eating the plants, the animal will be getting 1000 kilocalories. So out of 10,000, just imagine 10,000, let's just say 1,000 milla, 10% law, right? Then to the frog, only 100. Then at the last, 10. So as we move higher in the food chain or in the trophic level, the amount of energy that the organism will be receiving will be very less. Yes, everyone? Clear? Clear, everyone? Give me a quick thumbs up. Give me a quick thumbs up. Very, very good, right? So as we move in the higher trophic level, we'll see that the higher organism, as we go high, the amount of energy they will be receiving is very small. Now, after the food chain, we have something called as food web, where we will see that in the environment, 2-3 food chains or so many food chains are kind of interconnected, and it forms the food web. Okay? 2 words, everyone: food chain and food web. I hope that all of you are clear with that. Chaliye. Now we have a very interesting topic, right? Ma'am, Khushi is asking me, we're gonna think about it. Yeah, just 1%. Very little amount of energy. Chaliye. Okay, everyone. Now let's talk about the biological magnification. So let's suppose we have this corn, right? And of course, we have added the pesticides. So for example, I have added the DDT, right? Ab DDT ka full form kya hai? Please do write over here in the comment section. I am thinking, bhai, I am doing good for my plants, I'm killing the pest, and so the crop yield will be amazing, and I'm very happy with that, right? And I'm adding lots and lots of chemicals to the plants. But I don't know that these are really very harmful. These are the toxic, or these are the chemicals which are toxic in nature. They will get inside this. They basically will get accumulated in the plant. Once this particular plant is consumed by any of the organism, what will happen? As the mass of the organism is definitely higher, bigger, right? What will happen? The accumulation will be more. Of course, the number of cells will increase. The number of toxic in the body of the organism will also increase. And it goes the same if we eat the other animal. So what is happening over here? The chemicals that we have are getting accumulated in the organism's body as we move from one trophic level to the another trophic level. And this is called as biological magnification. We're increasing, right? Magnification is an important word over here. Biological magnification is a phenomenon in which the concentration of chemical toxic increases in each trophic level. This is very, very easy. Remember this, everyone, about the accumulation. The question can also come in your examination. They can ask you, Acha, we had the 500 over here in this particular animal. What will be the amount of chemical after in, let's suppose, men? So over here, if we write 500, it will be increasing, right? They'll give you some information over here. Yes? So that's biological magnification or biomagnification. Moving to the next topic, which is about the classification of the waste. Very easy topic. We have biodegradable and non-biodegradable waste. Biodegradable waste is a waste that can be easily decomposed by the various microorganisms, right? It can be broken down easily. Food waste that we have is a biodegradable waste. On contrast, we have non-biodegradable waste, which cannot be broken down by the organisms, right? Microorganisms. And hence, it remain in our environment for a number of years. That's definitely not good, right? One of the easiest example for the non-biodegradable waste is the plastic. All of you remember plastic, right? Chaliye. Now, how we can manage this waste? See, everyone, on this, you can have the case-based ready questions also. So this is very clear. We have waste management. We have 3 R's for us to remember: reduce, reuse, and recycle. We have to reduce various things, right? If possible, we should reduce the use of plastic. Instead of, we should use the cloth bags, right? Instead of the, cutlery that we sometimes get or sometimes we buy, right? We should use the steel cutleries. We should reuse wherever possible. Like, I'm sure you would have seen your parents doing it. Very easy, right? They will be reusing lots of things that we have at our home. Repurposing of the clothes is something that we all relate. Either it's a pocha or we give it to someone who is much in need. So that's a reuse. And recycle, as we say, we will be separating out all the waste into different dustbins so that they can go to a assigned place where they can be recycled and various products can be made out of them. Clear? So that's 3R that we have. I will take the doubts once this chapter is done, so please hold on to your doubts for a little bit minute. 1 more minute. Last topic, everyone, that we have over here is the ozone. Now, ozone is very, very crucial. We all understand that ozone is very important. Now, ozone layer actually help us, or we'll say help Earth, by protecting us, all of us, from the harmful UV radiation. We will always use the word harmful UV radiation, right? So, what is ozone? Of course, it's a layer that we have at a higher atmosphere that actually help us in providing the protection from the harmful UV radiation. Once we have the sun rays, what will happen? This O2, which is there in the atmosphere, right, above it, it will actually react, it will break. So we have the oxygen. Now what we'll get? We'll get the oxygen atom. Now oxygen atom with oxygen molecule, it will form the O3. So O3 is the formula of ozone. Right, everyone? So this is a reaction which is very important. Please take a note of it. The question have come in the past and can come again, that write the formation of the ozone. So here we have, right? Here we have. We know what is ozone and how it is formed. It is, sunlight plays a super crucial role over here. Without the sunlight, of course, can't be done, right? So sunlight is very crucial. Now what we have seen during the course of the development that we have is that there is a depletion of the ozone. Now we have CFCs, chlorofluorocarbon, which are released by various devices that we use. Sometimes there are various products that we are using, right? It releases the chlorofluorocarbon. These chlorofluorocarbon, once are released into the atmosphere, goes high up in the atmosphere and react, right? And react and try to break the ozone ka long chain that is present. And because of that, what happens? We see the depletion of ozone. And I'm sure you have heard about the concept of ozone hole, right? So there's a depletion. The layer is becoming thinner and thinner. And when it happens, the radiation can come directly and can cause various harmful diseases, not just to humans, to plants and to animals, right? So here we have few of the things that can damage in the humans under the effect of harmful UV radiation. It can cause skin cancer, can cause cataract, aging, weaken the immune system, skin cancer, DNA damage, hair damage, etc. So this is not just for the humans. Of course, it can damage the plants also and the other animals. Clear, everyone? So with this, actually, we are done with the chapter. Everyone, close your eyes and tell me. Jaldi say. Right? We started with the environment, ecosystem we have spoken about. Important, we have natural and the artificial ecosystem. There was a few case-based study question based upon that, so you have covered that also. Then we spoke about the food chain. Then we spoke about the 10% law of energy, right? Then we have spoken about the food web, spoken about the biological classification, waste management, the 3 important R, and the last we have the ozone. Yes, it's a type of a chemical, bache, right? Of course, I'm sure you would have seen those plastic cups that is used to make those, cups that we have over here. Divyanshu, the question is, food chain is responsible for the entry of the harmful chemicals in our bodies. Reason, the length and the complexity of the food chain vary. Ma'am, please answer this question. I'll just, can I read this question again? Where is the question? A session, food chain is responsible for the entry of the harmful chemicals in our bodies. We can say, okay. And the reason is the length and the complexity of the food chain varies greatly. This is also correct, but it's not the correct explanation. Right? We'll say that both the statements are kind of correct, but it's not the correct explanation if it's a session on the reason. Chali. So with this, everyone, we are done. Let's quickly solve this question. Here we have, yes, only one more chapter, everyone. Hopefully by 9 you will be, right now 9 hopefully, if you cooperate. Okay, let's read the question, everyone. Plant receive energy from the sun, which they utilize for several processes. The energy utilized for which of the following plant process get transferred to the next tropic level to consume plants. Everyone, this is very interesting. Let's see if you will be able to. Plants receive energy from the sun, which they utilize for the several processes. The energy utilized for which of the following plant process get transferred to the next tropic level that a plant consume. Think about it, everyone. Think about it. See, we have said कि भाई वो अपने लिए भी तो metabolism करेंगे, right? So of course it cannot be respiration, भाई वो that is they are doing it for their plants. Respiration they are doing it for their plants only. Transport and reproduction नहीं भाई वो हमारे लिए नहीं कर रहे हैं. They are doing for themselves only, right? All growth, photosynthesis, respiration, no, that cannot be. Again, respiration, photosynthesis, they are not doing it for us. They are doing it for themselves. Only growth is something that we will be able to have the energy from, right? Clear, everyone? Everyone, are we clear with this? I hope that you don't have any doubt over here. Plant receive, see this question was there in the practice paper. Very complicated question. Looks very complicated, but it's very easy. भाई साफ बोल रहा है कि plants receive the energy from the sun, which they utilize for several processes. The energy that is utilized for which the following of the plant processes get transferred. Which of these is actually moving ahead to the next tropic level? Only growth. Only the growth. Right? We cannot take respiration. We cannot take photosynthesis. We cannot, take the reproduction or any of the transport substance. What we are actually consuming, right, or what we are actually getting is the growth wala part. Only the growth. Yes? Clear, everyone? Okay. There are so many people from the start. So option number A is the correct answer. Okay. Next question, everyone. The action of which among the following is crucial for the formation of ozone? Again, a question which was there in the practice paper. Right? We have just spoken about the ozone. Which of this is very crucial for the formation of ozone? Humans, sunlight, carbon dioxide, or chlorofluorocarbon? Very easy, straightforward question.
There's a question. Why is flow of energy always unidirectional?
Yes. Okay. I'll answer that question. A very interesting question, I think, which is that why the flow of energy is always in unidirectional. Because in the tropic level, if we see, right, the energy moves from producers to the consumer. Have you seen any plant eating a herbivore animal? Have you seen a plant? We have an exception. Please don't go, okay, bhai, ma'am, we have insectivorous plants. No. Normal plant, have you seen any plant eating an animal? No, right? Because the energy will not be able to flow from there. Producers are the one which are making the energy, and hence they only can pass the energy. Heterotrophs, we all, the animals, depend because we cannot make our own food, and hence, right, it's always unidirectional. It moves from the producers to the higher tropic level, right? Clear, everyone? Plant be like you, bilkul. Yes, everyone, sunlight was the correct answer for this question. एकदम मेरे पास सब कुछ है. Plant are like, please have it. Okay, next question, everyone. We have assertion and the reason. Omnivores receive 10% of their energy from the tropic level below them. The reason for this is that an omnivore is always in the tropic level just above the herbivores. Read the question carefully. Bache, after this you will get the break. Don't worry. After this you will surely get the break. Very good, very good. What do you think will be the correct answer? I can see option number C getting more votes. Absolutely correct. A statement is correct. The omnivores receive only 10% of the energy from the tropic level below them. That is the rule, universal rule for all the tropic levels, right? Apart from the producers, everyone. For the plants also, right? Yes. We can say that above the plants, yeah, it's the same 10% law of energy. But this reason is absolutely false. It's not compulsory that omnivores will always be there, right, in the just above the herbivores in the tropical level. So option number C is the correct answer, that A is true and R is false. Yes, Mansavi, we did the thank you to the PPT team. Yes, we did. How reason is false, Kamal? क्योंकि एक omnivores आप और मैं ऐसा नहीं है कि हमेशा tropic level पे herbivores के सिर्फ herbivores को खा रहे होंगे. Right? For example, if this is a plant, right? If this is man, that's one of the chain that they are at the herbivores, right? अच्छा ये अब इन्होंने डायरेक्टली खा लिया प्लांट को. If we have a plant and if we have a, right, let's suppose can I write grasshopper, right? And let's suppose grasshopper को एक fish ने खाया, and if the fish is eaten by the man, they are not always, right, over here. हमेशा herbivores के बाद में नहीं है. There has to be a, मतलब there could be a one more organism over here. ठीक है, चलिए. I hope that it's clear. Yes, very good everyone. Yes, now it's a break time. We are done with life process, how do organisms reproduce, heredity, our environment, now control and coordination. Yes.
Shall we do 5 minutes break?
Ha. Everyone, we'll have 5 minutes break.
5 minutes is done.
Yes. Hemlata, I've answered your question. You can go back and listen. Yo, everyone. 10 minutes का break चाहिए. Nice. Everyone take a break actually now. You know, actually you can have a break of 15 minutes. I would say कि आराम से. 10 minutes. Yes. Go and walk a little. You have been sitting for such a long time. From morning 11. So we understand that, you know, it is difficult.
Like put poll. Your options are only. You tell me you want to finish fast and then later you will tell my answer.
You're saying it can be done by 8:30. Yes, everyone.
Aram se.
See how's your energy, right? Take a break of 5 or 10 minutes and come back. They are saying they have a chemistry class.
Chemistry ka pre-recorded video.
Haan.
So if they want to watch it, they can watch that and come back. However they want to do it.
Yes.
ठीक है. Give
15 minutes?
10 minutes is enough.
Okay, yeah. 10 minutes is...
Give 10 Ankita will.
Yeah, everyone, you will get a break of 10 minutes.
5 minutes, guys. Let's get it over.
10 minutes break, everyone. And we'll start the class.
7:40.
Yeah, 7:40 पे. Meet at 7:40, everyone. Yo. Yes, you can definitely, yes. Do it, everyone. Full of energy. Very good, everyone. So now with this, right, we're done with the 5 chapters. Right, and of course, we have this beautiful part. Chaliye. So everyone, I'll meet you. Or basically, we'll meet all of you at 7:40. Bye-bye.
Hello, all of you. Am I audible now? I hope that I am audible, I am visible, and everything is good to go. Yes? Is everything better now? Super. Okay. So now with this, everyone, we are here to the last chapter for the day, right? I know I'm probably most likely going to edit out the part where I said, 2 hours mein I will do life process, 1 hour mein main ye karungi. Clearly, with time, I have an issue with estimating time, so please don't mind. It's something that I truly struggle with in real life also. You have no idea. When I tell 5 minutes to somebody, I may think I'll reach in 5 minutes and I end up taking half an hour. So I still struggle with estimating time, so please don't mind. Now, of course, all of you, we are going to completely, I am trying my best. So now, of course, today we're going to wind up today's class with control and coordination. Yeah, I know. But the future people, people who watch it later would never know, no? Chemistry is a recorded video, bacha. If you want to go watch that, you can always watch it. Or else we'll try to reschedule it in a way where the session comes after I finish, right? Last chapter for the day. Yes, we will make that short as well. So, jaldi, everybody, do we have our textbooks? Are we ready? How is the Josh? I really feel that this chapter can be done. This is a very simple chapter. You guys, no, Sid, you would not do that. But it's okay, never mind. Are we ready? Josh is high. I want the Josh to be high because students, if you've made it till this end, right, you've made it till this very point, then I'm sure that throughout the day, as and when we have been solving questions, going through the concepts, we have done an in-depth revision. We have made sure that whatever possible doubts are there in biology, we have wrapped up those doubts. And now I hope that all of you are feeling much confident than what you probably felt at the beginning of the class, right? And I'm sure that you wouldn't have realized that you've spent so much time studying and enjoying at the same time. Yes? So now, of course, everyone, we're going to quickly move on to the last bit of it, which is going to be control and coordination, right? More doubts I will take towards the end of the class. And I know you've got this because I know you guys are going to ace your biology bit, get complete 30 out of 30. That is my confidence in you, right? Agar low hai, to don't worry. It is going to be high. Whoever said galti se main ye yahan aa gaya, don't worry, no name. Stay here, you're going to enjoy it. It will be done. 35 minutes is what? 35 to 40 minutes because we have 3 huge chunks. So first and foremost, let's get started, right? So as you all know, this particular chapter is control and coordination. Now all day we've been dwelling all about different parts of our body, doing different activities. In life processes, we learned about how we have the digestive system, the respiratory system, we have, the circulatory system. Then, of course, we've also learned about how, so many different activities are taking place all at the same time, right? So, in this particular case, because so many activities are happening, as we discussed in life process, we see that all these activities need to go in cohesion. Imagine you are dancing in your school annual day, everybody say they are doing steps. On the other hand, if you do this, then how will the dance look like? Now there is one odd one out person who's doing this, completely going in the wrong direction. So will I say that there is coordination that is happening? Nahin, na, coordination is not happening, right? Coordination is when they all work together. Which is why we see that coordination is a process wherein 2 or more organs interact, complement with each other so that they can work together. How? In an efficient manner. Now, in our body, if you see, right? Why do you guys remember the Nimbu story? If you talk about our body, right? When you talk about how coordination of various processes takes place, there are 2 ways in which this happens. One is through the nervous control and the other one is going to be through chemical control. So coordination in our body happens in 2 ways, through nervous control and through chemical control. So nervous control, may we see that we use some electrical signaling, or I would say electrical impulses that controls various functions, while in chemical control we use chemical signaling that coordinates the various activities of our body. Now, before we get into exploring more about nervous control, there are a few terminologies that we need to be clear about. The first term that I would say is very important is the difference between what is a stimulus and a response, right? Now, concept of stimulus we have learned right from our lower grades, yes? So we have all seen Chui Mui plant. How many of us have actually gone and touched Chui Mui? Yes or no? Okay. So now, of course, when you talk about Chui Mui plant, what happens? We know that when we go and we touch this Chui Mui plant, then what will happen? When we touch it, we see that the leaves will close or the leaves will droop, right? So the leaves will be like this. When you go and touch, it will droop, right? So now here what has happened? Something from the outside, right? Something from the outside has brought about a change, yes? So this is what we call as a stimulus. So stimulus could be any change. Now change need not always be external. Change could be within our body also, right? But any change that brings about a reaction, that brings about a response is what we call as a stimulus. So normally in our day-to-day lives, how many of us have done this? Where sometimes without realizing, we shut the door and our fingers very sadly went in between. Or if you're a clumsy person like me, normally I end up tripping on myself and I end up hitting myself against a rock or a small bit of cracked road. So in all those cases, if you see those things which are there on the outside, that is bringing about a change, right? That is bringing about a change is what we call as a stimulus. While on the other hand, right, the reaction, the behavior. So when I'm touching a hot object, what am I doing? I'm taking my hand away, right? I am taking my hand away. Or if I touch something sharp, what do? Again, I take it away. Then of course, at the same time, right? At the same time, in all these cases, we see that it is a behavior, right? So in this particular case, we see that it is a behavior of a living organism wherein we react or we bring about a response. That is what we call as a stimulus versus response, right? Stimulus is an external factor or an internal factor initiating a response. The response is the behavioral change that is there. Now, along with this, right, there should be a way in which we are able to detect. How am I able to detect that there is something hot? How am I able to detect the fact that there's something sharp? Or how do I know that I need to bring about this particular change? Yes. How am I able to understand it, or how am I able to perceive it? Yes. How does my body know that there's actually something that is hot until I am able to feel that, right? So this right here is very important for all of us to know. Yes. So we see that we are able to receive or we are able to perceive the stimulus because of certain specialized cells in our body which are called as receptors, right? So receptors are specialized cells which perceive the stimulus. And we see that these receptors are present in the sense organs. So how am I able to know what is there in my surrounding? I am able to sense it. And I have my sense organs that help me with the same, right? So I have receptors present in my eyes, my nose, my skin, my ear, and my tongue. And we see that in all these cases, they are all coordinated by the nervous system. Now, of course, in our body, we see that we have various types of receptors. We see that we have receptors that help us detect light, which are called as photoreceptors. We have receptors that help us detect our smell, which is called as olfactory receptors. We have those which help us detect sound, which are phono or auditory receptors. Taste is gustatory. And of course, towards the end, we have thermoreceptors or temperature. Yes? Are we clear? Because they can ask you questions on the types of receptors as well, right? Very, very important. Students who are having parallel conversations like Akash, Akshaya and many others, students, you have board exam in a few days, right? If you want to learn from me, you learn from me. You want to learn somewhere else, you go learn, right? At end of the day, for me, as a teacher, I am more concerned about you doing well in exam. So I request you not to have parallel conversations. It's very, very important. Yes? Now, of course, students, intelligent boy, all the very best for your exams. I know that you are going to ace it. Rapid revision is available on the channel. You can check out those revisions as well. Yes? Thank you so much. Internal stimulus responses are stimulus responses. For example, there are electrical impulses that stimulate the beating of the heart. That is also an example, right? So, Rais, I hope I have given you the answer for the same. Now, of course, we know that at the end of the day, we know that all of this is coordinated by the nervous system. Now, the nervous system, of course, is made up of various nerves, and the most fundamental, right? The most fundamental unit of life is, or the fundamental unit or the basic unit of the nervous system is the neuron, right? So we see that structure of neuron is very, very important. So what is structure of neuron? Can you quickly tell me? Students, what are the, very quick, just give me one moment. Awesome. So now, of course, in this particular case, when we talk about a neuron, we see that it is the basic structural and functional unit of the nervous system. So this is what makes up the nervous system in general. Now, this diagram can come for drawing, right? This diagram can come for drawing. So all of you, please make sure that you highlight this and you learn this. Now we see that the neuron looks like a tree, kind of like a tree that is there. So we see that one of the main parts of the neuron include the cell body, which is called as the cyton or the soma. So the cell body is also known as the cyton or the soma. Now it has a dense nucleus and there are various granules which are present inside. Now from here we see that there are various cytoplasmic projections which are called as dendrites. A single one is going to be called as a dendron. Yes? Now, of course, there's one large extension that is there which we call as the axon that is protected by an insulating sheath, right? So it is protected by an insulating sheath which is called as a myelin sheath. Then, of course, we see that we also have these, small gaps in between which are called as the node of Ranviers that are there. Himani, I will take your question once after I finish this if you don't mind. Now, of course, the axon ends in bulb-like structures which are called as axon terminals. Kalpana, this will come for both labeling and it can come for diagram as well. So learn both. Yes? So this here is the basic structure of the neuron. Now, I told you that in the nervous system, communication and coordination happens with the help of electrical signaling, right? So, we see that there is electrical signaling that takes place, which is what we also call as the electric impulse. So, what happens? We have your receptors, okay? We have your receptors here. So in this particular case, receptors that are there are nothing but the specialized cells that have the ability to perceive the stimulus. So they will perceive a stimulus. Let's assume taste, right? We are having yummy, yummy Golgappa. So we're having yummy, yummy Golgappa after a very tiring day and we are taking it and now we are going to taste it, right? So immediately what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Little bit of the sweet pani that is there. Then of course, you have the crunchiness that comes from the puri, right? So we see that in this case, we are able to taste all of that. So how exactly are we doing this? We see that we are able to perceive it, right? So the receptors are the ones which are going to pick it up. Now from here, they generate a electrical impulse. So they generate a electrical impulse. Yes. So when they generate the impulse, what will happen? We see that this impulse will be perceived or it is going to be received by the dendrites. Now the dendrites will then pass it on to the cyton. From the cyton, it will go to the axon. From the axon. So if you look at it, in all this case, so I'm just going to remove all the scribbling that I did. Impulse will flow through this format, right? So through the neuron, it will flow, finally reaching the axon terminals. Now what are the axon terminals? We see that they are bulb-shaped structures which are the endings. So we call them as nerve endings or we also call them as the nerve terminals that are there, right? Scroll with Akshay. I would love to take your comment only because of one reason. If that is the case, why are you still here? You can leave. I have my students who are with me from morning and they matter the most to me. If you don't want to learn, I know you're doing this for attention, so it's okay. I hope you do well in your board exams and that's all that matters to me. Wish you all the very best. Yes? So let's reach the axon terminals, right? So now your impulse has reached the axon terminal. Now what has to happen? It either has to get communicated, right? Information that is there has to go. It has to get passed on. So it's like a game of, passing the parcel kind of thing. Chinese whispers of sorts, right? Okay. Oh, is it Tamanna? I did not know that. ठीक है. So now, of course, in this case, what has happened? We see that impulse has come from, let's call this as neuron 1. Now it needs to get passed on to the next neuron because they all make up, or they are what you call as the fundamental or the basic units that are there. So this right here is neuron 2. So it needs to pass on the information, right? So it needs to pass on the information. So from here it has reached your axon terminal. Now you might think neuron 1, neuron 2 are connected, right? They're connected and they form like a huge chain, right? Huge chain, one after the other. But as a matter of fact, neurons are not connected, but they're all very closely placed. And we see that there is a fine gap that exists. So there is a fine gap that exists between the axonal end of one neuron or the nerve endings of one neuron and the dendritic end of the other neuron. So this is what we call as the synapse. So what is synapse? If all of you need to write it, and they've asked a 2-mark question in your previous year, right? They have asked a question where you need to define synapse and you need to talk about what happens at the synapse. So we can say that synapse is a fine gap that exists between the axonal end of one neuron and dendritic end. Now you can get questions based on the pathway of electrical impulse also, right? So you will be able to get questions where they'll ask you which image represents the pathway correctly, which is the correct flow chart, fill in the missing flow chart. So they can ask you. Vinod Joshua, yes, we can call it as nerve ending also. Okay? Royalty Music, you have my blessings, but don't take my blessings just yet. Listen to the class and then I'll give you my full and final blessings, right? Yes. So now we have this. Now what exactly happens here? So this is a axon terminal. Okay. Now your electrical impulse has come. It has come till here. Now here what will happen? We see that there is a fine gap that exists between your axonal end and dendritic end, right? Okay. So in this case, once it reaches the axonal end, we see that there are various chemicals, right? So these here, there are various chemicals that are there. So when they reach here, when the impulse reaches here, these chemicals are the ones which get released into the synaptic region. So these chemicals are what we call as neurotransmitters. So we see that there are neurotransmitters like acetylcholine, right? They're all examples wherein we see that the chemicals are what actually pass through the synapse, right? Gulshan heard what I did. So we see that in the dendritic end, there are receptors which can perceive it, right? So it will come here and when it reaches the dendritic end, this will generate an electrical impulse and it will pass on, yes? So that is what we mean by it. Shrijan, on a point of NCRT, node of Ranvier is not there, myelin sheath is not there, so don't worry about it, yes? Polarized, depolarized, NCRT pe to nahi hai. If you are ICSE student, I will make a separate video for you, yes? Awesome. So now this is what happens between the nerve impulses between two neurons. So we see that there is transmission of electrical impulse between axon terminal and dendritic end, and the synapse is basically a junction between two neurons. But it need not always be that it is between two neurons. It could be that finally there's an end goal, right? And an end goal is to, let's say, get an action done or maybe to get a response done. So in this particular case, what do we see? We see that sometimes the neuron ends and on the other side is a muscle. So here again we see that there is a synaptic junction or we can say that there is a fine gap that exists between the neuron and the muscle. So this is what we call as the neuromuscular junction that is there, right? What is the neuromuscular junction? The synaptic junction that exists between axonal end of one neuron and the muscle. Now, why is it important? Because we also know that for various responses, right? For example, stimulus is hot object or eating pani puri. Now, what is my response? I also need to chew it, right? I need to move my tongue around. So there are various muscles which are involved in making sure that there is more activity that I need to carry out. So my muscles need to also get information. Somebody has to tell my muscles, "Arey, move your mouth, time to, chew your food." Or, "Hey, take your hand away, you'll burn yourself." So that way, if you see, we see that that way, if you have a look at it, we see that muscles also need to get involved. So once the message passes on to the muscles, muscles, as we know, will contract and relax because they have specialized proteins, and thereby these nerve impulses will signal those proteins to change their shape. So we know that we have these contractile proteins that are there, which are very, very important. Yes? Are we all clear? Are we all clear? ठीक है. Doubts, I will take it towards the end, right? Or I'll keep taking it as and when I'm done. Synaptic cleft that is there. Somebody asked me synaptic knob also, no? Yes. See, synaptic cleft that you see is basically nothing but the region that you see. It's also, synaptic cleft is just another name for the synapse or the gap that is present. Synaptic knob refers to the axonal knob or the bulb-like structure that is there. Yes? Those of you who don't know Nimbu story, I will tell you Nimbu story towards the end. So stay with me till the end. Yes? Are we clear with this? Are we all clear? Okay. Thigmoreceptor is a receptor for touch, right? Yes. Now, any more Nissl granules is in syllabus? Only it's not there, but they have labeled it in your book, so I'm just letting you know, right? Awesome. So far, are we clear? Is this CC? So far, are we at a CC? Neurolemma and all are the, array, that is not there in NCRT. Neurolemma and all that is not there. I'm not going to go into the details of it, right? Ma'am, are there any specific names for, see, like the sciatic nerve is an example, right? Sciatic nerves are an example where you see that it's a nerve that runs all the way behind your back and that's connected to the working of muscles. Why do I know this? Because my dad suffered a slight injury where his sciatic nerve was affected. So that's what I know. Okay. Now moving on, all of you, we are going to move on to the types of nerves, right? What are the different types of nerves? We see that there are three types where we have sensory neuron, we have relay neuron and motor neuron. Remember this, students, this is very, very important. Tendril wala when I do it. Yes? Dinner break in half an hour. I'll finish it off. Okay. Now, of course, students, very quickly in this particular case, right? In this case, one thing you need to know is sensory neurons are those neurons which transfer the information, or we see that they are impulses, wherein we see that they carry impulses, let's say from receptor to the main organs of the nervous system, which is the brain and the spinal cord, right? So we see that they transmit the information, while the motor neuron is the reverse, which transmits information from brain or spinal cord all the way to the, let's say, the muscles, right? And in this case, the muscles are what we call as the effector organs. What are effector organs? Effector organs are those organs which carry out the response. Yes? Now we have relay neuron. Now relay neuron is a type of neuron which will connect your sensory and motor neuron. Yes? Is relay neuron same as a mixed nerve? First of all, I will cover what is a nerve, but is it the same? No, it is not the same. Now, of course, with this, if you see all these nerves, especially if you see all the nerve fibers or the axons of the nerves get bundled together in a myelin sheath. So many axons of neurons come together and we see that they get bundled up together to form a nerve. So what is a nerve? Bundle of axons enclosed within a myelin sheath, right? So it's only the axons. So what happens? All your cell bodies are now grouped, right? All these cell bodies are grouped together. Now they're all separate. So we see that the nerves are mainly including your axons. All the cell body ends up forming something called as ganglia or ganglion. This is just some extra information. It is not there in NCERT. But because you asked me difference between neuron and nerve, I quickly explained this particular pointer to you. So similarly, we see that many sensory neurons make up the sensory nerve, many motor neurons make up the motor nerves, and mixed nerves include both sensory and motor neurons. So the nerves that you see, mixed nerves are seen in our tongue, which works as a sensory, which has sensory function and it has motor function also, right? I will tell you what are cranial nerves. Again, why are they not connected? It is mainly with respect to the efficacy, making sure that there is more transport, efficient transport. Yes, Himani? Hope I have answered, but I'll get back to you with an accurate answer. Because right now my brain is also slowly phasing out. So if I am missing out anything, please don't mind. Okay? I ain't slow as a snail, Pratyush, but we'll get started. So with this, we have the basics of what is neuron, what are nerves. Now, of course, this right here is again important because the nervous system that is there are made up of all these neurons. And broadly, they can be categorized as central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. Now, your central nervous system mainly is made up of your brain and spinal cord, while your peripheral nervous system includes all the nerves that emerge from the central nervous system. Yes? So let's have a look at the first and most important part, which is the brain. Yes? What is the function or where is the brain located? This is a very easy one. Brain is located in our head, right? Especially we know that it is located in the top region, which is enclosed or protected by the cranium part of the skull. Cranium and skull are not the same. Cranium is a part of the skull. And we see that it is a hard, bony, protective covering of the brain. And we see that it is often also known as brain box. Now, along with this, we also see that it is surrounded with cerebrospinal fluid, which is a fluid that surrounds it, that of course absorbs the shock and of course has nutritive function. Now, the most important thing that we need to know is about the parts of the brain. Now, understand that the human brain is quite a complex structure which is able to process so much information at one time. So what we are learning today, what we are understanding today is only regarding the primal functions. That means the basic functions. There are so many more complex, complicated, interconnected functions that we are still learning and understanding. So if you look at it, first and foremost, we see that when you look at the parts of the brain, we can divide it into three regions. We can divide it into forebrain, which is the front part. Then we have the middle brain and the hindbrain, which is located at the back region, right? So we see that we have forebrain, midbrain and hindbrain. Now the forebrain mainly is made up of cerebrum, right? So we see that the forebrain is mainly made up of cerebrum, but it also includes the thalamus and the hypothalamus. The midbrain is a small portion that is located in the center region. And your hindbrain includes pons, cerebellum and medulla oblongata. Now, if you were to talk about the functions, exam will they ask you 5 marks and ask you draw the brain? They will not ask you that. Will they ask you a diagram of the brain and identify the parts with respect to functions? Zarur aayega, right? Which is why in this particular case, if you look at the forebrain, what is it mainly made up of? It is mainly made up of cerebrum, hypothalamus, forget this term, hypothalamus and thalamus, right? So we see that the primary function of the cerebrum is thinking and controlling various activities which are sensory in nature, right? Touch, smell, hearing, speech, sight, all of that is controlled by the cerebrum. And even our memory, it resides in the cerebrum. And we see that the cerebrum has various grooves, foldings and everything are present in the cerebrum to accommodate more neurons. Now we have the hypothalamus, which is again playing a very important role in regulating our body temperature. And then we have the thalamus, which acts as a relay center. So we see that here the thalamus acts as a relay center for information to get passed on to different places. Then the next part that we have is the midbrain. Now the midbrain acts as a bridge between forebrain and hindbrain. And of course we also see that it controls the reflexes of the eye. Now this is all that you need to know about midbrain, more than enough. Last but not the least, we have hindbrain. What does hindbrain have? Hindbrain has pons, hindbrain has cerebellum, and hindbrain has your medulla oblongata. What does pons do? Pons is responsible for regulating the breathing patterns, right? Pons has many functions. One function you need to know is it regulates the breathing mechanism. What does cerebellum do? Cerebellum helps in maintaining body balance and helps in coordinating muscular activity, right? So it helps in coordinating muscular activity. The last part that we have is medulla, which controls involuntary functions. So functions that you and I cannot control, like heartbeat, breathing, swallowing, sneezing, vomiting, blood pressure, all of that is controlled by the hindbrain, which is the medulla. So if medulla controls our involuntary functions, who controls our voluntary functions? Yes? Who is responsible for controlling voluntary functions of our body? Which part of the brain is responsible for controlling voluntary functions? Can you give me a can you give me the answer? The hypothalamus, not the thalamus. Awesome. Exactly. It is the cerebrum and the forebrain, specifically the cerebrum, that regulates all the voluntary activities. Okay. So mainly students exam mein ye wala question about brain regarding functions will come. So this right here is important to remember. Next up, we have spinal cord. Now, when you talk about spinal cord, we see that spinal cord is a long tubular structure that emerges from the base of the medulla and it runs the entire length of our back. And we see that the spinal cord is protected by the vertebral column, which is made up of 33 interlocking vertebrae or 33 bones. Yes? And what is the primary function? We see that information from the brain gets relayed to the spinal cord, and then, of course, it then transmits it to different parts. Now, apart from this, the spinal cord has a very important role to play. What is it? It has a very important role to play in controlling reflex actions. Now, so far we have seen two actions, right? Which we have learnt. What are the two actions? We have seen voluntary actions. We have seen involuntary actions. Now, the third one that we're talking about is a reflex action. Now, what is a voluntary action? Voluntary actions are those which we can control, right? So, these are those which we can control. Then what about involuntary? Involuntary are those which we cannot control. Then how is a reflex action different? Now, reflex actions are those quick, immediate actions, right? They are quick and immediate in order to protect ourselves. So, a reflex action by nature is there in order to protect ourselves. So, for example, when you get startled when a dog barks, or when you touch a hot object, or when you prick yourself, these are all examples, or when you by mistake touch a sharp object, what do? You have an immediate response. Which is why in this particular case, what do you observe? We see that reflex action is quick and immediate, and it is a type of involuntary action. All reflex actions are involuntary, but all involuntary actions are not reflex actions because some are very slow and they happen normally, right? Now, if a reflex action is a quick and immediate reaction, then we see that we need to respond pretty fast. Which is why in order to respond very fast, we see that the pathway that the electrical impulse takes is extremely short, right? Which is why we see that the shortest route taken by the electrical impulse during a reflex action is what we call as the reflex arc, right? So it starts with the receptors detecting the stimulus. Yes, for example, here the stimulus is a hot object. So what happens? Your receptors will perceive it. Then you have your sensory neuron, which will take the information all the way from your from the receptor to the central nervous system. Here in this case, it is the spinal cord. Now inside the spinal cord, you have your relay neuron, which then transmits the information to the motor neuron. So it will, quickly process it, take a decision, then pass the information to the motor neuron so that the motor neuron can carry the decision made by the spinal cord to the effector organ. And what is the decision taken? The decision is to pull the hand away, right? So here, if you see, it is the shortest route. Now, of course, over a period of time, because reflex actions or reflex arcs are designed to protect ourselves, we see that over a period of time, reflex arcs have evolved in animals. Because if you see, we don't have time to think and process and decide, do I want to remove my hand? Should I burn my hand? Or, should I maybe keep it for 5 minutes and then take it away? No, we don't have so much time to think and process, which is why over a period of time, we see that reflex arcs have evolved in animals. Students, ye wala question in your exam, it will definitely come. Please star mark this. Will the diagram for reflex arc come? It can come as well. So please star mark this point also. Johan, reflex arc is the shortest path taken by the impulse. For class 10th, please do NCRT. Yes, more than enough. Are we clear? Now understand that it is not that the brain is not involved, right? It's not that the brain is not involved. It is just that spinal cord takes the decision and also sends information to the brain saying ki haan chalo ye ho raha hai, we're doing this, right? So they definitely will pass on the information to the same. Now, of course, the next one we have is the peripheral nervous system, which is made up of nerves. And I said nerves are nothing but a bundle of axons or nerve fibers. Now, in this particular case, if you see, we have two kinds of nerves that make up the peripheral nervous system. We have the cranial nerves and the spinal nerves. Now, the cranial nerves here arise from the brain. We have 12 pairs and they are mainly concerned. They are responsible for passing on information to the face and the neck region. So if I'm making all these meme expressions, it's most likely because of all the cranial nerves that are there. While on the other hand, if you look at spinal nerves, they emerge from the spinal cord. There are a total of 31 pairs and they are concerned with they are all concerned in transmitting information, right? So we see that they are responsible for transmitting information to different parts below the neck region. Yes? So this is all about the nervous system. So if nervous system is able to achieve all of this, why is it that our body has only nervous system? Why do we have another kind of, coordinating system? What is the reason behind it? So what is the need to have hormonal control, or what is the difference between nervous and hormonal control? This is a 3-mark question which will come in your board exam. Nervous control, as you see, is quick, right? It is quick and it is immediate. It cannot control, let's say, the day-to-day activities which need to be slow-paced. And along with this, there are parts of the body that the nerves cannot reach or the neurons cannot reach. And of course, in order to regulate the day-to-day activities, it cannot keep sending signals, right? That would be a lot of expenditure of energy and a lot to coordinate. Which is why on the other hand, we have hormonal control, which is slow, that regulates various growth related processes, right? So it controls various growth related processes and we see that it produces chemicals that can diffuse in and around cells and ensure that the cells have the ability to detect them and thereby they can coordinate it in a steady and persistent manner. So it is widespread versus not widespread, right? ठीक है. Okay. Now glial cells are basically another kind of cells that we see, right? So if you look at glial cells, it's just another kind of cell that assists the neuron. So if I have to go into the details of it, it's quite different. But if you look at the structure of the neuron, there's always a glial cell which is going to be associated with it that helps in regulating various activities, simply put, right? Okay. Are we all clear? Yes. Now, of course, one more thing that we need to discuss is that we have in peripheral nervous system, like Ashvi mentioned, we have sympathetic, parasympathetic nervous system, autonomic and all of that. But exam point of view mein bas itna kafi hai, right? So are we all clear? Yes. Are we all clear with the first part of it, which is nervous control? Yes or no? Is this a CC? Yes. Visceral nerves. Arey, nahi manya. No. Ma'am, what if the stimulus is on the face? If stimulus is on the face, one more thing, spinal cord mainly controls various activities which are neck below. But if the stimulus is on the face, or if it is a reflex of the face, your brain will directly control it, right? Spinal nerves, we have 31. So quickly, all of you, we'll do some questions and move on. I know, we will wrap it up soon. Don't worry. Okay. Quickly, which part of the gustatory receptor, in which part is the gustatory receptors present in our body? Are effectors always muscles? They could either be muscles or glands. Okay. Gustatory receptors are those which help us in tasting the food, right? So in this particular case, what is the answer? It is option C. Next, this is a 2023 question for those of you who are going to tell me ki ma'am, neuron ka diagram aayega ya nahi. Write the name and functions of part 1 and 2. So tell me the functions of part, first of all, what is part 1 and 2 and what is the function? Very good. Part 1 is dendrites. What is the function of dendrite? The function of dendrite is to receive the impulse, right? So they are responsible for perceiving or receiving information or receiving the electrical impulse. What is 2? 2 is axon. What is the function of axon? Helps in transfer of electrical impulse from the cell body or the cyton all the way to the axonal end, right? Or I would say that all the way till the axon terminal. Very good. Ashvi, this is called unnecessary complication. New axon chal jayega, right? Enough. PDF, Telegram channel. Next up, which among the following parts of the brain is responsible for maintaining posture and body balance? Which is responsible for maintaining posture and body balance? Raja, I will do it towards the end of the class. Very good. Maintaining posture and body balance is cerebellum. Beating of the heart, beating of heart and blood pressure. Who does beating of heart and blood pressure? We know that it is medulla because both we cannot control. Who does thinking? Thinking is cerebrum. Somebody is asking me, will nerves be same in boys and girls? Yeah, it is the same. It is the same. Very good. This is for 2 marks. Aram se you will get 2 marks. Next question is on reflex arc and this is a OR question. It's a part of it. Identify parts labeled A, B, C. Write the function of A and C. And why have reflex arc evolved in animals? 2023. What is A? Very good, Arman. A is sensory neuron. B is a slightly tricky one. See, B is tricky because the arrow is pointing specifically to this. It is specifically pointing. Otherwise, they could have just marked this as B. B is relay neuron here. Because arrow is marking specifically to it, I would say that B is relay neuron. Otherwise, they wouldn't care where they mark spinal cord, right? Or if you want to be little chalu, no, you know what I used to do in school? When I was not sure, little bit when these kind of things are there, I'll put relay neuron brackets, spinal cord and all. This is being little chalu. If you want to do it, you can. I used to do this in school, just in case if I wasn't sure. But in this case, it is relay neuron. Now, what is C? Very good. C is not motor neuron. Incorrect. See, because if it was motor neuron, they would have pointed here like A. They would be specific. But now they are pointing towards the muscle. So what should we see? Exactly, it is the effector organ, right? Or it is going to be the muscle. Now what is the function of A? What is the function of sensory neuron? It is responsible for transmitting impulse from receptor. So this is the part 2 of it. It is responsible for transmitting information from receptor to the central nervous system, in this case the spinal cord. Now what is the function of C, which is effector organ? It receives information from the motor neuron and then ensures that it carries out the response. Why have reflex arc evolved in animals? Because we know that we don't have time to do thinking. So because we know that there's not enough to process the reaction by thinking, which is why over a period of time we see that in this case, right, we see that reflex arc is evolved. Yeah, you will hear me say a lot of things because I'm a little exhausted because of my voice, so please don't mind. Okay? B, yes, very good, Ayushman. Reflex action and involuntary. My lord, I just explained this. Reflex action, quick and immediate. Involuntary, those which we cannot control, need not be quick and immediate, right? Yes. Okay. Now let's move on to the second part. Yeah, second part of it, which is going to be hormonal control. Now students, over a period of time, animal hormones, especially from last year, this year practice paper, hormonal control has become very, very important. So when you are studying hormonal control, please make it a point that you make a table, you know what is the, which is the endocrine gland, what is the hormone, and what is the reaction that it carries out. Yes? Okay. Harsh Bacha, get out of the class, please don't. Why? I'm too tired at this point, so I hope I'm not being rude, but there's a way to behave, right? Okay, thank you. Himani, see, reflex action is quick and immediate, right? For example, take the example of a reflex action versus blood pressure. Or let's say movement of food through the alimentary canal. Is it quick and immediate? No, right? It happens at its own pace. So it need not be that every involuntary action is a reflex action. We see that reflex action is a type of involuntary action that is quick and immediate. Yes? Okay. Let's move on. PDF will be available in the comments. I mean, it will be available on the Telegram channel. Yes. So hormonal control is done by hormones, which are nothing but chemical messengers that are synthesized by specialized cells. Now these group of specialized cells or organs that secrete certain substances are said to be glands. Now we have two types of glands in our body. We have exocrine glands as well as endocrine. Exocrine glands are those glands which pour in their secretions directly into the bloodstream, while endocrine glands are those glands which have I interchanged the underlining. Endocrine glands are those which directly pour their secretion into the bloodstream, while in exocrine glands there are specific ducts through which the secretion is passed through. Now, how do hormones work? So we see that endocrine glands are these group of cells which produce the hormones, which are chemical messengers, right? So that means that they have a particular target site where they need to pass the message. So they are directly poured into the bloodstream and the blood takes it to different parts. Now from here, when it reaches the target cell or where it needs to pass the message on, the hormones will come out and they will act as a messenger. So in this particular case, what do we see? We see that various hormones exist in this manner that are secreted into the bloodstream and that carry out various different activities. Yes? Now, of course, let's have a look at the different hormones that are there. Now, of course, different hormones are produced by different endocrine glands. So we see that we have the pituitary gland, the thyroid gland, adrenal, pancreas, ovary, and testes, right? So in this particular case, if you see, the pituitary gland is the master gland that controls the functioning of other endocrine glands in our body. Now, of course, in this particular case, if you have a look at it, the pituitary gland, of course, like I said, is the master gland that produces various stimulating hormones that control the functioning of other endocrine glands. For example, we have TSH. TSH stands for thyroid stimulating hormone, right, which is responsible for ensuring that the thyroid gland produces its hormone, that is thyroxine. Now, of course, who is the master of the master gland? It is the hypothalamus. Hypothalamus is part of our forebrain that also has neurosecretory cells in them, special cells in them that ensure that it controls the functioning of the pituitary gland. Now, one more gland that is located in your brain is the pineal gland, right? What is the job of the pineal gland? The job of the pineal gland is to ensure that it produces a hormone called as melatonin that regulates the circadian rhythm or that regulates the sleep cycle of our body. Now, apart from the TSH, pituitary gland is also responsible for secreting growth hormone that regulates the growth of our body. Now, understand that hormones need to be produced in the right amounts. If there is over secretion of a particular hormone or under secretion, it can have a negative impact. So, for example, if there is over secretion, that means too much of growth hormone. You might think, if Aishwarya ma'am had little more growth hormone, she would have become taller and at least she would have been average Indian height instead of being a dwarf human, right, or a small human. But now, that would not be the case. Because if I had oversecretion in my body, I would have ended up getting a condition called as gigantism. So I would be like, I would be this huge tall person. For those of you who watch anime, I would be like those titans. Huge I would be. Yes? So in this particular case, gigantism is a condition where there is overgrowth. While we know that if there is less production, right? It's not that if there is very less secretion, then it will cause a condition called as dwarfism. And in dwarfism, what would happen? In dwarfism, you see that there would be stunted growth and the body would not develop properly. So understand that these topics can come in your exam where they will ask you what will happen if there is too much or too less of something. Yes? Awesome. Now let's move on to thyroid gland. Thyroid gland is a butterfly-shaped gland located in our neck region which produces thyroxine. And we see that the primary function of the thyroxine hormone is to regulate carbohydrate, protein and fat metabolism in the body. Now for the thyroid gland to produce, right, in order to produce thyroxine hormone, it requires a mineral called as iodine. And if there is a deficiency of iodine in the body, it can cause something called as DASH. Deficiency of iodine in the body is going to cause what? Can you quickly tell me? Very good. We see that it causes a condition called as goiter, where we observe that there will be a swelling in the neck region. Now, why does this happen? When there is a deficiency of thyroxine hormone, the thyroid gland will overwork itself. Okay, fine, even if I don't have it, it's okay. I'll still keep producing the hormone, right? So we see that in such cases, the thyroxine will swell up, the thyroid gland will enlarge and it will start to swell up, resulting in goiter. Now, if there is less thyroxine produced, not because of lack of iodine, but in general, if the thyroid gland is not producing enough thyroxine, it can cause a condition called as cretinism in children, right? So it causes something called as cretinism in children, wherein we see that there will be stunted growth and proper development will not take place. While in adult, if you see the same thing, it is called as myxoedema, right? Myxoedema is something that you see in adults where there is less secretion of thyroxine. But if there is more secretion of thyroxine, then it will result in a condition called as exophthalmic goiter, right? It causes a condition called as exophthalmic goiter where there's over secretion of thyroxine and your body is pretty hyper. Yes? Okay. Now the next one that we're going to be having a look at is going to be the next gland, which is the adrenal gland. The adrenal gland that is there is located on top of the kidneys, right? Wherein we see that we have a pair of adrenal glands which produces the stress hormone, the fight or flight hormone called as adrenaline or epinephrine. Now they trigger the fight or flight response, which means when you are faced with danger, when you are feeling anxious, just before science paper comes, how is it going to be? Is it going to be simple? Is it going to be easy? Or do I know the answers to it? Do you know the 2 minutes when you have your examiner sitting with the question paper, essay slowly moving the question paper like this, and then after that deciding, looking around, you know that 1, 2, 3 minutes before distributing, how do we feel? So many emotions that go through us, right? I know. What you feel at that point is adrenaline, or is the adrenal rush that is there. Yes? So in this particular case, the response or what you are feeling at that point is triggered by the adrenaline, right? So what happens during this time? It is preparing your body to either run away, कि नहीं देना एग्जाम, मैं घर जा रहा हूँ, bye bye, and then you get up and go, or it makes you face your fears, right? And there is no running away from your fears. Sidetrack, you will always face such situations where you feel like running away. It's better that I am on the sidelines, I'm on the corner. I don't want to be dealing with this. I would rather be sitting at home and watching something or reading something or doing something much better. It makes this feeling of uncomfortableness is important for all of us to grow. If you want to be better at something, you need to go through that uncomfortable process. Otherwise, there is going to be no growth, personal growth at least, right? Okay. So when adrenaline, that's just a piece of information to all of you. So when adrenaline is secreted, we see that it increases our breathing rate, right? So we see that it increases our breathing rate so that more oxygen enters into our body. Then along with that, it also ensures that our heart rate increases so that, blood is pumped to different parts and oxygen is made available. Then along with that, it converts stored glycogen and it converts it into glucose so that we have energy. And apart from that, it constricts the blood vessels in and around the small digestive system. So in this particular case, we see that there are various changes. Now there are 2 sentences in NCERT which talk about these changes. Please underline them because I have realized that they can ask you in the examination. Okay. What is hypo and hyperthyroidism? Hypo means less. That means hypothyroidism is a condition caused due to less production of thyroxine. Hyperthyroidism, when there is more of thyroid hormone, right? Is hypothyroidism and goiter the same? No. Because hypothyroidism in children could be quite different. That could be because of genetic defect. Goiter is a type of hypothyroidism which is due to lack of iodine. Yes? ठीक है. Awesome. Ma'am, I think you said opposite. नहीं. Hypo is less secretion, right? Less secretion of thyroxine. Hyper means more secretion. So examples of hyposecretion is goiter, which is due to lack of iodine, but it could also be because thyroid gland is not working properly. So in children, it could cause a condition called as cretinism. Yes? Okay. Moving on all of you to pancreas. Oh, pancreas is our number 1. पक्का यहाँ से क्वेश्चन आएगा. This insulin injection. What will happen if the doctor doesn't give insulin? What will happen if he has no insulin in his body? CBSE is obsessed with insulin, I feel. Past 2 years, so much they have asked on insulin at this point. So kids, don't ignore the insulin, right? Accept how much it helps us, right? Oh, I made wrong notes, ma'am. What is this name, Dracula and all? I feel so weird calling my kids Dracula. ठीक है. Now what? Yeah, I know. So we've already learnt about the pancreas, which is a leaf-like organ that is located behind the stomach region, right? So in this particular case, we know that it is a leaf-like organ. Now we already know its role as a digestive gland, right? So we know that it also has an important role to play as a digestive gland, which is why we often call pancreas as a mixed gland or we call it as a heterocrine gland because it serves both exocrine as well as endocrine function. Yes, so which is why we call it as mixed gland or heterocline gland. Now let's talk about the endocrine function. Now of course we know that pancreas has two very important hormones. We see that it produces insulin and it produces glucagon, right? So what do? Both of them are responsible for regulating blood sugar levels in our body, right? So in this particular case, if you look at it, we know that in our bloodstream, we have glucose that will be made available after digestion. Now this glucose needs to then be taken up by the cells. But who is going to tell these papa cells, right? Who will tell the cells that, hey, you know what, glucose is there? Somebody has to go, right? So who will go? It will be insulin. So insulin will go and say, guys, we have sugar. Sugar, it will inform it. So when it does that, we see that cells will all become happy because now they will be able to take it up, right? So quickly, if you see, now cells can take up the sugar in order to get energy. So in this case, what happens? One of the primary functions of insulin is to help the cells take up glucose. Yes, this is one way. Now apart from that, sometimes there could be excess glucose, right? So if there is excess glucose, what will happen? It will convert excess glucose and store it in the form of glycogen in the liver. So thereby, if you see, they will be able to regulate the blood sugar levels. Now what will happen if insulin is not there? What will happen if insulin is not there? Or if there is less insulin, then what is going to happen? We see that in the blood, there will be more and more sugar. And thereby, we see that it will result in a condition called as diabetes, where the blood sugar level is pretty high, right? So the blood sugar level becomes pretty high. And we call this condition as diabetes mellitus. Are we clear? Are we all clear with this? Which is why in such conditions, when there is lack, right? When there is lack of insulin, you are advised to take insulin shots so that your body can regulate its blood sugar levels. Next up, we have glucagon. Glucagon does the exact opposite, right? What does it do? We see that it converts this glycogen. Glucagon, that means glycogen gone. So glycogen gets converted to glucose. This normally happens when we require energy. If we don't have enough energy, we require it. So right now, probably there's a lot of glucagon getting, in my body, I'm sure there's a lot of glucagon, actively converting glycogen into glucose so that I have the energy to move forward. Same way for all of you, there's a lot of glucagon pushing in, making sure the stored glycogen gets converted into glucose so that you guys can pay attention. Yes? Awesome. So this is all about the function of pancreas. Next, last but not the least, we have the testis and ovary. We know that testis is the male reproductive organ which produces the male sex hormone, that is the testosterone. And they bring about all the secondary sexual characteristics in male and also help with the production and development of sperms. In ovaries, we have estrogen, which is a female sex hormone that is responsible for ovulation, development of breasts and secondary sexual characters, and progesterone, which is the pregnancy hormone. Diabetes insipidus, right? Diabetes insipidus is a condition which is caused due to another hormone which is called as ADH, that is anti-diuretic hormone or called as vasopressin. Ye syllabus mein nahi hai, flash gamers, let's forget. Now, last but not the least is feedback mechanism. This will come for 3 marks, students. Please don't skip feedback mechanism. Abhi ke liye, if you are feeling tired and it is not entering your brain, it is okay. But when you are revising, please don't skip feedback mechanism. They can ask you this particular question. Now, of course, when you talk about feedback mechanism, I told you, hormones need to be secreted in the right amount. If there is very less hormone, if there is too much of hormone, or even as a matter of fact, when to secrete what, all of that needs to be regulated. So the timing and amount of hormone released is very, very important. So the example that I gave you, when is insulin secreted? When the blood sugar level is high, so that we can convert excess of that sugar into glycogen. But if the blood sugar level drops to an extent, then it's a signal for the body to ensure that glucagon gets produced so that it can convert the stored glycogen into glucose. Yes, so that way we are able to regulate the production. Too much of anything is not good, too less of it is also not bad, right? Thank you, Blessing Samuel, for that. Thank you so much. Okay, so these are some questions which we will solve later. You can pause the screen, take a screenshot, or you can solve it later on at your own pace. So this is just examples of questions that you can get in your exam. Name the gland and the hormone secreted in scary situations. List any two responses shown by the body when this particular hormone is secreted. So this is all about adrenaline, right? It's all about adrenaline. Now somebody was asking me, what if there is too less adrenaline? Then in some emergency situations, we may not be able to protect ourselves. Now this is the last type of question that we can expect. That is, name the disorder when there is too much of growth hormone, less estrogen in females, less secretion of thyroxine, right? So this is something that they can ask you. And also name the gland that secretes the hormone. This is a 5-mark questions, which means this will come for 3 marks. And 2 marks that is there is going to be for feedback mechanism. Yes? Don't give me the answer. You can solve it at your own pace. Sid, if it is too much, you come back and watch the last bit of it. I'm literally in the last bit, which is going to be coordination in plants. ये last topic है guys. इसके बाद हो गया biology marathon. Done, done. We are over. Today you guys will close your book. I'm like, nahi, biology chahiye. But please be there for tomorrow's morning class where fatafat we'll do the questions and we will be done. Yes? I know. It's pretty tough, but let's get going. Last bit, guys. Let's take all a deep breath and let's go for it. Yes? Coordination in plants. We know that coordination is of 2 types. We have trophic movement and we have nastic movement. Trophic movement are your growth independent movement. Nastic are your growth independent. Trophic movement are dependent on various stimuli such as light, gravity, water, touch and chemicals. Now, in the case of light, if it is dependent on light, we call this kind of movement as phototropism, wherein we see that the growth happens in response to the stimulus, which is light. Now, in this particular case, what do we see? We see that the stem grows towards the light while the roots grow away from it. So if it is growing in the direction of the stimulus, we say it is positive, while in this case, if it is growing away, we say that it is negative. Now, the only thing in this you need to know is our number 1 export of this chapter for plant hormones, auxin, right? You only need to know about this. What does auxin do? Auxin is a growth hormone which is produced in the young leaves and in the root and shoot tips. So when light is there, in this particular case, what will happen? We know that auxin is synthesized for growth, but auxin is a shady person, does not like light, okay? Full does shady business, which is why it will grow away from the light or in the opposite direction. So this is all you need to know. It will accumulate in the opposite region, which is why we normally see that there is bending towards the light. Then we have geotropism, which is response to gravity, hydrotropism, which is response to water, thigmotropism, which is in response to touch. Here also, one more thing they will ask you is, if let's say the tendrils or if the part of the climber comes in contact with support, where will the cells or the tendrilar cells go? Tendrilar cells will grow away, right? We see that when the growth, we see that they will grow away from the support. So in both cases, it is growing away from it. Last but not the least, we have chemotropism, which we see as an example where there is growth of pollen tube, right? Then of course, finally, we have our phytohormones. Now, in plant hormones, we have auxin, gibberellin, cytokinin. Auxin is produced in the meristem and in young leaves, mainly helping with cell elongation. Gibberellin helps in breaking seed dormancy and germination of seeds, and of course growth of internodes. Then of course we have cytokinins, which is of course again promotes cell division. Always remember the function of cytokinin and of course auxin, because it is going to be very important, students, very, very important. Then we have abscisic acid, which is not a growth promoter, but it is a stress hormone. It does not promote growth, but it promotes aging and senescence. So it induces dormancy, it stimulates closing of stomata, accelerates aging. Then ethylene is out of syllabus, but mainly promotes ripening of fruit. Last thing we need to know is nastic movement, which is normally what you see in touch me not plant, which is normally what you see in oxalis, which is normally what you see in those plants which droop in the night time. So how are these non-directional movements happening? How do these nastic movement happens? Only thing you need to know is thigmonasty, right? This is all that you need to know. In thigmonasty, what do you see? We see that when there is a response, right? For example, if I touch the chui mui plant, we see that when I touch it, the information has gotten communicated. But in order for the response to happen, we see that there is movement of water molecules, wherein we see that there is cell-to-cell osmosis that takes place. They become flaccid and then they droop, right? So this way, if you see, with the help in nastic movement, it's not in the direction of stimulus, but we see that there is communication that happens. What is the disorder caused by estrogen? We see that there will not be development of secondary sexual characters properly. So with this, after a very long day, we are done. Students, officially, this is the last theory session for biology, right? Because after this, we are going to be doing practice sessions. This is officially the last theory session. And I would say that it's been a beautiful journey. I know that there have been so many of you who have been very regular to the class. So many of you who have joined us midway. But at any point, whether I have one kid, whether I have 10 kids, whether I have 100, 200, I don't care. But if I'm able to teach all of you, and today if you sat till the very end, firstly, congratulate yourself, right? Congratulate yourself, because today's class has not been easy. But it was not easy because had we just need to cover the concepts, we would have gone much faster. But we solved a lot of questions as well. Which is why, students, thank you so very much for staying with us till the very end. If you enjoyed this class, don't forget to let me know in the comments. Tomorrow, I know all of you must be thinking, ma'am, nahi hoga bio tomorrow. But quickly to sign off and say tada bye bye to biology. Tomorrow we'll solve some quick questions. Tomorrow ka session, you guys will ace it left, right, center, I am sure, right? So with this, all of you, I am ready to sign off. Ye Nimbu story is nothing. Third grade mein what happened, I was supposed to, somebody was dancing for wo nimbuda, and I was supposed to throw the nimbu. But I kind of threw it at her face instead of, making her catch. So yeah, and that's also because I didn't get to dance. So I would say that is the nimbu wala story. Tomorrow, class is in the morning. I know it might be difficult for some of you, but stay with us tomorrow. Go now and sleep, right? I would suggest that don't stay up too late. But if you want to study, well, it's up to, well, I would say it is up to you. But I would recommend that after the long day that you've had, it's time for all of you to rest. If you guys have not hit the like button, then hit the like button already. Because I will see, not just me, Ankita ma'am and I are going to see you tomorrow at 7 a.m., right? So we're going to see you at 7 a.m. where jaldi se 2 hours mein we will wind up all the competency based questions as well. So thank you so much everybody for staying with me till the very end. I hope to see you all soon. But up until then, take care. Lots of love to all of you, and bye bye and good night.